statisticians tell us that we've seen two. CricViz tells us that we've seen two Yorkers, both from Jamie Overton.
One of them got a wicket.
Yeah.
If
what
I
can say, Chetan, Narula?
Yeah, if I can just add, I mean, Brent McCullum, in his coaching stint, has gotten away with a lot. Can I be very honest about that? There's no coach in world cricket of a high-profile team, say Australia or India, who plays 22 test matches and doesn't qualify for the World Test Championship final and gets away with it. You know, they've lost half their test matches over there, given the kind of cricket that they have played. And that is a debate for another day, because in the end, English cricket always builds up to the Ashes, and if they don't win the Ashes in Australia, then all the chickens will come home to roost. But let me also just say that on this tour, with spin not being that much of an option, he has kind of found an alternate way with pace. If you look at the way the English pace was troubling in patches, in parts, how they were troubling the Indian top order. Sanju Samson, of course, I think his frailty against the short ball is now for everyone to see. However, the big problem has been for England that they have not been able to play their first choice bowling attack consistently. Workload management, injury management, building up to the Champions Trophy. So, well, they've tried. It just hasn't worked for them in terms of pace.
I'm very glad that you know what England's first choice bowling attack is, because I think
I could try.
I'm not sure they do, me and Harmy. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a moment. You're listening to India against England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Can do, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah. Jack, just quickly, Jack, is an iced vanilla latte a real thing? Fucking hell. Harmy?
Tick next to the bankers. No, I've only got 7 in the squad of 15. In the squad of 15. Okay, Rob, Butler. Just. I've got 7. Archer, Rashid. Skip this one. Other one. 10. Oh, you've got Livingston in yours then. No, I'm not saying it should be about what they'll do. It should be about what I would do. Yeah, is he a banker for you? Is he we're talking about... Yeah, he is a banker. We're talking about people who's in the long run until 2027. Yeah. What's Liam? Liam's 31. Alright, so you stick with him? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Rutenbrook, Butler at 34. Would you have said...
Winner of Watcar's Best Plug-in Hybrid of the Year is the MG HS Plug-in Hybrid. With up to 75 miles of electric range and starting from just $31,495, it's an award-winning blend of style, efficiency and innovation. Plus, take a test drive and get £1,000 off when you purchase. The MG HS Plug-in Hybrid, leading the way in award-winning innovation. Book your test drive today at mg.co.uk. WLTP mileage may vary. T's and C's apply.
Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
The Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad, magnificent venue. It's not as full as I thought it would be, with 40 minutes to go before the start of play. We're never going to get 110,000. We're never going to get 70,000. But it looks like we might not get 40,000. We've had 45,000 plus for the first two games in Nagpur and Cuttack. But as always, big venues sometimes cause logistical problems, and there were many, many thousands of people outside trying to get in, and it may well be that it fills up very quickly. Now we're going to talk about the future of England's one-day team with a small retrospective view back to 2019 when they were double world champions in 50 over and 20 over cricket. What made that team great, and what is it about this team that's struggling, and how many players are there who at this stage, and things change very quickly, 6 months is a long time in international cricket, 3 months is a long time in international cricket, but at this stage, planning ahead for the 2026 T20 World Cup, after the Champions Trophy obviously, which is next month, 2026 T20 World Cup and 2027 50 over World Cup, the next big World Cup. How many players at this stage would you put a firm tick to, Steve Harmison, going forward? Okay, so it's 2.5 year plan from now, 3 year plan from now. No, it is 2.5 years. How many players are there that you would put a big tick next to? With a couple of very obvious ones: Joe Root, Josh Buttler, Adil Rashid, maybe.
Yeah, you say that, but you're talking 2.5 years. That's Adil Rashid, nearly 39. He's 30. What is he? He's 36 now, so he'll be 38. You know, his birthday's coming up.
I know, but you have to go on.
He'll be 39. He'll be 39.
No, exactly. But you've got to go on.
Oh yeah. So if you're picking who's here, so if you're looking at the 16 men that are here, I don't think Salt's a tick. I don't think Duckett's a tick. Root will be 36. I've got their date of births and their ages in front of me. Root will be 36, so I think he'd be fine to go. Brook, yes. Butler, same age as Joe, yes. So there's 3. Livingston, I want Livingston to be better, right? I've been critical, and I think there's a good player in there. He gives a hell of a lot. He's a very good fielder. He's got skill sets with a ball. He's got devastating skill sets with a bat. Just think it's between the ears that Liam has the issue in situation play.
I know, but you're backing yourself, right? So let's say you are a combination of Brendan McCullum and Rob Key and whoever the selectors are. Okay?
I want Liam Livingston.
All right, but you're backing yourself to get the best out of him.
Yeah.
So Livingston at his best is a tick. So let's give him a tick.
Livingston at his best is a tick.
Yeah.
At the minute, I still think he's been far from his best recently. Apart from, like I said, that the chip chop series in the West Indies. Well, I mean, when West Indies aren't he got 100 there. He was given some responsibility. I want to give Liam Livingston a tick because I know for a fact there's a quality player in there. It's not as rubber stamped as Root, Brook and Butler, but I still think he's all round qualities. He's got enough to be around. I want to build a group around Bethel, so I want to give him a tick. I want Carse exactly the same. So there's 5.5 for Livingston. Archer 6, Wood 7. Rashid will be 38, but I don't see anybody else. 39, sorry.
I'm not letting you give anyone a cross because of their age.
Right.
Because he's showing no signs.
Rashid's going then.
Right, yeah, definitely.
And I think Saqib Mahmood is on the right trajectory to be there as well. Because
pencil tick.
Yeah, I think he's only a pencil tick because of his injury track record, and he hasn't played a great deal in the recent past. But I think that boy's got skill sets in this part of the world that I think will be beneficial for England. So I want to give Saqib Mahmood a chance. The problem we've had is he's not shown enough yet because he's still just coming back playing. So, and then a bit similar to Jamie Smith. So I'm probably looking at 8 or possibly 9 out of this group that I'm taking that far down the road. I think Salt and Duckett have got a little bit more work to do to be the opening partnership, but it's very difficult to follow Bairstow and Roy because they were the best probably we've ever had. I still would like a middle order player. If What I think will happen today if Banton plays, the likelihood is Banton will bat 3 and everybody move down 1. So if that's the case, England are either looking for a number 3 or a top quality number 6. And what I mean by that is, if they're looking for a number 3, Root bats 4, Brook 5, Butler 6, they've got the number 6. If Root's going to bat 3, Brook 4 and Butler 5, I still want a quality number 6 like what Ben Stokes was in that 2019 World Cup. And then you have Liam Livingstone for me at number 7. Take all the situation out of it. By the time he gets in, it's just about trying to hit 6s and 4s, because that seems to be all he wants to do. He ran down the wicket, played a stupid shot in the first game with 27 overs to go in the game, batting at number 6. I mean, that tells you everything about where his mentality is from batting at that point. So that for me would be England's top 7. The problem you've got there is you'd have to fit 10 overs in from somebody, and that's between, like we're probably going to have in this game, Liam Livingstone and Joe Root are going to have to bowl 10 overs between them. Archer, Wood, I think they're a given. I think Carse is a given. You know, he's struggling with his feet at this moment in time, but I think he is a given. It'd be a good number 8. Atkinson's still got a bit to go in one-day cricket. I think Jamie Overton can fight Carse for that role in one-day cricket. Not a problem. I still think England are a middle order or a batter short from 3 to 6 to be at the top table, and probably a more consistent opening partnership. But the opening partnership's developing, so I think it's that you've got to give Salt and Duckett a chance, time to develop that to turn into what undoubtedly Roy and Bairstow was probably the best we've ever had.
Well, it's not probably, because they're statistically the best opening partnership in the history of ODI cricket for anybody, and in terms of their average. And
so you could argue we're still missing Johnny. You could argue Johnny could still play in this team batting at number 3, Root 4, Brook 5, Butler 6, Livingstone 7. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But England seem to have moved on from Johnny, and they're not interested in Johnny. I still think Johnny Bairstow still has a bit to give. He's still centrally contracted, and I think at number 3 or number 4, at number 3 probably in this group, I think would still be more beneficial than playing SA20.
You're listening to the build-up to the third and final one-day international between India and England from the Narendra Modi Stadium from Mathura in the city of Ahmedabad. This magnificent stadium. It holds over 100,000, and we're a couple of minutes away from the toss, which we will bring to you. We'll know confirmation of the Indian team then as well. There's one word. You know the way Hoover dominated the vacuum cleaner market to such an extent that everyone just called them Hoovers, and it became a trademark, and it was a trademark. And I think there's one word that needs to be trademarked, and that's Plunkett. Because I think the role that he played in England's success, bowling in the middle overs, with the controlled aggression, bowling that heavy ball between the chest and the throat, over after over after over, and taking wickets and just bowling the hard overs and bowling them hard so well, still will always be one of the most underappreciated things. And we still talk now about who can be the Plunkett, who can do the Plunkett.
I couldn't agree more, and I think we've got 3 in that spot on this trip. I think one doesn't apply because I don't think he's got the sort of same hit the deck traits as what Liam has, and that's Gus Atkinson. But I think Carson Overton can challenge over the course of the next 10, 15, 20 ODIs to try and develop that Plunkett role. I think Bryden Carse, for me, is the ideal choice to have, and it's not just because he's from Durham. I just think Bryden Carse has got the attributes that Liam Plunkett had in the middle of hitting the deck hard. I just think he's got to try and find his way in international cricket and learn, what Liam developed. The first 20 ODIs that Liam played, he was expensive. He was very, very expensive. He was very, very loose. Both sides of the wickets. But he bowled the thing that Liam had. He had this brilliant knack of bowling a wicket-taking ball out of nowhere. He looked to go for 18 off and over, but he would get the best player out because he would bowl a wicket-taking ball. I think Carse has got a bit of that in him, and I think both of them have got the similar fielding qualities and similar batting. I think Carse is probably a little bit better batter, but I also think Jamie Overton can do that as well. So Overton and Carse, for me, will be the ones that try and fill that Plunkett role over the course of the next 10 to 20 ODIs, and hopefully that will develop.
You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
(0133) or visit talkbandstop.com.
Hello, business owner. When you set up your business, your dream wasn't to do accounting admin. That's nobody's dream. Get Monzo Business and let us automate it for you. Integrate everything with Xero, Free Agent and QuickBooks, and share your balance and transactions to Google Sheets from our app. That's kinda dreamy. 500,000 businesses bank with us. When will you? Get Monzo Business. Only sole traders or limited company directors in the UK can apply. Integrated accounting is available with Monzo Business Pro for £9 a month. T's and C's apply.
With LV, I can get my home insurance from just £179. They've made it easy for me to get a great price. And their 24/7 emergency helpline lets me look after what matters to me. Because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £179 or less, May to October 2024. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
What are you doing?
Looking for a used car online.
Tried Spotica?
I don't want a car with spots.
What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spotica retailers nationwide.
Yeah, and cars with spots.
No, there are no spots.
They're called Spotty Car.
Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers?
Same way we've done it for the first two games, right? So you cue me and I'll preempt it and jump ahead anyway. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Welcome back to the Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad. I wonder whether England will, if they win the toss again. Chetan Narula's alongside me, and I'm going to throw him a curveball now. One of the many super modern features of this venue, this incredible venue, is that it has pitches of red clay and black clay, red soil and clay and black soil, and they have quite different playing characteristics. And I should have asked you this before we got on air. Do you happen to know, this one's almost bang in the centre of the square. I heard, I don't know for sure, that it's red soil, but
no, it's black soil.
Is it black, is it? All
it's
right.
Black soil. Will probably play similar to what we had in Cuttack, where settled batter will find it easier to perhaps, but it will get abrasive over the course of the 50 overs or as the day progresses, with the sun really beating down. 66 meters on the square, 74 meters down ground. But here's what's more important. This is the same pitch that was used in the World Cup final. Yeah, and I'm sorry to the Indian fans or Indian listeners to
so
bring that up.
So it's going to start low and slow and get lower and slower.
Yes, and that's and of course there will be dew factor. There was immense dew last evening apparently, and when we were here setting up our apparatus yesterday afternoon, they were spraying that chemical to keep the dew at bay. But apparently there was a lot of dew in the evening yesterday, so. Just like in the World Cup final, dew might be a factor again today.
Harmy, you can see we've got 30 seconds to go till the toss. Quick guess on what England might want to do.
I think England, obviously it's going to be slower and lower, and it's going to get worse to sort of score on, or slower to score on. The likelihood is England will try and bat first, put a score on the board, like they have done in previous games, and hopefully this time put enough runs on the board. Somebody take responsibility of the top six, go on and get 100. and put under pressure. And it'll be interesting to see at the toss what the Indian team's like, because the likelihood is it's the bowlers that will be changed from an Indian point of view, which England are basically down to the bare bones.
Okay, toss time. Javagal Srinath is the match referee. Ravi Shastri is your presenter.
Has the dew got anything to do with it?
Yeah, a little bit maybe. Maybe it will skid on a little bit better later, but also we've batted first in the first 2 games. We'd obviously like to experience bowling first as well ahead of the Champions Trophy.
Now, when you look at your performances here, plenty of players getting off to starts, but no one really kicking on to get the big one. That should be your endeavour today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've got some good positions, and we need individuals and partnerships to go on and really make match-telling contributions.
And what do you make of the surface?
Yeah, looks a decent wicket. Obviously, the black soil. We played New Zealand here a few years ago in that World Cup where the dew did come in and it skidded on better. So we'll see how it plays today.
And your combination for today, any changes?
Just one change today. Tom Banton comes in for Jamie Overton.
Have a good one, Joss.
Thank you.
Well, Rohit, a lot of chat about the dew. Would you have fielded as well?
No, I wanted to bat first and put runs on the board because we chased a couple of times in this series. Now we just wanted to bat first and see, how we can post a score as well.
Spent a lot of time in the crease in the last game, and the ball, you were hitting it sweet.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Enjoyed my time in the middle. It was important for me and the team as well, to get the win most importantly, and we won the game, which was very, very pleasing.
What's been evident right through this one-day series and the T20 series? The standard of fielding. It's been good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of these guys take a lot of pride in how they want to portray themselves on the field, and both these games were a perfect example of that. A lot of young blood in the squad, and they want to just go out there and do everything and put everything on the line for the team. And the 2 games that we played were a perfect example, like I said. Something that we take a lot of pride in as well, and we want to continue to get better as a fielding team.
You mentioned young blood. Some of the debutants in this series, Harshit Rana, Varun Chakravarti, done an excellent job.
Yeah, superb. That is what we expect from these guys, although pretty new to their career as well. So we want to keep that added responsibility away from them. They understand when you're playing for the country, there is a responsibility, but we don't want to put too much pressure on them as well. They let them do their things in their own way. They've got a lot of potential, in what they do. So.
And your combination for today?
Yeah, look, we've made some changes. Jadeja and Shami have been rested. Varun unfortunately didn't pull up well. He's got a sore calf, so he misses out. Kuldeep, Washi, and Arshdeep are back.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the centre. It's England who won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
Of the start of an international match, and this is a big one. So 3 changes for India. England have picked pretty much the last fit 11. Brian Ahmed was fit. I think realistically, he's the only one who actually missed out on selection, who didn't have an injury issue. So Washington, Sundar, Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav back for India, and a couple of big names resting, Mohammad Shami and Ravi Jadeja. Do you know, Harmy, I fully understand why England wanted to have a bat first, but Jos Buttler making it sound like the main reason was just as an exercise in something to do before the Champions Trophy. We thought we ought to have a bat first before the Champions Trophy. There's just something just doesn't sit quite right about that.
No, it doesn't, and it comes off the back of what Ben Duckett said, or what the way the Ben Duckett's perceived to have said in the media this week, it sounds as though they're not bothered about this series and it's all build up towards the Champions Trophy, which it is. I thought they would have had a bat first and try to post a score on a wicket, which is going to get more tired as the sun goes through. But the dew factor sounds as though it could be a big point. Banton in for Overton. I think England had to strengthen their batting. Said many times, again, sounding like a broken record. The last 2 games, England with Overton at 7. In this 50-over format, with England's mentality the way they are, is they're too light on the batter. So they can force themselves to go harder that little bit earlier because they've got Banton, what I believe is batting at 3, Root will be 4, Brook 5, Butler 6, Livingston 7. I like that. I like Livingston at 7. So from that point of view, I think it's better for England, better balance for England, that they've got 3 explosive guys at the top and they've got their experience in the middle.
Right, let's continue our look ahead to the action with Jon Norman, and I'm delighted to say David Bumble Lloyd. All thanks to Village Hotels.
Play. Visit villagehotels.com.
Big thanks to Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison. They'll be back very, very shortly. Chetan Narula as well. I'm alongside David Bumble Lloyd. Bumble, England winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. So India going to have a bat.
Yeah, and it seems when you look at the interviews there that both teams are just having a bit of a practice, and both said that we're looking to the Champions Trophy to see whether we can bat first and post a score, or we'd like to just bowl first and see what happens. And then you go back to Duckett's interviews, we're not bothered about this series, which I was disappointed about that, because you're playing for your country, you're representing your country, you've got to give it your all because it matters.
Yeah, the devaluation of bilateral cricket continues with comments like that, really.
It is.
And you knew what he was trying to say.
But you've got to just think a little bit, because I did bristle, because it's hard to represent your country. It's a realisation of a dream. And to put the words and think, well, we're not bothered, that really riles me. You shouldn't be saying that. This really matters. You're playing against India, the spectators, your followers, so it may become a danger. Your followers aren't bothered either.
Well, exactly. But I am bothered. This is, I hate the term dead rubber, but I'm going to use it, or phrase. England do need something out of this game, though, don't they?
Absolutely, and that's all part of it. You're losing the series, you've lost the series. There's a game to win. There's nothing better than winning. That's why you play. You want to play at this level, at elite level. You're playing to win and to succeed, and then you go into your next game feeling pretty good and confident. And so this is an important game.
Let's hear from England pacer, a man who always plays with a smile on his face, but also hurls the ball down at 95 miles an hour. I think I'd play with a smile on my face if I could do that. He spoke to talkSPORT cricket reporter, producer Scott Taylor, to discuss England's poor run of form, managing injuries, and Harmy's beloved Newcastle United.
So, Mark, good to see you. You were ahead of the 3rd ODI. How do you reflect on the tour so far? You've played 5 games. How are you feeling personally?
I personally feel okay. I think the tour in general has been obviously challenging. We've not won many games, but it's been some great learning experiences. I mean, this isn't the end game. The end game is obviously the Champions Trophy. We've played one of the best teams in their own conditions, and yes, we have been second, but we've got to learn from what they do well and not take this with us when we go there to that tournament. It's a completely fresh tournament, so when we go there, hopefully from this experience it'll do us good.
Yeah, does it help the squad that the games are so thick and fast that you don't really have time to process the defeat, and therefore confidence doesn't really get dented too much?
I wouldn't say that we don't process it, because we review the games ourselves and have a chat about things. I think it's just trying to have a bit of perspective, where India are with their cricket, the depth they've got, and this one-day team in particular, they've got some superstars in that team. We've got some players who are a bit older, myself, Joss, Ruti, Adil Rashid, and then we've got some lads who are literally just starting. So we're under a new coach. We're trying to get used to that style of play. And like I said, not many teams beat India in their own conditions. Even that World Cup winning team of 2019, we didn't always win here. This is a very tough place to come, and we're getting used to conditions, what's worked with the team, what hasn't worked, leading into Pakistan.
Ben Duckett said yesterday that a 3-0 series defeat will be justified if you go on and win the Champions Trophy. So how much of a learning curve has this been, particularly for the, as you say, the younger guys in this squad, that you're playing India in India?
Yeah, and again, we're trying to learn as we go on. We could learn from India. We'll learn about the pitches and the conditions, because some of them might be very similar to what we can expect. I would say the camaraderie within the group has been really good. We've had, although you're losing, you might think that the chips are down. Actually, the lads have been, we felt like there's been still a good togetherness. The messaging's been very clear from the coaches. I think learning from the test stuff, I knew when Baz came in that, when you win games, it's not too high. When you lose games, it's not too low, and trying to keep that sort of level, headed mindset. And I think that's what it has been. Again, no one likes getting beat. I'll realize it's not like, oh, yeah, we've been losing. Like, we don't like losing, but, we're international sportsmen, we're competitive, we love playing for England. But again, the bigger picture is, we're trying to set up a style of play to help us win the Champions Trophy.
So sort of short-term pain for long-term gain in that.
I hope so. I mean, I hope not just constant pain, but that would be, ideal. That, yes, we're not winning games, and we are trying to win games. It's not like we're just going into this willy-nilly and just saying, oh, whatever happens, happens. Look, we have tactics. We're trying to win, but sometimes, like the other night, Rohit Sharma played brilliantly and India deserved to win, and that's been the case most of the tour. India have outplayed us. Sometimes you have to admit that and just say, well played.
And how have you dealt with, I know you've had quite a lot of injuries in the past, but as you get older, how's that affected you sort of mentally when you came off against Sri Lanka? Do you feel like the older you get, the one more injury and you've done that sort of stuff?
Well, that definitely goes through your mind, but I think you try and just blank that out, and you miss it more when you're not here. Like when I was back at home and you're training by yourself, like you miss being part of the group. You're desperately trying to get back. You know how good it is. I love playing for England, proud to play for England, so you just want it so much more. And I've been through that. People might say, like, I'm injured, but it's not my fault. Like, I try and do the right things. I train hard. I try and look after myself. So, I'm trying to put as much effort in when I bowl. I mean, I hit the floor every other ball, so trying to put that effort in. It's just sometimes these things happen, and I'll be trying to stop as much as I can and trying to play as much as I can. Obviously, I'm not going to play every game, like we said with my injury record. So, it's just trying to, when I get that chance, really give it everything I've got, and whatever will happen happens.
And how's it been adjusting back to the ODIs? Because it's a format that you don't play often. You don't play domestically in England because of the hundreds. It must take a while going from those 4 over bursts and then suddenly having to do 10.
Yeah, I think it's about trying to be a bit more consistent for longer. Your lengths might change. Like in T20, you try and slow balls, Yorkers, bouncer, like different lengths all the time to try and stay on top of the batsman. In 50 overs, it's, I guess, a little bit more. I mean, you still have those variations, but you stick at things for longer. And I wouldn't say you forget how to bowl overnight. Like, it's not like, I've gone to 50 over and everyone goes, 50 overs, like, what do we do? I think, as top sportsmen, I think if you're looking for that excuse of, we've not played 50 overs, you're playing for England, you've got to find a way. Unfortunately, we haven't done that as much as we'd like this tour. But like I say, hopefully when we get to Pakistan, we've worked it out a little bit by then.
And 10 years for you as an international cricketer. How do you look back on that last decade?
It's 10 years, but I reckon with injuries it's probably 3 altogether. If you did me time, it's probably 3. Look, some fantastic memories, playing some great teams with some of the best players England has produced, and that's why I feel very fortunate to say that I've played with these players. And hopefully there's a couple of years left. I mean, couple as in actually playing, and hopefully can achieve some things as a team and personally as well.
And I know you've got your own podcast. Listeners to your podcast would know the influence Chris Wokes has on you. Chris Wokes isn't in the squad. He's not in the Champions Trophy squad. You've got 8 venues. That means 8 different flights. How have you dealt personally without Chris Wokes?
Yeah, Wokes is my flight buddy. He's the one that tends to look after me. Well, actually, I've had Mark Saxby, who's the sort of masseur. He's the guy who does everything around the group. He's the real glue of the group. He's been tasked with looking after me. The only problem is he's a little bit older in the group. He's not a young pup, which means that within 10 minutes of the flight he's always asleep. So that's not really great for my anxiety. But Wokesy is always the guy that would, not just with the flights but around the hotel restaurants and stuff, he'd always take the mick out of me for being pretty bland. And I texted him the other night that I've been, taking on the local cuisine as well. So he's like a proud dad at the minute. But yeah, missing Wooksy, and hopefully I'll get back with him during the summer.
And just finally, how grateful are you? The Champions Trophy ends on the 9th of March. The Carabao Cup final has been moved from last year. It was late Feb. It's now the 16th of March. Will you get the chance to go to Wembley?
I think the person that's probably most pleased is Harmy. I think he's the one that I've seen him in the commentary box the other day with his Newcastle shirt on. I mean, that is a proud supporter. So the only thing you've got him to do now is maybe sing a song on commentary, and then I think he's fully all in. But yeah, obviously great for the area that Newcastle's in a cup final. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching, not just in the northeast, but like you say, around the world as well.
Challenge accepted for Harmy. We'll see what we can do.
Nice one.
That's the AFC Wimbledon fan, Mark Wood. You'd never find yourself singing in the commentary box, would you, Bumble? I mean, that'd be ridiculous.
Who ever heard of that? That's
nonsense,
ridiculous,
isn't it?
yeah.
This is a professional, very serious industry.
I've never heard anything like it.
Absolutely. I remember when there was a time with Mark Wood when we were starting to doubt whether he could actually bowl fast. Came in, bowled fast, then tapered off a little bit, and he was kind of pushing about 135 kilometres an hour, 140, but he still had the big reputation.
Yeah, and he still gets the numbers. And
now he's going 155.
So he's mid-30s. He's mid-30s now. And we talked last night. We were having a chat last night, and we all agreed that if he was a foot taller, he'd be a real handful, because as he is now, he's quite small, and he skids on, and great batters like that sort. They don't mind the pace coming on. It's bounce that really disturbs. And somebody like Jofra Archer has got that bounce. He's about a foot taller. But Mark Wood, just in that interview there, and I said I bristled about Ben Duckett. He just come up with something in there. Nobody likes losing. Okay, I like that. I like that. It's not good to lose. And so they can put things right today. It's been a dismal tour. I don't think they've got a formula as to how to play 50-over cricket, and it is a formula. 30 overs, keep wickets intact, push along, be aggressive, keep wickets intact is important, double the score, get yourself 340.
I tell you what, it's probably a little bit easier to go about your business and just leave a little bit back there when you're a batter, and a little bit more difficult when you're running in and having to bowl at 95 miles an hour. That would focus the mind somewhat in terms of wanting to win.
Yeah, it does. And of course, a fast bowler, there'd be a maximum, wouldn't there? You're expecting 10 overs from them. Looking at England's team, they look to be a bowler short. They've got to do a bit of mixing and matching in this particular game. Overton not in the team, Livingston at 7, so it would look as if Livingston and Root are going to have to share a bit of bowling.
Plenty more to come. David Bumble Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber, myself, Jon Norman, Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula. You're listening to the India versus England ODI series. That look ahead to the match was thanks to Village Hotels. We are in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
With LV, I can get my car insurance from just £349. Just the price I'm after right now. And if I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount, because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £349 or less, May to October 2024. Uninsured driver promise is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
You don't just check in to a village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground. Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2, or you're watching us via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Jon Norman, alongside David Bumble Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber, with Steve Harmison, Chetan, Narula, and also Neil Manthorp. You are listening to the third ODI. England 2-0 down with 1 to play. The news from the middle is that England have won the toss again. Third match in a row in the series. Not that it's helped too much. One change for England's side as Tom Banton, who was in England at the weekend, flew out to India. He comes in. Jacob Bethel's been ruled out of the Champions Trophy. So Tom Banton is down to bat at, well, we're not quite sure where he's supposed to bat. Some say 3, some say 5, some say 6. We'll find out. Salt and Duckett opening with Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jos Buttler the skipper, possibly batting lower than he has done in the series so far. Liam Livingstone, Gus Atkinson, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood, who we heard from earlier, and also Saqib Mahmood. So that's the 11. I'll go through the India side very shortly. But time now for an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So despite losing the toss, India still favourites to complete a clean sweep. They're 1-2. England 8-5 to take the win. Rohit Sharma and Joe Root to both score 50s has been price boosted to 13 for 2, or 13 for 2. That will be where England are probably at some point. 13-2, and for England to win, hit the highest opening partnership and the most sixes has been boosted 10-1. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So, Bumble, here we are. We're just about to throw to Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula. England are going to bowl first. You feel they're a bowler shy?
Yeah, and we've done that because Overton's not playing. Livingston bats at 7. And so looking at the lineup, it would be that Root and Livingston would have to share 10 overs. I don't think there's anything else up the sleeve. And so there are 4 main bowlers and a mix and match to get through 10 overs. But going back to the toss again and winning the toss, England winning the toss, and Jos Buttler saying, well, we'll have a ball this time. We want to see how we go having a ball. And then you hear India captain Sharma say, well, we'd like to have a bat, actually. We'd like to see how we go. And they both mentioned Champions Trophy, which is looming.
England have got nearly as many wicket-keeper batters in this 11 than they have out-and-out bowlers.
And they've got one who isn't there, who's probably the best opening batter of all time in one-day international cricket, Johnny Bairstow. I think he's still contracted to England, and he's in the doldrums. He's not out there, so they're blessed with wicket-keeper batters.
And another chance for Virat Kohli, because all the talk around Rohit Sharma have been put to bed for a month or so. with that century against England in sparkling form and in quick time. Virat Kohli, it sounds strange to say, but he needs to score a run or two today.
Well, again, he's just not been in form, and one of the greatest players that we've seen, and time marches on. It was good for Sharma that he scored a century, and it was a blistering century as well. He peppered the boundary, hit lots of sixes, so he's feeling good. So from an India perspective, they get Kohli back into the swing of things, into form. Will he go to the Champions Trophy? Well, of course he will. But he's one of the gun players that you'd expect him to get back into form.
Yeah, one man who won't be going to the Champions Trophy is Jasprit Bumrah. He was ruled out of India's squad, and there had been some rumours. He, of course, was down to play in this third ODI, but was withdrawn from the squad about a week ago. He's out. If you want to get Bumble and Kimber's thoughts on whether that will affect India's chances of winning the Champions Trophy, we'll stay tuned to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel if you can stay tuned to an internet site. A new Bumble and Kimber will be dropping at 5 a.m. UK time tomorrow. That is a big blow. News from Australia, Mitchell Stark's out. So, I mean, essentially, there isn't a full-strength squad in there.
I was just going to say, if you look at the Champions Trophy, which everybody's talking about in cricket in any way, there's so many teams are losing the big players, the really important players, and Bumrah is a massive player for India. But again, you think, well, that's an opportunity for somebody to come in, but it disrupts your preparation when your main man, particularly South Africa and Australia, are not going to be available because of injury. And it brings who's got a chance of winning that Champions Trophy. I'll tell you now, and Kimber will back me up. He will back me up with this. Afghanistan. You just keep your eye on it. Afghanistan.
I'm not sure your mic was up there, Jarrod. He just said they've just had an injury as well. Who's out for them? And hopefully your mic will be up now.
Gazanfar, the finger spinner, is out. So, but yes, I still think that they don't have as many injuries as Australia and South Africa. Afghanistan, you heard it here first, or the other 5 times I've said it.
Okay, we are just about time for the start of the third ODI. India's opening batters are just making their way out to the middle. Rohit Sharma, will he pick up where he left off? England will hope not, but as Bumble has said, England seemingly a bowler down, so India will be well aware of that. They'll want to feast. They want to put pressure back on England. They want to score quickly and cause Josh Buttler a little bit of a headache. I think we're going to be set for some fireworks. It's blazing out there. A crowd's started to come in. The problem with a stadium that holds 110, 120, 130,000 people, depending on whether you're reading Neil Manthorp's Substack or not, is it can look a little bit empty, even though they've got more fans in there than would Phil Lords and the Oval combined. Either way, Virat Kohli sitting in the shade. He's due to come in. Rohit Sharma about to face a first ball. Let's head out to our commentary team of Chetan Narula, former England fast bowler, Newcastle fan, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. You're absolutely right. You know, we were talking about this yesterday, and you've got a capacity of somewhere in excess of 110,000, and you put 50,000 in it. It just looks empty. Well, no, not empty, but yeah, you've just described it perfectly. I can't do any better than that. Lots of empty seats, but quite a few bottoms on seats as well, and there are still people filing into the ground. There's a lot more shade than there was in either Nagpur or Cuttack, so you can move around. You're allowed to go and sit in the shady seat. Saqib Mahmood is about to bowl the first delivery, and it will be Rohit Sharma on strike, the Indian captain. They're going to start with 2 slips. England hoping for some early swing from Saqib. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Saqib Mahmood, and that was a tempted Yorker, I think, and it's flicked away out towards captain Josh Buttler at mid-on, and they go through for a single. Extraordinary statistic. I have a healthy wariness for cricket statistics, because I sometimes think something that may go down measured as a Yorker. Does that include low full tosses or half volleys? Does it include attempted Yorkers? But we are told that statistically, CricViz tells us that England have only bowled 2 Yorkers in the series so far. And that's a beauty from Saki, but swings away, and Shubman Gill has a little push at it, and it's gone flying past the outside edge into the gloves of Phil Salt. I think he played at it. It was a big in-swinger. Anyway, so when I mean a healthy wariness, England have only bowled 2 Yorkers. To my mind, that doesn't mean surely that they've only tried to bowl 2 Yorkers. They've bowled 2 successful Yorkers.
Yeah, 2 successful Yorkers, and one of them was very successful because it got a wicket.
That was in the last game. Here is Saqib Mahmood again. That's down the leg side. That's not good. That's beaten Phil Salt. It didn't swing at all. So he's bowled one just outside off stump, and it swung like a boomerang, and now he's gone a little bit straighter, and it's gone straight on.
Yeah, it's gone
four wides.
4 wides. He's gone for the in-swinger. It swung big. It was a big outswing the ball before. Phil Salt taking it in front of first slip to his right, and this time he's gone for the big in-swinger, and unfortunately it's gone down leg side, and as it's gone past the batter, it just swung even more.
Here is Saqib Mahmood once again up to the crease now, bowls just back of a length, and Rohit guides it away behind square. Shubman Gill guides it away behind square to Ben Duckett, and there's no run. India asked to bat first. England won the toss and chose to bowl first.
Good swing, first few balls, even the 5 wides down leg side. He was attempting the in-swing, and it went a little bit, just didn't get his starting line straight. Initial thoughts of the pitch. After 4 balls, it's 3 balls, it's slow. I mean, the last 2 balls have been, tried to hit the pitch, and it's not really come off with any great pace.
Saqib up to the crease again, and forward comes Shubman Gill, pushing it up towards mid-on again, and there's no run. Chetan and Narula have called many of the changes yesterday, in fact 2 days ago. I mean, you said right up front that you thought Kuldeep would come back and that Washington Sundar would get a game. And Arshdeep.
Yeah, and Arshdeep, yes. And slight surprise that Rishabh Pant hasn't gotten a game ahead of the Champions Trophy. You would want him to have some batting time under his belt. I thought they could change their bowling formula, bring in Hardik Pandya, leaving out Hardik Pandya as Saqib bowls again to Shubman, who's left this one alone. Bit of shape. He's trying to bring that ball in, but left it well alone. So, yeah, I thought they might be able to tweak their bowling formula, use Washington Sundar as the all-rounder in place of Hardik Pandya, but I think a spanner was thrown in the works with Varun Chakravarti not coming up fully fit after that Qatar game. So yeah, I was surprised that Rishabh Pant didn't get a game.
Still the 2 slips in place. Is that Harry Brook? Is it Joe Root and Harry Brook?
Joe Root and Harry Brook, yeah.
Here's Saqib then to complete the first over, and it's full and wide, and Shubman Gill pushes it firmly out to Jos Buttler at mid-off, and then swivels away in apparent disgust and cranks his head to one side, thinking he's missed out on a half volley there. What was I doing? Why didn't I hit that past mid-off? Anyway, 6 off the first over, 4 of them wides down the leg side. As far as England are concerned, so I thought Jamie Ovens still had a bit of a tweak, but apparently not. He and Rian Ahmed, the only ones who didn't make selection today. A new look, lots of depth. Livingston at 7, but that means again that the 5th bowler's role will have to be shared.
Yeah, that means they've gone the other way now. They're going to have to make sure that instead of their batters taking responsibility, their bowlers are going to take responsibility. The 4 main bowlers, because they've got to bowl their 10. And that means Root and Livingston are going to have to fiddle 10 overs between them. But this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Mark Wood with a brand new ball.
It is Mark Wood then from the geo end, and that one beats the outside edge, has taken the outside edge. Rohit Sharma's on his way. Well, what a beauty from Wood. Pitched up outside the off stump. Rohit Sharma forward, having a little feel for that one. A little bit of extra pace. Phil Salt does the rest, and Rohit Sharma, so often happens, follows 100 with a low score, He's gone for just a single. India a 6 for 1.
It's a beauty as well. It's just straightened and squared up Rohit Sharma. I tell you what, for somebody who got a massive 100 in 3 days ago, 2-3 days ago, it took an absolute beauty to get rid of the Indian captain. He shrugs his shoulders, a little smirk as he walks off. Rohit Sharma goes for 1 off 2 balls. He's got an absolute beauty there. Can't blame the Indian captain at all. And this is why Mark Wood has to open a bowling. 144 kilometres an hour, just short of 90 mile an hour, first ball. You bring him in after 6 overs, you give batters a chance to pick the pitch up, to see the shape of the ball, to get up to speed. Mark Wood gets the ball in the area, first ball, and bang, on the money. England off to a great start, getting rid of the Indian captain.
And I think this is what happened in Cuttack as well. As you mentioned, you bring him first change. The batters have gotten off to their start and they are well set at that point. So Mark Wood, even in Cuttack, was the only bowler who could have really troubled Rohit Sharma at the start, just like he's done today. So they missed that trick in Cuttack, but they brought him in today. And look at that. Boy, he's nicked him off first ball.
Beauty, absolute beauty. Gully in now. 2 slips and a gully. Mark Wood loses his run-up.
England are wearing there's a yellow, I think it's a yellow or a green.
Yeah, green band.
Green band.
Yeah, so today is being celebrated as Donate Organ Day.
Yeah.
So you have so that's in support of that.
And it's just rolled down his arm as he was running in. It's either just come loose or I think it's a bit of tape. That's what it is.
Here is Mark Wood then, up to the crease now again, bowls. Virat Kohli's beaten outside the off stump. It's another ripper from Mark Wood. I must say that there's talk about Mark Wood's age and the fact that he was given a 3-year central contract, and he's 35 now. But that was an absolute ripper, wasn't it? Goodness,
absolute beauty. I mean, one of the greatest players of the modern generation has missed that by a foot and a half. I mean, it's just swung. It's nipped and it's swung beautifully. Virat Kohli thinks this is on his pads and he's just clipping it through mid-wicket. And he's turned himself round as an absolute beauty of a delivery.
Here is Mark Wood then. He's on fire outside the off stump. A little bit too wide this time. Goes further away. Kohli leaves it alone, and there's no run. India 6 for 1, asked about first.
I can take the mickey out of him because he took the mickey out of me yesterday. Yep. But you say his age and stuff like that. His legs are brand new. I mean Mark Wood's he's had horrendous injuries.
He's 35 in human years and about 24 in cricket
24
years.
in cricket years. So there's still life in him. Once he just needs to put a run of games together, and when he puts a run of games together, I mean, he's devastated. I thought he bowled well. I think he's bowled well on this trip. I really think he's bowled quite well. I thought he bowled quite well at Cuttack as well. Trying to get that wicket, you're always susceptible going a few runs when you're trying to get the wicket, and I think he has. He's bowled really well on these flat surfaces.
Here is Wood once again, bowls, and Kohli comes forward and steals a quick single up towards Butler at mid-off, just scampered through there and made sure that he got through in good time. I was just going to say that I was actually going to expand on that point, because we're staying in the same hotel as the England team, and my room overlooks the hotel pool, which is in shade all day, curiously. But there was this young fella strolling about the pool yesterday, and I thought, jeepers, who's that? And you don't often see Mark Wood because he's a modest fella. You don't see him with his shirt off. He's got the body of a bodybuilder. Absolutely incredible. Not an inch of excess flesh on him. There's bouncer. No, not bouncer. Just a short ball and steer away nicely by Shubman Gill down towards Saqib Mahmood on the third boundary. I mean, he's absolutely cut. He's ripped. He's got a six-pack. And you sort of don't really associate that. Like I say, he's not like... there are cricketers with good bodies who are aware of it.
Simon Jones is like a 100-metre sprinter. He was like a boxer. He looked $1 million. And then you looked at me and Hoggy at the other end, and we weren't exactly ripped as what Simon Jones was.
I mean, times have changed now. Nowadays, pacers look like Mark Wood, batters look like Virat Kohli as Wood bowls again to Shubman Gill. 2
slips in a gully now. Oh, and it goes to the second gully as well. That's Tom Banton in his first game for England for almost 5 years, and Well, it's gone all the way along the ground, and eventful 2 overs. 2 overs gone. India put into bat, 8 for 1. Rohit Sharma gone for a single.
Yeah, Adam, just a question to you. Did you put Mark Wood in for your team for the T20 World Cup next year? Because I think England do need to have him, 35 years of age or not. I think he has great experience of these conditions. He can bang the ball in. As Neil so eloquently described, he's absolutely ripped, getting those 140 snorters. I think he is definitely a marker for that England T20 World Cup.
Yeah, he will be. He will be. So will Jofra, and I like this lad. Saqib Mahmood, I really do. I like Saqib, I like Atkinson, I like Kars. I think England have got the right bowlers out here.
Here's Saqib Mahmood for the 3rd over of the innings, and it's defended resolutely by Shubman Gill up towards mid-off. Harmy, what just happened there? I mean, you don't know, but you can speculate better than I can. Joss Buttler is at mid-off. Mark Woods just bowled the last over. He's at mid-on, and he just spent 30 seconds chatting to Saqib, quite specifically. It wasn't discussing the crowd or the stadium. I mean,
they might be comparing the balls and seeing what ball Mark's got compared to what the sort of indentations on the surface. Could have been talking about where the ball's landing on the seam.
Saqib in once again. Shubman Gill pushes it out towards mid-wicket. No run.
What we've seen so far is 2 or 3 balls have deviated off the seam. So whether one ball's got more of a pronounced seam and one ball hasn't. So I think there's probably a conversation. Yeah, that's what it is. Mark Wood's now looking at the ball and he's talking to Saqib about the ball. So you could find at one end where one ball is swinging and the other one, for some reason, it's not, with the lacquer on it, or especially when you're playing with 2 different types of balls. But I think they might be looking at where the ball's pitching on the seam, and the ones that have deviated, the one you can see little marks around the seam for that very reason.
Saqib in once again. Shubman Gill comes forward and defends. He's got 1 off 9 balls so far. It doesn't matter, just don't lose wickets in the early stages. 8 for 1.
And yesterday, the entire afternoon, the wicket was under the top, so it hasn't been really baked under the sun. And not just one top, there were 2 tops actually, because they were taking a look, trying to prepare the pitch for the game. So when we were leaving after setting up our box, they were just trying to take a look under that. So I think there's just a hint of moisture early on. It'll be dried up very quickly, but just a little bit of moisture is still there on the surface.
Saqib in once again, full and straight and driven through extra cover for a glorious boundary, the first one off the bat. He had 4 wides in Saqib's first over, but that's a wonderful shot from Shubman Gill. It was a half volley. It was there for the dispatching, but it was done so elegantly.
Yeah, it was done elegantly. He does a lot of things elegantly, doesn't he, Shubman Gill? He cruises across the ground elegantly as well when he's walking, between fielding positions and that. There's a stunning shot. It was a half volley, don't get me wrong, but it still had to be put away. And used the pace of the ball. It was full in length, and Saqib Mahmood's not getting this ball from this end to swing as much as what Mark Wood got from the other end.
Here's Saqib once again up to the crease now. Balls full and wide. It was tempting, and many a player would have launched into another cover drive, but it was swinging away, and Shubman Gill happy to let it go. Often we say that a batsman's placed the ball beautifully, and often, well, I should only refer to myself, often it's nonsense. Often he's just hitting it as hard as he can. But on that occasion, you got the sense that Shubman Gill did actually just
eased it, doesn't he? He just eased his hands, and that's with a little bit of width that you get off Mahmood.
Full straight again. I'm loving this. Saqib Mahmood's got a bit of swing going, and he's giving the ball every opportunity for it to swing. He doesn't mind being driven. He's got 2 slips waiting for an error, and he's bowling full. He's bowling a lovely length. 3 overs gone. India 12 for 1. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
It's been a good start for England, not just because Mark Wood's getting Rohit Sharma. I think there's a little bit more energy in the ring, in the inner ring, the sort of 9 fielders or the 9 players that are in the ring. There's a buzz. So for anything that picked up on Joss Buttler's comment at the toss or Ben Duckett's comments yesterday, England haven't seen this as a dead rubber. They're right at it. I mean, they look as though there's a spring in their step, and it's been quite positive for England in these first 3 overs.
early wicket also makes big difference. 2 slips and a gully in position, and as Mark Wood runs into Virat Kohli, and it's just clipped it off his pads towards mid-on. No run there. He's been a bit suspect, hasn't he, Virat Kohli, against that moving delivery early on. We saw that a lot of it, in fact, in Australia. And here also, I think that delivery where he just didn't really pick up the length, where it was moving away from him, and he thought that he was going to clip it off his pads. That for me was a bit of an eye-opener there. Now 2 slips and still a gully in position, so again has to be a bit wary in terms of that away-going movement. Virat Kohli, Mark Wood once again getting that movement away from the off stump. This time Virat Kohli just lets this one go. We saw that fan holding the placard in Cuttack that Virat Kohli, please don't get outside, don't get out outside off stump. He had bet what, 10,000 rupees with his friend. Again, this will be very watchful from India's point of view as well, because Virat Kohli has struggled for time at the crease and for runs. So this is a big innings for him ahead of the Champions Trophy. This is mid-on in position, mid-wicket. Fielder at the deep is third man and fine leg. Mark Wood once again driven through the cover gap by Virat Kohli, and that was sweetly timed. His first boundary, 16 for 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of width from Mark Wood. Length was okay. I think the length is the length you want to be bowling at, Virat Kohli, but just a touch wider than he wanted, just shaped a little bit. If you get that a little bit straighter, then all of a sudden Virat Kohli's right shoulder comes in, and that's when he closes the face off, and he's been susceptible outside that off stump in the recent past.
Mark Wood from the far end to the crease now, bowls, and again it's over pitched and it's driven beautifully, but only as far as mid-off, gone straight to the fielder. So no question that Mark Wood is asking questions with the new ball. Is not something that he's always been keen on, but my goodness, he's made an impression so far. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT as well. It's the start of the third one-day international between England and India at the magnificent Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad, the biggest cricket stadium in the world. England won the toss and this time around decided to have a bowl first, and they've got rid of the Indian captain and centurion from the last game, Rohit Sharma, caught behind by Phil Salt off Mark Wood for a single, and it's Wood in again now into Virat Kohli. He turns one off his pads, or tries to. It came literally off the pads, and for a leg by Phil Salt does the fielding, and England have made a very impressive start. Early days, of course. Made a couple of changes. Tom Banton coming into the team, having just arrived in the country 48 hours ago. He'll bat at 3. India asked to bat first. 16 for 1. Steve Harmison.
Very good start from India. Mark Wood's pace has been up. He's bowled 2 balls in this over, 149 and 150 kilometres an hour. That's in excess of 92 miles per hour, and that is quick. And this is why I want him to bowl with a new ball. Put pressure on the batter from the very first ball.
2 slips in a gully. It's Wood in once more down the leg side. Also called a wide by umpire Shafadullah. Mark Wood 1 for 7 just to complete his second over. Yeah, we would be talking about why he doesn't like to take the new ball, and you said a couple of days ago, well, I have been trying to encourage him. I'm saying, Woody, you want to take the new ball, that's where you're most dangerous, and now he is, and he is.
Not only is it your most dangerous, yes, it's a good time for batters, especially with the power play restrictions. But from a bowler's point of view, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood in excess of 145 kilometres an hour and above. I mean, it must be so difficult for a batter to start from the very first ball.
Wood in straighter this time, and Virat Kohli nudges it out towards mid-wicket. Tom Banton does the fielding. First appearance for him for almost 5 years, Tom Banton. Lovely to see him back, only just arrived in the country. 48 hours ago, he wouldn't have had any idea that England were thinking it needed a replacement batter, or maybe 56 hours ago he would have had the first inkling when communication came that, have you arrived back from the UAE yet? Because and is your passport up to date?
Yeah, have you got your stamps on your passport? Have you got pages empty in your passport? Because we're going to need a visa, because we're going to get you back into India. And I'm pleased for the boy. I really am. He's had a troubled time. I think. He's well documented because he came out with a lovely article a couple of weeks ago, but now it's good to see him back at his best.
Forward comes Shubman Gill, playing defensively out on the onside. Yeah, he's not the first young player to make a flying start to his international career. I mean, he was 20 when he was first called up. He was the talent that England couldn't ignore after the 2019 World Cup. Drafted into the team as a very young man. He's not the first to develop a sense of disillusionment with the game, is he?
Absolutely, and it's a topical game, to master at such a young age, and it's good to see him come back. Ben Duckett also did the same.
Here is Saqib Mahmood once more, and Shubman Gill pushes it up towards mid-off, no run. India 17 for 1.
You remember Ben, there's not many, the Ben Duckett one is, I think he's quite unique in especially in the modern time, that you look at players who came in between the age of 20 and 23 and they were totally discarded. I mean, they came in the team, given the chance mainly at the top of the order in red ball cricket, and then they were discarded, and they arguably they're better players when they're 25, 26, 27, and Ben Duckett's proven that since he's come back. So hopefully, Tom Batten had the experience first up, he's had a little bit of time away, and then now he can fulfil his career.
Steered away behind square on the offside, and there's no run as Duckett fields. Cricketers have on-off relationships with the game, don't they? Love-hate relationships, and he had an 18-month tiff with the game. He's now back in love with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I mean, you spoke about the disillusionment, and obviously he's had to wait for his chances. Frustration creeps in. How does it work in terms of mindset when you're just flown in, there's been no practice, and now you're straight away included in the 11 as Mahmood bowls to Shubman Gill, who dances down the track, smashes it straight down past the bowler, met it very well, picked it up really early. Another boundary for Shubman Gill. That's his second boundary. Moves on in 9. The score is 21 for 1.
Yeah, good shot. Came out of the crease, Shubman Gill. He's come at the ball, so all his momentum and his weight's coming forward. Probably lining Mahmood up. Saqib Mahmood is probably bowled the majority of his balls of a fuller length, and then because of that, Shubman Gill's come out of the crease and he's been able to just ease it straight back past him. It was a good shot, well controlled shot for somebody who's coming out of the crease trying to play in such an aggressive manner.
Saqib Mahmood once again. I love the fact that he's going full and continues to go full, and that one is fielded by Livingston at mid-wicket, back and across, punch off the hip and straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he's given himself the best chance of trying to get the ball to move laterally, and I think you've got to risk, there's risk and reward with bowling with a brand new ball, and I think because of the sort of the lacquer on it, the hardness of it, and the ball being able to swing, you've got to risk a little bit, try and get it fuller in that early throws, because lateral movement is how you get top players out. That's how you've got two slips and a goal, two slips behind the wicket for catcher.
Mahmood in once again, full and clipped off his pads. Lovely piece of timing. I don't think he'll get 4 for it though. Excellent work from Gus Atkinson down on the deep backward square leg boundary, running around 2 square leg, and Virat Kohli moves on to 5. Shubman Gill has 11 at the end of 5 overs. India at 23 for 1. Doesn't look like a pitch with many demons in it. It's just that there was a little bit of swing early on with the new balls.
A little bit of swing, and unfortunately there for Saqib Mahmood, when it doesn't swing, it just goes lovely onto the pads of what is in modern day cricket. If you stray onto the pads of a top player like Shubman Gill or Virat Kohli, you get punished. And he can, just a little reference there, you talked earlier, Manners, about Mark Wood's fielding at mid-on and mid-off with Josh Buttler. I think the dimensions of this ground in the pockets, the just behind square, is so big. I think that's why the bowlers are being protected and not fielding, especially on the leg side, in them big areas. So I think that's why Gus Atkinson's fielding down at fine leg and not Mark Wood. I think Mark Wood's fielding inside the ring just to protect him a little bit and save the energy, because what it is, it's a very hot zapping day.
Enjoying the fact that there are 2 slips and a gully in for Mark Wood as he begins his 3rd over, and that one steered down hard into the ground and fielded by Harry Brook at 2nd slip. That's I mean, it's little unconventional, but it's exactly. Maybe this is exactly what England need to get their Champions Trophy off to a flying start. And I was going to say as well is that it's evident from what the players have said that they are regarding this series as a 7-match series or an 8-match series. You know, they're talking about this as being the build-up to the Champions Trophy, and it's a series on its own, of course. Here's Mark Wood again. Bowles beats the outside edge once more. Virat Kohli pushing at that one. Wood's getting some, I would almost say, lavish movement off the pitch. It seems to be nipping and then swinging off. Amazing.
Yeah, it's the seam position's perfect. But what I would say the difference between Wood and Mahmood, it's getting some shape from Wood's end, probably more than Mahmood's end. But Mark Wood's bowling a better length. He's just dragged his length back just a touch, not too much. It's not short by any stretch, but it's full of a good length, and because of that movement, it's just drawn the batter into play.
Here is Mark Wood again, and Kohli steers behind square on the offside, over the face of the bat to Mahmood at deep backward point, and
Good
they go through for a
well.
single. Good speed, very good speed.
151 kilometres an hour, that second ball.
Ben Duckett and Joss Butler have both said in the last 24 hours, we've come here to win the Champions Trophy. And they do you know what I mean? They're thinking of this as, albeit they're going to have 5 days at home between, they're thinking of this as one tour.
Yeah, they are. I think they're going back to Abu Dhabi. I think families are coming to meet them in Abu Dhabi, so they're going to spend some relaxation time ahead of going into Pakistan, which is not a bad thing. But it is one big long tour. It's not just two separate tours. It's one big long tour, and they're going to build the momentum going through. The momentum's not been great, but I tell you what, a win in the last game going forward will be massive.
Here is Mark Wood once again up to the crease now. Bowles, and on the back foot goes Kohli, nudging it out towards mid-wicket. They dive through for a single, or they gallop through for a single, and the dive comes in from Tom Banton.
I think it's a good toss to win for England, and the fact that they've opted to bowl, because the dew factor is going to be very strong here, and it's going to help the batters a bit. I mean, obviously you have to wait and watch what kind of score India put up, but it's not the easiest of tracks to bat on in the afternoon, and you really have to get your eye in before you can really attack. We look at Shubman Gill, he's eaten up a few deliveries, but when the ball is pitched up, he's brought up his shots. So from that particular aspect, batting might just be a tad easier later in the evening.
Wood again to Virat Kohli, and that's worked nicely off his pads out to Adil Rashid at deep backward square leg, and they're through for a single. So at what age in India are you able to consent to be an organ donor? Is it 16 or 18?
18.
18. The reason I ask, just in case you missed this information, it's Organ Donor Day in India today, which is not to say that anybody's encouraging people to go and donate an organ. It's just to sign up, carry an organ donor card. Here is Mark Wood, and thick outside edge, and it flies away sort of past Harry Brook at second slip and down to the unguarded third boundary. That's 4 and an inadvertent 4 for Shubman Gill. Didn't mean that. Genuine edge that was. And at the end of the 6th over, India are 30 for 1. You an organ donor, Harmy? Got the card?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've got the card. I think I am an organ donor. I think my wife. I think there's forms you fill in England, but I'm not sure I've got a card in my wallet. But there is. I think there is a form you fill in where you do. In England, you do say if you want to donate, and I think we have ticked that box. I haven't got a card.
I've got mine, and I filled it in 1992. That shows you how strongly I feel about being an organ donor. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again up to the crease and bowls, and that's a lovely looking trouble. Oh my goodness me, that was Mark Wood with the pickup, then throw to Phil Salt, who had to make a lot of ground to get to the stumps. It's Shubman Gill pushing it straight back up the pitch to Wood at mid-on. Set off with the single. Kohli didn't respond. And now Kohli is walking down from the non-strikers end and admonishing Shubman Gill. Not saying, oh, sorry about that.
No, he's apologising. He's apologising.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he thinks it's going past everybody.
He's made his ground. There was just a third. Well, do you know what? So you were watching the screen. I was watching Virat Kohli, and he had his back to me, and he was just shaking his head. Clearly not in admonishment, but in apology.
That was apology. It was, I think Virat Kohli's more or less saying to Shubman Gill, I thought it went through. I think he thinks it's gone past Mark Wood, and actually it didn't have as much on it as he thought.
Good to see the great man taking responsibility and not dishing it out. Good on you, Virat. As Saqib Mahmood is up to the crease again, bowls, and it's a beautiful whip shot. Absolutely classic Kohli. Bottom hand, whipped away through mid-wicket for 4.
And we've seen the cover shot. Now we've seen that whip through mid-wicket. These are two brilliant go-to shots for Virat Kohli in this format of the game. And it's just so good to see him bring them out early on in his innings. Just picking up the ball really early. I think Saqib Mahmood has just struggled a tad.
Just getting a bit predictable, a bit being full of length.
Yeah, and it's just played into Kohli's hands over there.
Saqib still got the 2 slips in place, and now slap drive through point for 4 more. Tom Banton can give up on that one very quickly. That's just a fetch rather than a chase. And Virat Kohli with back-to-back 4s, both classic Kohli shots. India 38 for 1.
I tell you what, he doesn't play that shot a lot, that slap through point. He's more of a cover drive guy. And this has been a criticism of late of Virat Kohli, that he's not used that offside area for scoring a lot of runs, because the cover drive and the mid-wicket slap have been so useful for him. And now we're bringing this shot out as well.
Saqib in, down the leg side, just misses leg stump, just. He just took a little shuffle outside the off stump there, Kohli, which it may have exposed the leg stump, and he's only, I don't know if it's fair to say he's got away with one there, but that's only just missed leg stump, no wide call.
Yeah, and I think that was a good comeback, just missing off stump, not the leg stump. He's just going away. He was trying to flick it and completely missed the line. In fact, went between the bat and the off stump. So he was really lucky there, Virat Kohli. But just going back on the shot that he played on the previous ball, he had been working with former India batting coach Sanjay Bangar in the lead up to this series. And I just wonder if that slap through cover point is something new that he's working on and bringing it out of his armoury. We'll have to wait and watch to see more of that.
2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As Saqib is in again, and nice open face of the bat, glide down to Adil Rashid at 3rd. They go through for a single. India 39 for 1.
I think he's playing that shot because the ball outside off stump is causing him so many problems. I think the ball that bouncing just outside off stump, because he's trying to hit it too straight, or he's playing to hit it on the leg side, he closes the face and he's ended up nicking it. So what he does with that shot, where it's sort of slash drive, goes with the movement. He doesn't go against the movement, and I think what he's been doing is he's been going against the movement, and his natural brain is telling him that he can hit it through leg side, and it's actually catching up with him, and it's causing him his downfall. So if he is playing it through cover point with an open face of the bat and going slap with it, he's got more chance of being in control.
Here is Saqib once again, and nice full straight delivery, which Shubman Gill pays due respect to the straight defensive bat. He's 16 off 21, Kohli 16 off 19. India was 6 for 1, they're now 39 for 1. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK. For a great breakaway, visit villagehotels.com.
It was just great to have Hami explain what Virat could be doing with that particular slap shot through cover point region, because you look at it from a batter's point of view, but then again you have a former fast bowler sitting next to us, and he's also explaining that what the batter might be doing. So now what does the bowler do, knowing that Virat is perhaps trying to make this change?
As a seam bowler, he plays it a lot against spin. He plays it a lot against spin. He very rarely play it against seam. And I think from a seam bowler's point of view, if I've got him playing that shot, then you are saying, well, if he hits it, he's not, he's going out of his comfort zone. So there's more chance of him either getting an under edge onto the stumps on a slower pitch like this, or if he's not in control, he could hit that straight to backward point or sort of cover point where I've got two fielders in catching positions.
Mark Wood steaming in for his fourth over, and first delivery sees Kohli up onto his toes, guiding it away only as far as backward point. That Kohli, I mean, it's been compared to in tennis a cross-court forehand, topspin forehand. With the strong bottom hand and that whip through mid-wicket. It's just a beautiful thing to see. Not necessarily, I think, something that you would want to try and coach to young.
It's natural.
Yeah.
Can't be coached.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. Here's Mark Wood once again, thundering in. Bowls a short one and it's pulled away, but now no timing. I'm not sure what that came off. Actually, gloves maybe out to Tom Banton at square leg.
Yeah, when I said can't be coached, I mean, obviously with those particular deliveries, you would want to target that mid-wicket region, but with Virat Kohli, the kind of power he generates through his wrists and that whipping action that comes off his wrists.
He might be in trouble here.
Yeah,
he might be in trouble here.
I thought it was off the gloves,
Yeah,
was it? It was, wasn't it?
I think he might be in trouble here as Virat Kohli. I think it's at the back arm.
Forearm?
It's at his right arm, which he's gone all the way around. I think so. He's passed the ball, if anything. I think he's got an inside edge onto his arm, and I think it's.
He was trying to.
It's the fatty part of the arm. It's not the sort of bony part. The bony part, he's got a wristband on, so that's fine. It's the more fleshy part. I think he's just under edged onto the sort of right arm. I think he's just taking a little bit. He's using experience as well here.
Did you get a speed on that?
150. The first ball was 151 kilometres an hour. That one 143 kilometres an hour. That was a shorter ball.
Will that hurt less at 7 kilometres down?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, even Paul Collingwood at 60 mile an hour used to frighten me in the net. So that was enough for me. But it's been a good spell from Mark Wood. He's bowled a little bit shorter than Taki Mahmood. So the batters haven't been able to sort of line him up as easy.
Here is Mark Wood once again up to the crease now, and Virat Kohli drives straight. More of a firm push than a drive. The noise that you heard was the ball ricocheting against the stumps at the non-striker's end. Wood picks up the rebound. There was no thoughts of a run. Yeah, it's fabulous to see Mark Wood thundering in like this, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think he was brilliant in Cuttack with the kind of role that he had been given first change, and on that pitch he was just running in and just bending his back, getting that bounce. He was absolutely trying so hard. Now role changed. This is brilliant to see from Mark Wood.
England have had 2 slips in minimum throughout for Saqib Mahmood and Mark Wood. Here is Mark Wood again, and driven firmly by Kohli only as far as mid-off, and it's gone straight to the field and no run.
And from an English point of view, this is the energy that you want to see. This is the last day of the tour. You have a bit of break, but he's giving it all. He's just steaming in, despite the change of role from the previous game. Perhaps not much of a difference in the pitch, just a little bit of moisture, and this perhaps just lifts up England's spirits.
Yeah, and you're building to an upward curve of trajectory of the business end of Champions Trophy coming. In 10 days' time, England are going to play Australia. And this is where you want Mark Wood to be. Perfect.
Here is Wood once again, and this one flicked out towards mid-wicket again. Tom Banton fields, and there's no run. Mark Wood, super figures at the moment, just coming up to the end of his 4th over, 1 for 14. So, I mean, he's not trying to bowl tight. I think he's bowling more for wickets, but the fact that he's just bowling quick and
he's
straight.
bowling good length. He's bowling his line and length is perfect. He's not giving the batter width outside of stump to use the pace. He's not giving them over pitching so they can just check drive and stand there and hit the ball straight. He's bowling he's holding his length nicely, and he's bowling very, very fast.
Very fast, very straight, very hostile, very attacking, and again full and straight, flicked away by Virat Kohli straight to mid-wicket, where Banton fields once more. really good first 8 overs. I have to say that in all 3 games, England have had a really good 8 overs. Batting first twice, didn't lose a wicket inside the first 8 overs. Flying starts from Sultan Duckett. Now bowling first, and it's Saqib Mahmood and Mark Wood who've had 8 excellent overs, which have in which India have progressed to 39 for 1. Rohit Sharma, the man out for a single. Mark Wood, the wicket taker, to take up commentary for the next 8 overs or so. You'll be with Jarrod Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd, and Jon Norman.
As well, so we've had runs, we've had some boundaries, missed run out, and an absolute peach of a delivery to get rid of Rohit Sharma, first up by Mark Wood. So yeah, we're set here. The question is, can England continue applying the pressure that's been put on this India lineup by Mark Wood brilliantly, maiden in that last over. Mahmood continuing, his 4 overs have gone for 25, came very close to the wicket of Virat Kohli as this ball again gives Shubman Gill no width whatsoever. It's bang on off stump, punch back to the bowler who fields. Bumble, you well? Enjoying the cricket so far?
Yeah, it looks a lovely pitch. Even bounce, even pace. Impressive from Mark Wood. The maiden, that last over, that's a rarity.
England have come in with one change. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, as down the track this time, Shubman Gill trying to disrupt the length of Saqib Mahmood. And again, it's played straight defensively by the batter. One change, Tom Banton, who was in and around the England white ball setup a few years ago. I remember Gareth Batty talking about him on and off air with real wonderment, actually. Really looked like he was going to be at the forefront of the white ball revolution for England for a number of years. But as is what happens with these young players, it didn't quite work first time, and then he went back to the county game, went back to white ball cricket domestically. Struggled a touch as this is angling in on off stump again and defended by Shubman Gill. But last year I thought it was terrific. Red ball and white ball cricket. And it's a bit of an ask though, isn't it? He was in England on Saturday and Sunday. Now he's in Ahmedabad, about to play India.
But he has been playing in Dubai?
He was in Dubai, yeah.
I don't think he played in the SA20. I think he just played in Dubai, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was in the IL T20, and he had to go back to England and then back to India. So the conditions won't be completely alien, of course. England might end up playing in Dubai. As Shubman Gill down the track, he's tired of playing defensively. A little bit of a slog swing. Pulls this up and over mid-wicket. A couple of bounces, 43 for 1 India.
And good footwork, nimble footwork, a short ball, and from Mahmood. And he skips down the pitch and pulls powerfully over mid-on. Looking to get after Mahmood. They've been very respectful of Mark Wood. Mahmood is slightly slower, mid-130s for Mahmood.
That was a good shot from Gill because he kept his eye on the ball and he didn't lose his body shape. And he actually met the ball with the full meat of the bat. This time he's got his boundary and he's back to playing defensively. 43 for 1 India. Shubman Gill moves to 20 with that boundary.
Well, for young cricketers, the way that he sets up Shubman Gill, he's got a lovely setup. He's very relaxed at the crease. He's got a trigger movement that is just as the bowler gets into his delivery stride, he has a slight movement towards the offside with his back foot, which really sets him up. He's very relaxed in his setup, and of course he likes coming down the pitch. We saw that with that shot that he played against Mahmood, that he came down, skipped down, hit him for 4.
One wideish first slip and he's down the track again. Possibly Saqib Mahmood just drags his legs back a touch. Either way, he's hurried, not given any width whatsoever. This is a good little battle. 4 runs coming from Mahmood's 5th over. India 43 for 1, 9 overs in.
Bumble, I don't know if you've seen it, but the umpire on their left arms have the save organs symbol, which is this big green sash that they have. But the problem is that because it's on the left arm,
It's right behind where I should say, it's just behind where the bowler is actually delivering the ball. I think there's a lot of batters in international cricket who would notice that and ask the umpire to take that away. Douglas Callis, there's no way Callis is batting with a little green thing flapping behind the bowler's hand.
Johnny Bairstow?
Oh, Bairstow. Bairstow would have gone up with scissors by now.
Sachin Tendulkar, Dean Jones.
Yeah, wow.
We're going to have our first bowling change, and this is a big moment in the match because it's Gus Atkinson replacing Mark Wood, and Virat Kohli comes forward and pushes a length delivery in and around a fourth stump line into the covers and comes through for a single. 44 for 1. He's been expensive in the series so far, ODIs and T20s. There'll be a little bit of pressure on Gus Atkinson's shoulders.
Yeah, they will. They've got after him, but I'm just watching the way that these two batters play, and they're looking to come forward. And you just see that shot. Atkinson comes in, and Virat Kohli pushes towards him, comes forward, meets the ball.
This time, Shubman Gill is going to take a boundary through third. Atkinson, slightly unfortunate though. Shubman Gill playing with bat well away from body, chasing the ball a touch. And I'll have another look. Did that come off the face of the bat, or was it a thick outside edge, Bumble?
It's a thick outside edge, and a captain will be thinking, if only. I've got a slip in. If I'd have put that slip at fourth slip, he's a goner. Excellent delivery from Atkinson, but he goes for 4. It's in the air.
Down the track, driven. And this is smartly fielded by Atkinson, low to his right. Otherwise, I think that would have been back-to-back boundaries.
I just mentioned that both these players are coming down the pitch, but they're measured, they're controlled. From what I've seen of England, when they come down the pitch, it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
They're swinging like a rusty gate. But these shots that these two are playing, Kohli and Gill, they're measured shots coming down the pitch, but keeping head still.
Here is Atkinson. This is pitched up and on the pads. Shubman Gill will probably feel he's missed out. Picked out short mid-wicket perfectly. 48 for 1 India. 2 balls left of the 10th over.
No swing at all. From the 3 bowlers that we've seen pitching the ball up, nothing in the air. Looks a lovely pitch.
Yeah, whatever moisture might have been in that pitch as just those first few overs. You'd think under the sun has baked away now as Gill forward driving imperiously, holds the position. Straight drive from the bat of Shubman Gill. And that is a handsome shot. 50 up for India, and Atkinson's gone for 9 inside his first over. Pressure on the England bowler.
Well, it's a massive stride as he meets the ball with a check drive. It's it dead straight. How can you combat this? You can bring your mid off and your mid on very, very straight to encourage him to hit across the line.
But that shot is exactly what you're talking about, isn't it? It was a controlled shot, playing within himself. Dot ball to finish the over, pushed to mid on. You know, strong base, came forward, didn't lose his shape, full face of the bat, didn't try and overhit, timing and a little bit of power as well.
There's one thing that you add to that for all batters: keep your head still. On impact, keep your head still. And I mentioned just earlier, when England have come down, in what I've seen, it's all or nothing. And looking for that enormous shot that I can hit it out of the stadium, and you lose your shape, you lose control, you're not watching the ball, which is paramount. You've got to watch the ball. Unlucky there, Atkinson. He's gone for the thick outside edge for 4, finished up that his first over's gone for 9.
Yeah, I would be slightly concerned because I think that there was one ball that went onto the pads of Gill, which could have gone to the boundary. There was another straight drive, which was fielded by the bowler. So Joe Root, we talked about Joe Root needing to bowl a good quota of overs today. He and Livingston are going to have to make up 5th bowler duties, and he's coming on early. 11th over. He's coming up against Virat Kohli. No slip in place, and this is tossed up on off stump and clipped away for a single to mid-wicket.
bit surprised that his bowling average is 60 in ODI cricket. Like, I know he doesn't have a low bowling average, but I would have expected a 40 or 45. 60 seems to be pushing it. It's almost allergic to wickets.
He ain't going to get many wickets, is he? He's going to be defending all the time. He's got some work to do. Josh Butler as captain.
This is tossed up again. It's a touch wider. Gill comes forward. Push back to the bowler. No run.
There's one thing that England don't have. It's mystery. They've no mystery spin at all.
This time on the pads of Gill. There's protection out on the boundary on the leg side. 3 fielders at deep square, mid-wicket and long on. And one at forward at deep point. That's another single.
Bowling very slow, around 85k, so he's trying to get it to spin.
And again, this is clipped to mid-wicket. It's fielded. Is that Butler there? Either way, no run. 54 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2.
They'll be counting these overs down from Root and Livingston.
On the sweep, it's top edge. Fielder out there, but it's just going to drop safe and reaches the boundary as well. Fielder was on the boundary, backward of square. Possibly why Kohli played that shot, but it was certainly a bit top edgy. And India moved to 58 for 1. Root finishing the over. Thick outside edge from the bat of Virat Kohli. No first slip. There is a short third. Chase on for Rayan Ahmed, I think, who's on the field. I'm not sure for who. Puts in the dive, but can't prevent the ball from reaching the boundary. So 9 runs coming from that over as well. 18 from 2. India 62 for 1 after 11.
Not the best dive by Rayan Ahmed there. That's a dive you put in so you can show everyone how keen you are. It's also the one that ends up injuring your arm or your shoulder. He's got away with that. Just those last 2 balls, quite interesting. Kohli doesn't sweep all that much, and it's over the last year he started to really bring it in more. I'm not even sure Rayan Ahmed actually dived there. Did he fall? He was running so fast, he might have just tripped. It's really awkward, but yeah, he's going off the field, so I hope he's okay. His arm, it looked like to me his arm just hit the screen. They might just be having a look at him for a second. He doesn't look like he's in too much trouble. But yeah, just watching Virat Kohli sweeping, it's not something he's done all that much, but he brought it into the IPL last year because he became a little bit too predictable against spin. But that last one, again, top edge, not completely in control. So the last 2 balls, Root almost added to his wicket tally, Bumble. He's mystery spinner.
And he went for 2 fours.
It didn't work.
But you see the bowling changes. We saw the opening bowlers, Mahmood and Wood, bowl really well. Bowling changes, last 2 overs. 1 for Atkinson, 1 for Root, 19 runs.
62 for 1 then. 11 overs in here on talkSPORT 2. Gus Atkinson, second over. And once again, Shubman Gill trying to get onto the front foot. This is pushed up to mid-on where it's fielded by Mark Wood.
It's dead straight from Atkinson. There's no movement. He's just trying to bowl a length. Mid-130s. He can get quicker than that. Other options for England. Livingston, Rashid.
No Jamie Overton today. This is short and down the leg side and called wide.
Have there been any bounces? Have we seen any bounces? I don't think we have.
That was it, wasn't it?
Well, there's one there, short and wide down the leg side from Atkinson, but the way that Kohli and Gill are playing, looking to get forward, pushing forward, coming out of the crease forward.
Here is Atkinson. Gill can't beat short mid-wicket. No run. 63 for 1.
So I wonder if Atkinson now, knowing that it's not going to swing, and he's bowled a couple of full deliveries which have one found the edge and one's gone for 4, he's just dragged his length back now, bowling just back of a good length. Got a ball straight.
Yeah, England have been pretty good. They haven't given much width so far. And again, he's bowling straight. Fielder at mid-wicket, Harry Brook fields So this is a bit better from Atkinson. Just the wide from the over. But India in a good position after losing Rohit Sharma early. 6 for 1 when Mark Wood dismissed the Indian skipper with an absolute peach of a delivery. She took the outside edge. But Atkinson, there's the width that Shubman Gill was waiting for. There is a fielder out on the deep point boundary, so it'll just be a run. And that was a touch wayward from Atkinson.
Well, from England's viewpoint, you're just looking at other teams who are preparing for the Champions Trophy. There are plenty in the top order who are getting hundreds. The top 4 batters score 100, and the rest can play around you and you get your 300 plus. England have not done that. There have been a couple of 60s, pretty 40s, need big runs.
This time Virat Kohli tries to definitely glance the ball down to third, but picks up the fielder who's inside the circle.
Now Atkinson's got to finish this. It's a good over so far. It's included a wide, so there's an extra delivery in there. This is his last delivery. No damage this over.
3 short balls in the innings so far, 1 each from Wood, Mahmood and Atkinson. But yeah, you're right, Bumble. Can Atkinson get out of this over? He can. Again, Kohli coming forward, just steers the ball down to Saqib Mahmood, who's about 5 or 6 yards in from the third boundary. And that's a relatively good comeback from Atkinson. 3 runs coming from his second over. India 65 for 1. If you're listening to us on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, during the mid-innings break we're going to be asking Bumble a few questions. Ooh. So get them in. He doesn't know it yet. If you were to do Masterminds and you weren't allowed to do cricket, what would be your subject of choice?
Probably rock and roll 1960s.
Really?
Yeah, it might be rock and roll 1960s. Obscure, bit of gardening.
Accrington.
Great Lakes of Peru.
York City. Slip in place for Joe Root. But there's no leg slip. And this is a wayward ball down the leg side. And 4 runs from the bat of Virat Kohli. Gets down on the sweep. This is a gimme. India 69 for 1.
Yeah, it's down the leg side. He isn't going to miss that. It just needs a tickle, needs a touch, anything. And a quick outfield.
Yeah, you're not going to have a fielder there, are you? That was a poor ball from Root. This time he gets his lines right. Kohli coming forward with a slip in place, but dead bats it and fields from his own batting and throws it back to Joe Root. No run.
There's 3 4s in a row off Root as well. I know one was a top edge and one was an outside edge, but still.
Wristily slapped down the ground by Virat Kohli. India persisting their front foot approach to batting, whether it's spin or pace. Kohli's 32 not out, Shubman Gill's 30, and India at 70 for 1. It's Joe Root down the track, and that's not too far away from the short mid-wicket fielder. Shouts of catch as Shubman Gill slaps another boundary, and India motoring along 74 for 1.
Check out the footwork. Shubman Gill comes and meets the ball on the half volley, hits it sweetly just wide of mid-on. A couple of bounces, 4 more.
This is tossed up on the pads. This is easy pickings for Shubman Gill. Take a single to square leg. Score moves along. It's been expensive from Joe Root. He's bowled inside the first 15 overs before. He's got 9 wickets at 32, so he's got a better average. This is wide and slapped through extra cover. Chase on for the fielder, but the ball's going to win. Problems. England 1 bowler short, and India are targeting Joe Root. Joss Butler's got a decision to make.
They are targeting, but that was a wide half volley, and he bowled another ball down the leg side, and he's an off spinner. Like, he's bowled 2 balls that deserve to be hit, but they are coming after him because they've looked at the scorecard the same as us and going, oh, they look like they're a bowler short here, so we're not going to let Root bowl.
Exactly that. And the coach and the captain and the team themselves on the whiteboard will say, put them under pressure. They have 2 part-time bowlers who've got to get through 10 overs. How many do we want from those 10 overs? 80 will be nice. 80, thank you. Atkinson under pressure, get after him.
Atkinson continuing down the track again. Shubman Gill, 6 over long on. India are on fire here. 79 from 74. Kohli 36. Gill's moved into the 40s. And you said it looked a good track to bat on, Bumble. So it is proving. After the initial forays, which went the way of England, now it's about these Indian batters.
This is great control. Coming to meet Atkinson, who's gone full again. I mentioned in that last over that he's gone back of a length. The field change, deep long on, in position. And that delivery, he went full. He skipped down Shubman Gill, met him on the half volley, hits him for 6.
Gill will take a single to square leg as Gus Atkinson drags his length back a touch, but the damage has been done in the over.
A scrambled seam as well from the ball that was pumped down the ground powerfully for 6. He's gone a long way into the concrete.
Once again, Bumble, he's not trying to overhit, is he?
No, control. Head position so important. Watch the ball, keep your head still.
There's a calmness about Shubman Gill, even when he's hitting 60s. As Virat Kohli rides the bounce. Crouch position, just places this down to Sakeem Mahmood at 3rd. Another single, gets off strike. 87 for 1 India.
So the eye-catching innings is Gill, 42 from 42. Just look at Kohli. He's eased his way to 37. In total control. Just knocks the ball down to 3rd man, gets a single, rotates the strike, keep busy.
Here is Atkinson, and Gill just moving slightly to the offside. Again, takes a comfortable single to square leg. And if you're England, what you will be most concerned about, I would suggest, is that Virat Kohli, who has not looked comfortable in many of the innings that he's played recently, seems to have just eased into his work here.
Well, I think he was struggling when the ball was moving away from him. And everything that's come straight or come in, he hasn't had an issue. And he's facing a dead straight bowler at the moment in Atkinson and an off-spinner.
Another single, this time from Virat Kohli. Harry Brook has to scamper around to collect at square leg, thinking that there might be 2 there, but they'll take the 1. 89 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2, India.
So he had about, 7, maybe 5, 6 play and misses, and then he had the run out where he tried to run himself out. So he gave England a couple of chances to get him, and now you're like, well, he'd almost have to fall over from boredom at the moment.
What were those odds again for Kohli? 100?
I think they've gone down.
Absolutely.
1 ball left of the 14th over, and pulled away, and it'll be 4 more. No real pace, just a touch short, and Shubman Gill is seeing them so well now. Helps this along to the boundary. Joss Buttler and England have got problems at both ends.
Talk about back of a length from Atkinson. This is short. It's round about waist high. And Shubman Gill just stands tall and pulls it away in front of square. So boundaries are coming. Big boundary shots. Kohli's getting the single, throwing it back to Gill. Gill's accelerating, 47 from 44. Kohli 38 at a run a ball.
Well, no real surprise that the Joe Root experiment.
They were a really good band in the 60s. Then Bumble's a specialist on the Joe Root experiment.
I set him up. It's come to an end. 24 runs from his 2 overs. So Adil Rashid has been brought into the attack. 14 overs in. So he's going to bowl the 15th over. He's got to slip in place. And Virat Kohli playing deep in his crease. Just hurried a touch, pushing this to mid-wicket. No run. Fired in at the stumps. Maybe Brook there. England really don't want to be playing Kohli back into form, as reaching forward, Virat Kohli's missed this delivery and he's been hit what looked like on the back leg. Did it hit the front pad first? Was there a little inside edge? Rashid, Butler, Salt and Brook all considering the review. The body language, well, they're going to go for it.
Where's it pitched? Was it pitched outside leg? Good delivery. A bit slower, a little bit of drift. We're on review.
Kohli looks...
We have a review for LBW.
Concerned.
On-field decisions not out.
And he looks a bit angry with himself. But the body language of England suggests that they're this is one that they're going for. More in hope than expectation.
Where's it pitched?
Yes.
Pitched outside. Pitched outside leg.
And roll that back for me one more time, legs.
He's incredible though. Again, the minute the ball starts moving away from him, he's looked in trouble. He didn't look in trouble for the last 25 minutes. But yeah, he's not going to be given out on this one. And the camera angle's a little bit to the side.
I just wonder about the angle. They're looking now at ultra edge. I think he's missed this completely.
And hits the ground there. Thank you. There is.
It's his back leg.
Does it not hit the
tracking, please,
the little flap on his pad?
It might just hit one of the fasteners on his front pad.
Yeah.
But he definitely doesn't hit the bat. Now, where does it pitch? I think it's pitched outside leg.
Stand by.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe umpire's call.
Waiting for ball tracking now. It just needs to be set up. People say, how does it take so long? Well, it has to be set up by the technos. Spectators, I know, will be looking anxiously at big screens. Virat Kohli, I wonder what he's thinking. He'll know where it's pitched. He'll have it in his mind that's pitched outside leg.
You ever listen to any techno?
Yeah.
Have you?
Not a fan.
Stand by. Still building ball tracking.
Still building this ball tracking. Sometimes you get it quickly, sometimes you don't. This is one of them. You don't get it quickly. Oh, come on.
Maybe they're struggling to connect to the mobile network.
It's not out.
Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now.
Oh!
Outside leg.
It's pitching out.
You'll be staying with your original decision of not out.
Hang on, that's not right.
Signal now.
It's not out, and Bumble's called it. It did pitch
millimetres.
It's umpire's call. That's come up as green as it pitching outside leg, and it didn't pitch outside leg. That was umpire's call on where that ball pitched.
He's still in anyway.
Yeah, the decision was a correct one, and it wasn't overturned. But I think it's because not enough of the ball was pitching in line. Adil Rashid goes for a very similar type of delivery, which this time Virat Kohli does get bat on. Shubman Gill's 4 or 5 paces down the track and he's sent back.
He spun a couple. His first over. A little bit. Look how we can see Kohli and Livingston and Salt having a bit of a yarn together. It's millimetres. Outside leg stump for the LBW. Good over.
Again, Rashid floating one up on the boots of Kohli, who scuffs it to the offside. No run. Either way, it's been a good over from Adil Rashid, hasn't it?
Very good.
Here is Kohli.
Down.
Opens up his batting stance and strikes this ball, which Adil Rashid tries to field with his left boot down the ground, and he gets off strike and moves to 39. He's angry with himself, Kohli, admonishing himself, hitting his bat. England fielders seem like they're having a little bit of a joke with him, saying he's came within a fraction of getting out. They didn't seem to find it quite very funny. As Shubman Gill defends a straighter delivery, and that brings to an end an entertaining, an action-packed over which yielded 1 run. Came close to the dismissal of King Kohli. He's still there though. 15 overs in. Going to have a drink. Only 39 not out. 47 to Shub McGill has looked masterful. Shub McGill looks a bit like Sav Ganguly, doesn't he?
Well, he plays wonderfully well, and Ganguly was a fabulous player. Real steel about Ganguly. If I was the match manager there, or the England coach, I'd be asking, politely, very politely of course, why did it take so long to build that pitch map? Why did it take so long? This is millimetres. When you see the decision, it took a long, long time. Why?
Plenty of batting to come for India. Hardik Pandya at 5 and Axar Patel at 6. KL Rahul at 7. But Shreyas Iyer, the next to come in. And it's feeling like it's going to be a long afternoon for the England bowlers and fielders.
Well, your projection, you look at 94 for 1 after 15 overs. We'll see where they are after 30 overs. The way that this is progressing, and looking at India's batting lineup, this is north of 350, I would say. So England with a bowler light have so much to do.
Now, Gary Morgan, our scorer, sent a stat about half an hour ago. So there have been scores of 400 plus in 2 of the last 3 List A games at this ground. Hold on to your hats.
I think this is going to be a huge score. There's a good partnership from England. They need to break this partnership, get a new batter in. Reuter's gone. It's Gill and Kohli together. Shreyas Iyer, Hardik Pandya, Axar Patel, KL Rahul, Washington Sundar. They will keep coming. The pitch is lovely. It's a gorgeous pitch for batting. England with a bowler light. They're going to have to muddle through 10 overs. Atkinson off the pace, 3 overs for 26, so they've got after him. Root, 2 overs for 24. They've got after him. So it leaves a lot with Mahmood and Wood. Need wickets.
I mentioned it a moment ago, but if you're listening to us and you want to ask Bumble a question, then please get it to us on Twitter at cricket_TS, hashtag AskBumble, or on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, the chat box there, the chat facility. Get your question in, hashtag AskBumble, and we will we'll pose the great man the question. So your specialist subjects outside of cricket are gardening, I'm 60s rock and roll.
Yeah, I'm an enthusiast at gardening. It's all in the mulching.
What about
should the questions be specifically about mulching?
No, just question, and polite questions. If it's on that Twitter X, be polite.
Polite inquiry.
You should head over to Blue Sky, Bumble.
What's that?
It's a gardening joke. Right.
So what else? Bit of travel in there? You've been around the world. What's your favourite non-cricketing playing country?
Oh, none? Oh, gosh. I don't think I've been anywhere that's
Italy?
none.
You must love it. You must have had a bit of time in
Spain.
Italy.
I've been to Spain a little bit. I like Mallorca. I've only been a couple of times, but
Really?
I quite liked it.
I suppose you spent many
I'm
a winter
I'm not a traveller. I love the UK. I absolutely love the UK. Going into sort of coastal areas that nobody else goes to. I like that.
Liam Livingstone's going to get a bowl, replacing Gus Atkinson. This is a full delivery and a single taken to deep mid-on. Virat Kohli moves into the 40s. Shub McGill's already there. India 95 for 1, pushing 100 at the start of the 16th over. You could be a tourist guide for England.
I'd like that. That'd be nice.
Tossed up again. This is on off stump and driven up to Harry Brook at long off. Another run. Be interesting to see how India go against Liam Livingstone, because essentially they've hit Joe Root out the attack, they've hit Gus Atkinson out the attack, and they might be about to do the same to Livingstone, as gives this ball a touch more air. It's quite wide, there's a bit of dip on it, and it's kind of slapped to long off for a single.
You never know what he's going to bowl. The first 3 deliveries have all been leg spin.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's off spin, but these first 3 are leg spin.
This time, there's another leg spinner from Livingston. Gill comes forward and defends on off stump. Steve Harmison was in the England dressing room in the build-up to this ODI.
Did they know that?
Of course. A bit more air this time from Livingston, and driven, fielded an extra cover, no run.
What was he doing there?
Just, this is one of the great things with Harmy. He's still got, good relationship with some of the key members of the England team. He's always welcomed. Turn, just a fraction of turn away from the right-hander. As Livingston, the leg spinner, zips through and over. 3 runs coming from it. India 97 for 1.
Two calm overs. One from Rashid with an LBW appeal and a bit of leg spin from Livingston. Just 3 singles. 97 for 1 India.
Yeah, I think we've had that. We've experienced that over the years with talkSPORT, haven't we? Remember, what was that test match where Goffey was in the dressing room with Harmy and Matt Pryor?
They're
Jarrod,
very lucky,
that?
lads. They're very, very lucky. I broadcast for years. I've never been in England dressing room. Got
Was
a
that
job
in
to do.
Joburg? Wanderers?
South Africa,
You
wasn't
wouldn't
it?
get Roy Keane wandering into Man United's dressing room, would you?
I don't know. I think Roy Keane could do if he
Gary
wanted.
Neville?
At the end of a tour. And this was at the end of I think it was the end of the 2020 tour of South Africa, which England had won 2-1, and I think the guys were invited in for a beer, which I thought was a nice touch. Rashid continuing, big shout for leg before wicket against Virat Kohli in the last over. This is driven back to the bowler who dives but can't prevent the run. Kohli moves to 42, Shubman Gill 48, India 2 away from 100 inside the 17th over.
Let it go, lads. You're broadcasters now. Let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Mate, it's a free drink, Bumble.
Oh,
you
there
do
is
know
that.
Harmy. This is
I think Steve Harmison's a very generous lad. I don't think you put him into that tight category,
I'm
which
not
I could mention 1 or 2. Oh, a free drink, yeah. I don't care where it is.
Take out the word free. That bit's not important. It's the drink. Kohli. Yes, he'll take it. Well, he won't take a single actually because there's a fielder up inside the circle, back with a square leg, and Kohli feels like he's missed out on a delivery from Rashid, which bounced a touch more but was too straight. So Rashid continues, bit of turn, and Kohli drops this into the offside. Shubman Gill comes through for it. What actually turns out to be a comfortable single. 100 up for India inside the 17th over.
I know Joe Root didn't bowl well, but I do think the wrist spinners are getting a little bit more action on here.
There's a little bit of spin for the wrist spinner.
Just stopping, isn't it, in the pitch as well?
And the ball's turning away. The ball's turning away from the right-handers as well. So, this is a little bit of a drag down from Rashid. Possibly googly, either way, short, wide, and slapped through cover for 4.
He's just tried one out of the front of his hand, which is a drag down outside off stump.
And Shubman Gill reaches 50 as well. But better than a runner ball, and he's looked so calm and composed throughout. The milestone almost passed us by. Tossed up, and this delivery from Rashid, which again just does turn a touch, is pushed back, no run. 104 for 1 then. Virat Kohli 43, Shubman Gill 53. As Chetan Narula, Steve Harmison, that man, dressing room, not attendant.
No, I mean, I know that he does get thirsty. I know he does get thirsty.
Not for long.
Like Alan Brazil, they get thirsty, them lads.
Him and Brazil, they do get on well. Either way, he's probably got his right to reply, waiting. Let's head out to Neil Manthorp, Chetan Narula, and of course Steve Harmison.
I'm sure that Harmy's right of reply will be being formed as I speak. Down the wicket, drive down towards long off, over the head of Jamie Overton. I think it's down there. He's on the field as a replacement fielder. But Virat Kohli using his feet in magnificent style. He's going to run a ball now. He's just, it was a ripping leg spinner from Livingston. It didn't turn a lot, but it had a lot of revolutions on it. He's just used his feet, hop and a skip, got to the pitch of it, taken on the fielder. He didn't mind at all that the fielder was there. He's hit it straight over his head. Cleared him by, maybe a yard and a half, perhaps. Kohli now steers it behind square on the offside for a single to bring up his 50. Joins Shubman Gill on the landmark. And it might just be a little bit of a landmark over in this innings, Harley.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was a good shot. It was a quality shot. The 6 down the ground. I think Livingston's disappointed that Jamie Overton came in off the boundary and then got. If he stood on the boundary, he might have had a chance of getting a catch. But good 50 for India, good 50 for Kohli.
Livingston in once again, steered defensively. He's looking for a single with Shubman Gill, but it's gone straight to backward point. No chance of a run, Saki Mahmood Fields.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's. India know that England will need to fiddle 5 overs each or 10 overs between Livingston and Root.
Down the wicket again. He's absolutely middled this one. No question of Jamie Overton being interested in this one, unless it is to climb over the crowd barriers to fetch it from row 15. Massive, massive blow. Virat Kohli using his feet once again.
Again, it was the first one from Kohli was touch, it was timing, it was finesse, it was ease. That was Shubman Gill, and that was power.
Certainly was, goodness me. Short again, dragged down, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Rian Ahmed's on the field now. He's scurrying around the square leg boundary, or deep mid-wicket boundary, to go and fetch this one. Virat Kohli's on 50, Shubman Gill, and that 6 moves on to 60 from 55 balls. Coming and going for the England fielders. Short and cut away by Virat Kohli behind square on the offside. Another single.
They took Joe Root for 24 runs in his first 2 overs, 19 of Livingston in his 2 overs. So India know that Joe Root and Liam Livingston have to do quite a bit of bowling today, and they picked those 2 to target, and it has worked so well thus far.
16 off that over, because there are only 3 off Livingston's first.
Yes. So overall, across those 4 overs, they've got 43 runs, going at more than 10 and over. That's a tactic that India have deployed today, and England will be thinking how to counter that.
Harry Brook is captain at this moment in time. Josh Butler's off the field. He got a bit of a hand injury just before the last over, and Harry Brook might be thinking he might have to warm up himself. He's probably the other bowling option.
Adil Rashid continuing and guided away by Kohli to backward point. I think I'm one of the only people on earth who thinks that Harry Brook might actually have a serious role as a part-time bowler, and I mean part-time. I'm not suggesting that he has anything more than part-time, but there have been some very good part-timers in the history of cricket. They don't bowl much, but that one is driven away down towards Duckett at long off, and they go through for a single.
I'm not sure how Harry Brook will thank you for saying that at 121 for 1 with Kohli on 52 and Shubman Gill on 60.
I didn't suggest now. on this pitch in these conditions, I wasn't advocating a bowl for Harry Brook at all. And I know that you were only kidding when you mentioned it. This one pushed, just tucked off the pads nicely, but straight to mid-wicket. But I mean, seriously, if Root or Livingston or one of the bowlers goes down, he is the only option.
He is the only other option. You Duckett, Banton, obviously Salt behind the wickets. Who's the other one? That's it, isn't it? Butler himself, yeah. So yeah, it is. Probably is only Harry Brook, and looking over just towards that England dugout, there's a lot of frantic bodies moving around. England captain's in the middle of it.
Adil Rashid in once again, and a ripping leg break from leg stump to off, but guided away for a single nicely by Virat Kohli. It's not, you don't have to be a genius to work out from the Indian perspective that England have got 7 front-line batsmen and 4 front-line bowlers, and they're having to fiddle 10 overs, so they have targeted those 2, as you said, Chetan. That's a nice drive, but straight to the fielder, short cover, no run. Harry Brook tidies up.
Yeah, started off with that 6 by Kohli, just hit it straight over the fielder's head. For a moment, Virat Kohli, that previous over, was watching if the ball would go anywhere near Jamie Overton, but it just sailed over, and then Shubman Gill.
Adil Rashid in again, ripping leg break, brilliant delivery. Oh, he's got the edge! He's got the edge! Didn't think for a moment because the crowd went silent, but no question, Virat Kohli knew it. Bat under the armpit, and off he goes. Brilliant from Adil Rashid. I have to say that he's bowled some magnificent deliveries. He has been expensive because wickets have been in hand and batsmen have been taking chances against him, but that was an absolute snorter.
Every time he's come on to bowl, he's troubled Virat Kohli, and in Qatar, Kohli did not know that he had edged it. Today, he absolutely knew that he had nicked it, and he walks back for 52. And we've seen how progressively he's troubled Virat Kohli. He's got the reward here, Rashid.
Yeah, it was a good ball. From a Virat Kohli's point of view, I'm not sure he can do much more. I really don't think he can do much more. I think we've seen two of the modern day greats. When you look at the games played, what Rohit Sharma's played over sort of 260, Virat Kohli's 3 short of 300 ODIs, and they're the 2 wickets to go so far, and I'm not sure they could have done too much about it. 2 exceptional deliveries from England, Rashid and from Wood, and that one there just lured Virat Kohli in. It just drifted towards leg stump, and then it's straightened and turned lovely and flicked the outside edge. It hasn't hit it by much, but that faint edge, and you're right, Chetan, Narula, he was off. Didn't even look for the finger from the umpire. He turned and he walked off, and it was a beaut from Adil Rashid.
Just quietly about Phil Salt. People talk about his batting because he opens the batting and he plays a very, very important role. I think that it's probably an extremely good sign and reflects very well on him that so little is said about his keeping.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he's very good. I think he's quite good standing up. I think he's got decent movements when he's standing up. You look at the options that England have got. Butler, even Banton now that's come into it. Jamie Smith, there'll be a clamour for Jamie Smith to come back in, but especially in that number 7 role, if he comes in, he probably will take over the gloves, because not only is Phil Salt a decent wicketkeeper, he's a very, very good fielder as well.
Livingston continues with over number 20, and the first ball is pushed out to extra cover, fielded by Brook.
That was the 5th time in 11 ODIs that Rashid has got Kohli. Overall, 11th time across formats. Joins Tim Southee and Josh Hazlewood. 11 times bowlers to have dismissed Virat Kohli.
Here's Livingston again, a little bit short, and short enough to cut powerfully by Shubman Gill to the sweeper on the cover boundary. What it doesn't say is how many times he's bowled to him and how many runs Virat Kohli has
How many times Virat Kohli's got Adil Rashid? Yeah.
Well, yes, but like we discussed the other day, it's a batter's game, so I think these are small victories for bowlers all round. If you're getting Virat Kohli out 11 times,
absolutely. If you've got a top player on the sort of on your mark as the most dismissed, especially a player like Virat Kohli.
Here's Livingston, and that's flicked away through square leg. They go through for a single. Shreyas Iyer off the mark, first ball, 124 for 2.
But I'll also say that from an English point of view, that wicket came in just the right time because they were upping the ante, and now with Livingston bowling, it just gives him that breathing space, because Shreyas Iyer, I mean, we know he can play attacking cricket, as Livingston bowls this time to Shubman Gill, who plays it late. Third man is up, so he's giving big chase. Will he be able to pull it in? Yes, just a hand. The batters are able to cross over. Saqib Mahmood with the big chase. We just have to wait for the umpire's call. I thought he had pulled that back before the rope.
I can't see. There's a great big wall in my way.
He's, I think he slid into the boundary triangles as he was flicking it back.
Yeah, he saved it. Yeah, that'll do. On the video, he has saved it. So yeah, well done, Saqib Mahmood. But I think it's not only is it good from leaving Livingston's point of view that you've got a new batter in, but it's also from a captain's point of view, because the captain can quickly nip a couple of overs of route, and especially when you're playing and you're trying to fiddle the overs, trying to get through 10 overs. If he can get one of Root and Livingston in here while the new batter's trying to set himself, it buys you a little bit of time further down, further at the back end of the innings.
Liam Livingston in his third over, none for 25. First over went for 3, second over for 16. But it's Shubman Gill on strike as Livingston is in once more, and this time chopped away behind square on the offside. Saki Mahmood has to run to his right, picks up the field, keeps him down to a single. But I have to say that with on the verge of the 20th over being completed, 129 for 2 with the Indian batting depth, it's a daunting platform that they've laid after the early loss of Rohit Sharma for a single. They were 6 for 1, 122 for 2, now 129 for 2. It is a daunting platform, and if things go according to plan, England might well be chasing in excess of 350. That's a long way off, I know, but 129 for 2, 20 overs gone. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
Here's the answer to your question, Neil. Rashid versus Kohli in all cricket. 661 balls, 473 runs, 11 dismissals, 4.2 per over, average of 43, strike rate of 60. I think Rashid will be happy with that. 11 times Virat Kohli with an average of 43. Yeah, he'll be happy.
Yeah, it's not a disaster for Virat.
Neither for Rashid, I would say.
Adil Rashid now, ripping leg spinners continue to Shubman Gill. Pushes that one straight back to the bowler, no run. I wonder whether Shubman Gill's expecting to get a rest for this game. Played in the first 2, scored runs, looked good. Can't rest everyone, can you? In fact, I don't wonder that at all. I'd be amazed if Shubman Gill was hoping for a rest. I think when you're in form, you want to play every game. That one is driven to extra cover, straight to the field and no run.
And I think they took that out of the equation last night when they announced the final squad for the Champions Trophy. Yashasvi Jaiswal dropped from the squad. So after that decision, there was no chance of the top 3 resting today.
Al Rashid from our commentary end, short and pulled away emphatically for 4. I'm afraid that was just a little bit too short, and I mean a little bit too short. Maybe yard and a half.
Yeah, poor ball. Just dragged down from Adil Rashid. I think Shubman Gill was lucky. He was looking as though he was going to go on the sweep because there's the vacant 45. But when he seen it was that short, he just readjusted. It was a little bit of a free hit into the leg side.
Here's Adil Rashid in to get in once again to Shubman Gill. Pushes that defensively straight back up the wicket. You used a term in the last game with which I was unfamiliar. I heard it once before, years and years and years ago. You called it the stand-up sweep. Here's Adil Rashid again, and it's pushed down the ground to long on, fielded by Harry Brook. It's a lovely term, and it describes the shot perfectly. You just don't see it very often. You know, short arm pull shot, but it is literally you often see batsmen who premeditating a sweep,
or a batter will use it against a fast bowler when the ball doesn't quite bounce as much, and he'll try and help it round the corner.
Here's Adil Rashid once again, and forward comes Shreyas Iyer, guiding that one into the covers. Straight to Joss Butler, no run. End of the over, 21 gone. India 134 for 2. Looks an absolute belter, this pitch. One for the World Cup final. It's the same strip. That was a lot drier, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was a used pitch. This is obviously much fresher in comparison. That had been used previously in the tournament. The same pitch, if I'm not mistaken, the India-Pakistan game was played on. So a couple of weeks later, they were playing the final on that tricky bit. There was a fresh pitch available, but the hosts, India, decided to choose the used pitch for that particular final.
And is that, Jets, is that why... Yeah, I look at the India squad going to the Champions Trophy, which was announced yesterday, and I just wonder, after this ball manners.
Liam Livingston from the far end continues, and driven firmly down the ground towards long on, single.
Leaving Jaiswal out, bringing in Chakravarti, is it, does the ILT20 just happened in Dubai? The games that are in Dubai, potential semi-final and final, or England or India playing that extra spin, taking that extra spin bowler for that reason?
Yeah, that is definitely the reason, because we've seen pitches across UAE, they are getting tired. It's not just the ILT20, there's a lot of cricket action happens prior to that as well. Afghanistan play a lot of cricket there, Ireland play a lot of cricket there. October, November, we saw a lot of international matches there, so the pitches are tired.
Here is Liam Livingston again, and turned out a short, fine leg and fielded by Adil Rashid. 135 for 2.
Also, the games are starting a tad earlier to adjust for the Indian time. So the last hour of play in the evening is when you would expect some dew, if at all it comes in, as Livingston bowls to a Shreyas, who tries to drive it past the bowler, but a diving effort from the bowler, and he stops it. Good effort from Livingston to stop that one. So if dew is only a factor in the last hour of play, then spin does come into action throughout the day, as Livingston bowls once again. But this time, just pulls out, last moment of his bowling mark. Just mind games, perhaps? I thought Shreyas Iyer was ready. He is ready now, again, as one slip in position, Livingston bowls. Driven this time, again, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. In fact, that's mid-wicket, which is slightly squarer. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the combination there, because now you have 3 and +1, a fast bowling all-rounder. Livingston once again, Shreyas Iyer, this time drives on the offside and down towards long off for a single. So it's a weird one to answer. 5 spinners, you can say, is a bit much for an ICC event.
Well, not if a couple of them bat like Jadeja and Akshar Patel, and I mean you can bat them in the top 5. Steered away, slice drive, more of a hit than a steer, but beautifully timed from Shubman Gill. He's got 4 runs. That's just an immaculate piece of skill, using his wrists and the pace of the bowler, and chipping it behind square on the offside. Beats the sweeper on the cover point boundary, and Shubman Gill 77. Shreyas Iyer has 2. India now 140 for 2. Does look a bit wearying, doesn't it? It's eye-watering.
He looks good, doesn't he? I mean, he really does. He's easy on the eye. He's lovely to watch. He looks as though he doesn't really get out of second gear. We're talking about a guy now who averages 60 in ODI cricket. 60 in ODI cricket. He is a fantastic player, Shubman Gill.
Here's Adil Rashid, and pitches it up, tosses it, gives it some air, and it's driven through extra cover gloriously by Shreyas Iyer. Well, it's part of the leg spinner's armoury, isn't it? Get it up above the eye line, give it some air, see if you can induce an error, attempt the drive, and he did tempt it, and temptation was taken.
Temptation was taken, yeah. Challenge accepted. Just didn't dip the way Adil Rashid normally gets it, but it would take nothing away. It was a fantastic shot.
Another one, double tempter, and this time, as most really good batsmen do, know that don't try to get carried away with momentum and adrenaline. He's just taken a single this time, a gentle easing single down towards long off. Adil Rashid turns once again to the crease now, tries his luck with the new batsman, or the other batsman, Shubman Gill, who's 77 off 69, pushes that one to cover. Duckett fields no run.
I thought Shreyas Iyer was really getting into position for that particular shot, even in the previous over. This time it's Gill who's facing Rashid, and he's forward and defending. A little more dip on that one, but it was just that little bit of air that Rashid had given, which allowed Shreyas Iyer to get his shot in.
Tell you what, projected scores, they go at 8 and over from here, 363. That's driven out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. They'll go through for another single. Rian Ahmed is on the field. Jos Buttler is back on the field, so he's captain again. He was off the field for 3 or 4 overs. We think he may have, it's just a finger injury, hand injury, maybe a wrist, but he just had some strapping, some taping. Now Rian Ahmed's on the field, trying to work out who's left the field once again for England, who been through some personnel on this tour. 8th game and 16 players used. This one punched off the back foot out towards the sweeper again on the cover boundary. Harmy's done the numbers.
It was Mark Wood. He's now on his way back on. So Rian Ahmed's going to go off the field, and Mark Wood's now back on. So England are back to their first 11. Saki Mahmood going off. No, Saki Mahmood's just going down to the boundary, and Rian Ahmed has gone off the field.
Well, look at these projected scores. I mean, you never mind about per over here because it's slightly misleading. But yes, 8 and over 363. You don't score at 8 and over. What happens is you'll have some big overs. The points to look out for are the fact that Joe Root's only bowled 2 overs, Livingston has bowled 4, so that's 4 left between them.
And you're also assuming that the other 3 are going to bowl their 10, the other 4 are going to bowl their 10, where Atkinson's gone for 26 off 3, who's going to come back now. And you look at it and you think, India from here, if they don't get 350, they'll be really disappointed.
Here's Atkinson then, and first delivery is punched away by Shreyas Iyer to the sweeper on the cover boundary. I tell you what, I still feel slightly unusual to say this, but I'm feeling more 400.
From an Indian perspective, that'll be really great if they can get 400, just one game short of the Champions Trophy, which would mean their middle order would have had a hit as well. You have Hardik Pandya, you have KL Rahul, who's aching for a hit. Then Washington Sundar, he's playing today for a reason. Akshar Patel. I mean, all of them will have had a hit if they get to 400. There's no doubt about that. Not to mention these two who've been in stupendous form since Nagpur. And just to answer Harmy's point there, Atkinson, there's no doubt he has to bowl unless and until, I mean, there's no other option for England at the moment.
Here is Atkinson, and short and pulled out towards deep square leg. Not timed. The best of Shubman Gill's ability, but he does pick up a single and move on to 79. Do you know what I mean, though, Harmy? I mean, you know, it's pitch like this, conditions like this, bowling attack. I won't say threadbare, but you know, they haven't had a great tour collectively, and I'm not suggesting that 400 is favourite, but I can just see it happening from here.
Yeah, you can see it happening. I think England have bowled better than they've batted on this trip so far. I don't think they've bowled too badly.
Here is Atkinson again, and that one guided away defensively by Shubman Gill, but he's got a single. He's sloping the face of the bat to backward point.
These middle overs in the games so far have been England's strength. I think England have bowled quite well with the older ball. Rashid's bowled nicely. I think Mark Wood bowled really well in Cuttack with the older ball. I think Jimmy Overton bowled very, very well as well in that middle period in both games. So this is an area where I think England have been better.
Atkinson to Shubman Gill, who takes another single, helps himself to one down to long on. Total moves to 151 for 2. 24th over.
Yeah, just doing the calculation. I mean, even at this rate, they score 180 on by the 30th. And the golden rule in ODI cricket is after 30 overs, with wickets in hand, you double that score. So 180, double that, 360. Yeah, 360 to 380 is
only takes a couple of big overs.
And there's power to come. There's power to come for India.
Yeah, so you see what I mean. 400 is a possibility. As Atkinson is in again, and open face of the bat from Shreyas Iyer straight to backward point, duck it.
You talk about England being threadbare. When Butler was off the field, the most relieved person to see Butler and Mark Wood go back on the field was probably Paul Collingwood, because Paul Collingwood's the next fielder on. England are literally down to the bare bones. Archer won't come on, Carse won't come on, Smith won't come on. So if England do have a couple of more niggling injuries, he's not 50 yet, but he's close to it. Colley could be on the field as a fielder.
Atkinson launched over mid-off for 4. Beautiful shot from Shreyas Iyer. 14 off 14 now. Just so simple. There's not really much to say other than that Gus Atkinson's bowled it in the slot.
Yeah, in the slot.
And
it was perfect.
Dispatched over mid-off for 4.
Aerial. It was aerial. I think his heart might have been in his mouth a second. He's gone back in his crease, gives himself some depth. He's front foot, so his left foot braced front leg, all his weight was going back, but the heel of his front foot was on the bobbing crease, on the crease, so he's given himself some depth. Knowing that the length that Atkinson bowls, keeps bowling that sort of back of a length, so he's given himself some time to give himself some space to get his arms free, and he hit it in the air, but it was a well-controlled shot.
Adil Rashid in now for his 6th over, and this one is not the stand-up sweep, but somewhere between an upright sweep and an orthodox sweep. He's barely down on his right knee before he swept that one away behind square on the leg side for 2 more. The runs are just flowing, that's the problem. You're listening to the England against India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. 33 venues around the UK. Here's Adil Rashid once again. 6th over, and it's a late cut attempted by Shubman Gill, but he misses it. Just spun away from him into the gloves of Phil Salt.
Yeah, Rashid is doing a fine job here. He's holding the fort down for England, but the problem is at the other end. Whether you use Atkinson, Root or Livingston, the runs are flowing. So there's just nobody there to partner on with Rashid. He bowls this time to Shubman Gill, who sweeps as a fielder in the deep, and just a single that comes off it. So they can't just rely on Mark Wood to come on later and say, okay, you know what, now you handle the situation. One of Atkinson or Root really have to just tighten things around. It's more Atkinson than Root, because Root is just a part-timer.
Here's Adil Rashid once again, and it's chipped away down towards long on. Harry Brook will tidy up. They go through for another single. The problem, Harmy, to my mind, is that Adil Rashid's Joss Butler's best option, to take wickets and therefore slow the scoring rate down. He's bowling his 6th over already.
Only 6 over already, and England is still going at 6.5 and over.
And we're only just coming up to the halfway point.
Slightly concerning that as much as Adil Rashid has bowled really well, 5.5 overs, 1 for 26, he's not stemming the tide, because they're going at 10 and 12 and over from the other end.
Here is Rashid, complete his 6th over, the 25th of the innings. That one is chopped away cleverly by Shubman Gill. He goes back and across and just chops it past backward point. They go through for 2 more past Saqib Mahmood. And that is the halfway stage, and it's a daunting platform. It's more than a platform. They've already built the first couple of floors on the foundations, because they're 161 for 2 India. Shubman Gill batting beautifully on 85. Shreyas Iyer's on 15. The 2 men out. Rohit Sharma for 1. Virat Kohli for 52. And it's time to hand over to the A-team. Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd and Jon Norman.
You say double the score at the 30 over stage, or at least they used to. Bumble said it earlier today. If India continue as they were, then maybe we are looking at a 400 score. Shubman Gill has been nailed on for a century from the moment he reached, I don't know, 20? He's 15 away still. Might have done the mocker, got the mockers on him, but he's looked so composed, almost like he's playing computer cricket, just pressing buttons and pinging the ball at over fielders' heads or through the gaps. But Shreyas Iyer, he's going at runnable 15 at the other end, new to the crease after Virat Kohli was dismissed for the 5th time by Adil Rashid. I've got a question for you. I'm a little bit confused because England have lost a review. Atkinson, this is dabbed down to 3rd by Shreyas Iyer, take a single, 162 for 2. There's a call for leg before. Virat Kohli, the on-field call was not out. A new David Lloyd was interested in where the ball had pitched. That was your question. And when it went upstairs, you were right. The ball pitched marginally outside leg stump. But it wasn't a full ball outside leg stump. It was just a portion of the ball. And over 50% of the ball pitched outside leg stump. As this, again, is steered to backward point, no run. But instead of coming up as a yellow umpire's call, it came up as green.
It was green.
As not out. And I think, and I might be wrong, I'm sure Gary Morgan can tell us, I think England lost a review on that, and I don't think they should have. But Gary will tell us, no doubt. A mere footnote, though, because Kohli's not there anymore, and India are in an incredibly dominant position. As this is misdirected by Atkinson on the hip of Shubman Gill, who pulls the ball that he may have actually clipped. Clipped it, would have gone finer and would have gone to the boundary. As it is, he swept and fielded at fine leg. So just a single, he moves to 86. Run rate's more than healthy. And India 2-0 up in this series, and they're playing like it, aren't they? Playing like they're under
batting.
No pressure
really
whatsoever. All the pressure is on the shoulders of the Englishman. As Shreyas Iyer has just picked up a ball on thigh high, on leg stump, and done with it as you'd expect. This is sailed over square leg for another 6.
Six Nations. It's exactly the Six Nations. He's drop kicked this over the pulse, short of a length, drifting towards leg stump, scrambled seam, and he just helps it on its way through the pulse. 6 more.
England came into this match a bowler short. They were relying on Livingston and Root to bowl a full quota of 10, but I'm not sure Atkinson's going to bowl all 10 if he continues going at 10 and over. As Shreyas Iyer languidly just half step forward, meets the ball on good length outside off stump, steers it down to third for a single. He's got the boundary, gets off strike, he's ready for the next over. Shubman Gill will see Atkinson's 5th off. He's gone for 43. Gill 86 from 80. India aren't sweating again. This is on the pads and clipped to fine leg for another run. 171 for 2. It's difficult to see what England can do here, Bumble.
Well, just looking at Gus Atkinson, there's a shake of the head as he takes his cap from the umpire at the end of the over. There's no movement at all. Mid 130s. He's tried back of a length, he's tried full, but 171 for 2 after 26. This is massive. The trick, the sting about it all, 50 over cricket, keep your wickets intact.
Well, you did say it.
Oh, you'll mortar. You keep wickets intact, and we're going to look at that magic 30 overs, see how many they are. This is 400.
Well, the score predictor was hovering around 300 in the first 5 overs. It pushed up to about 320, 330 as Virat Kohli and Shubman Gill got stuck in. It's now up to 360. That's the predictor. Liam Livingstone, whose 4 overs have gone for 32. This is a full delivery, which is down the leg side and clipped away for a single. It was in the air actually for a bit, but no fielders anywhere close to the bat. Slipped long gone, and Shreyas Iyer moves to 23. Do we feel, Jarrod, that injury, as much as anything, has possibly forced England's hand here? It do seem to be very, very light in bowling. They felt a little light even when they had Overton in the side. No room for error as another single to the leg side, Rashid fielding, and India moved to 173 for 2. Shreyas 24, Gill 88.
I wondered if they just wanted to see the spinners on full display to see how they went, which got, Livingston 34 runs off 4.2 overs, and Joe Root hit out of the attack as well.
It's another leg spinner from Liam Livingstone, turning away from Shubman Gill. Backward point beaten, and this races away to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, a short ball again, a little bit too much width. It wasn't terrible, it's just outside off stump, but too short. And he waited for it to spin into the zone and place that away. Again, his best ball has been fine, but he's not a frontline bowler.
Part time, trying to muddle through 10 overs.
It's more than that, isn't it, with Root?
Well, Root's already out of the attack, whether he comes back in.
Again, stands up, not as much turn, but Shubman Gill is looking so strong all around the track. This time, it's not behind point, it's in front of it. Another run, and he moves to 93, 178 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2.
You'd have to say, if that was the idea, just to see the part-timers and give them a bit more overs and everything, so they're more likely to bowl seam in the Champions Trophy than ever before, based on today.
Also, if you wanted to see a spinner, His throw again to Rayan Ahmed. I mean,
Specialist, yeah.
Forward this time, Shreyas Iyer. Takes a single to point, no run. One run, 179 for 2. At the start of the tour, Brendan McCullum said everybody's going to get a game. And maybe there was a long pause and everybody put their microphones away. And then he said, apart from Rayan Ahmed. Because he's not played in any of the T20s or the ODIs. Full toss, driven to extra cover. It's a good diving stop there. And that's a dot ball to finish the over. 8 runs coming from it. Livingston's gone from 40 from his 5.
Well, it's a perfect exhibition, is this, from India. They played it brilliantly. England winning the toss and bowling first. It's a lovely pitch. Easy paced, no movement at all. They've done exactly as you should do in a 50-over game. Keep your wickets intact, keep busy at the crease, rotate the strike, find the boundaries. 179 for 2 in 27 overs. The feature has been the footwork. The footwork of coming down the pitch and meeting the ball and keeping your head still and finding the boundaries. 22 fours and 4 sixes, 179 for 2.
Bumble, do you know how many List A games you played in your career?
A lot. I should say, so that it'd be 40 overs, 60 overs.
Yeah, you played everything. 288 you played.
Yeah.
Do you know how many Tom Banton has played?
Probably more than that.
Tom Banton has played 25.
All right, okay.
Mahmood's has been brought back into the attack. His first 5 overs went for 29, and this is tucked off the hip of Shreyas Iyer for a single. 181 for 2.
Tom Banton's last List A game, so not an ODI international, but his last List A game was in 2019, and he's basically just played for England occasionally since then. And his last ODI of any kind before this was in 2020.
I mean, that's part of the problem with the 100, right? Because if you play in the 100, you don't play any domestic 50-over cricket.
We've gone from the old days of England players playing a kabillion List A games to the new era of, like, you've got to play for England, but you haven't played any List A cricket.
This is short from Mahmood, and Shubman Gill, no timing in his attempted pull. He'll take a single.
So
one more run added to the score.
So that's not satisfactory for selectors. Selectors are therefore taking a punt, aren't they? They've no form to go on and to watch the wherewithal of a cricketer in 50 overs. The selector is actually just taking a punt, and I wonder how this guy will go.
Which country plays the most List A cricket?
England still play a lot, don't they? But it's not the AE players.
Yeah, so I'll rephrase that.
Mitch Stark played in Australia last year, didn't he? But it was rare and an accident.
Another back of a length delivery, which Shreyas Iyer will take a single from. The score 181 for 2, 182 for 2, sorry. Midway point on the 28th over.
Do you mean domestic?
Domestic? So, whether domestic or international.
Well,
which team plays them? Which team now plays, or has the individuals that have the most recent ODI or List A experience?
It's probably Pakistan, because they've got that new competition that comes up before they're going to play anything. So they actually change their tournaments based on what Pakistan's going to play next. So recent times, I would say it was them. India, there's still quite a bit of 50-over cricket played by India, but a lot of the main players still don't play.
Mahmood continuing right arm over the wicket. This is pitched up on the pads of Gill. He'll take a single, and he moves to 95. 5 away from century. Another good partnership for India, overcoming the loss of Virat Kohli for 52. 122 for 2 at that stage. They were 6 for 1 when Sharma was dismissed. Now 183 for 2, and we haven't even reached the end of the 28th over, and their live forecast is just pushing up again past 360.
If you watch the Super 50, which me and 7 other people did in the Caribbean, there weren't a lot of big names in that, but there was List A cricket being played again.
Mahmood again. This is a good over from Mahmood, who's back in the England setup for this series, and it's pushed out to cover from the bat of Shreyas Iyer. No run.
And Shreyas Iyer, England have decided they're going to bowl short at him. Go a number of bounces, at least 5 bounces at Shreyas Iyer. He goes deep in his crease to pull the ball.
Plenty of batting to come for India, but first they've got to get rid of these two. And Gill has just looked so assured today. good track for batting, that's for sure. Well, we'll see when England bat, I suppose. Picked up and pulled, and this reaches the boundary at mid-wicket. And this is the problem. Shreyas Iyer had 2 sighters. He knew the ball was going to be a touch short. He's waited for it, and he's just placed this more than anything up and over mid-wicket and away from the boundary.
It's just a nothing delivery. It's just short of a length, and they've decided they're going to bowl short at him, but he stays back in his crease, goes deep in his crease. Seems an eternity before he plays the shot.
I've never noticed how reminiscent of Virat Kohli Shreyas Iyer is until today. Is it just me? Is it just because he's got that forked beard on the go? But suddenly, I mean, that pull shot there, some of his cover drives, high elbow. Livingston continuing. This is pitching on middle, and it's pushed to mid-on for no run.
5 overs, none for 40, Livingston. It's just part-time.
Yeah, he's not even got the worst bowling figures, has he? This is another leg spinner. A fraction of turn. It's slow turn, and Shreyas Iyer is happy to play back. Cuts this in front of square for a single. 189 for 2.
I hadn't bowled Bethel much, and I wondered if Bethel was fit, we'd see him bowl a couple of overs here, because obviously he's part of their plans.
I think almost certainly, yeah. Oh, a little top edgy there on the cut. Shreyas Iyer bounced a touch more than he was expecting, and the fielder up at short third. I mean, it wasn't anywhere near a catching opportunity, but it didn't bounce that far short of the fielder. So a rare miss shot from Shreyas, who will take a single from the follow-up ball. Nicely clipped single to square leg. That brings Shub McGill on strike. 96 not out. India 189 for 2. 2 balls left of Liam Livingstone's over. He's forward and pushing to extra cover, where this ball is fielded by Ben Duckett. No run.
Just 2 singles from this over. This is better.
Last ball of the over. Keeps a fraction low as well. Gill playing back, but straight. Gets the bat down onto the ball in time, and sees off the over. 2 runs coming from it. 42 from Livingston's 6 overs. He's going to be bowled out, you feel? Going to have to be. India 189 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2. 29 overs into their 50.
We mentioned Jacob Bethel to come into the attack and bowl a bit, but it's defensive bowling. You've got to look at 50 overs and get a bowlers who are potent, wicket takers. If you look at Joe Root and Livingston, you would say they were defensive bowlers. They're not capable of big bowling figures and wickets. And so Bethel, for me, as just an orthodox finger spinner, is exactly the same, because the field is set deep and it's defensive. Whereas your 2 strike bowlers are attacking bowlers. Rashid is an attacking bowler. But if you've got 2 defensive bowlers, you've got a problem.
Shreyas Iyer facing up as Mahmood is in. Again, it's a touch short, clipped away. He's got the line wrong. There's no fielder at fine leg. And this will sail away to the boundary for another 4 runs. 193 for 2, and that's a poor start to the over.
It looks incredibly easy to bat out there, but to be honest, that was a throwdown on his side pad as well. Like, it's a really poor one. I think if you go back to the really good side, 2015 to 2019, they had Rashid attacking in the middle, they had Plunkett taking regular wickets, they had Ben Stokes, and then they had Moeen Ali as a defensive option. It does feel like it's a very different kind of setup that they have now.
Pulled by Shreyas Iyer. He's playing deep in his crease, possibly kept a touch low. Either way, he's pulled it straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, who feels no run.
I think what they want to do is have Livingston/Root as that defensive bowler. Rashid is still being Rashid, and then Carson Atkinson. And obviously, not all of those players are playing here, but it's still not quite at the same level as they were, you know. But Archer will bowl more at the top and the bottom, where I think it's that middle period. What they're trying to do is get the big hit the wicket bowls. They're trying to replicate what they did before, but I'm not sure they're doing it with the same kind of bowlers.
You need 4 attacking bowlers, 4 wicket takers, capable of taking wickets.
They all had a point of difference as well, didn't they? There was variety in the attack as Shreyas Iyer has Little inside edge as he plays with the bat away from the body, and this comes down and hits him on the pad. Mahmood scurries into field.
Yeah, I think Atkinson and Carse, I understand the idea, but they are very similar kinds of bowlers, aren't they? And, you know, Moeen Ali, I don't think Moeen Ali has a great bowling record when you go back and have a look at it, but I still think he probably made you pause a little bit more than someone like Livingston or Root does.
You take Ali over Livingston as a spin bowler, right? Any day of the week. No disrespect. I think Livingston is deserving of his place in the side. And Shreyas Iyer is going to take a 4 through vacant first slip. Foot movement, non-existent. Just given a touch of whip. It's a little outside edgy, but relatively safe shot, I suppose. And another 4 to the score.
If you're going to flash hard. Short ball again, outside off stump. He gets the width and he clatters into this. There are no slips. Very defensive field. Ball races down to third man from a thick outside edge, open face. Boundaries are coming.
Mahmood again, short again, and it's a short arm pulled jab to mid wicket from Shreyas Iyer. How do you feel this pitch will play out as the day progresses?
Well, listening to the toss, Josh Butler was expecting to quicken up and skid on with the dew and so on. I would say, looking at it, apart from the dew, he'd get slower.
We're going to see high quality of spin. Rashid aside, India have got Washington Sundar, Kuldeep Yadav's back. Last ball of Mahmood's 7th over, 2 boundaries in it, and this is in and around off stump, and Shreyas Iyer take a single to the covers, so Shubman Gill's century will have to wait at least another delivery, as it will be Shreyas who will face the first ball of the 31st over. Get to 30 overs, protect your wickets and double the score. We're looking at 400 here, Bumble.
Well, I think it's been 400 for quite some time. And the key to all this is just 2 wickets down, so they've got plenty in the hutch. The crowd is building at the ground, and it's an enormous ground. I think it holds about 110,000. The other thing, what else could England do? We've not seen, or I haven't seen, many slower deliveries. Take the pace off from your quicker bowlers, and particularly Atkinson, and Mahmood, to bowl slower deliveries to keep the batter guessing, change the pace, change it up, change it down. This partnership is 76 from 66. Livingston again.
Big turn from Livingston on that occasion. Shreyas Iyer decides not to play a shot, and maybe wise not to have come forward playing defensively. There's a ripper from Livingston, who's been bowling leg spin today. Tossed up again to the right-handed Gill. Comes forward, no turn there, and it's fielded at point. No run. This is a good start to Livingston's 7th over. 6th over didn't go for many either. This will be a run though. There's a slow turn onto the pads of Shreyas Iyer, who takes a single to mid-wicket. 199 for 2. 1 away from 200. Shubman Gill 4 away from a century. Livingston gives him a little tempter. There's movement there. He's on the cut, is Shubman Gill, and he walks a single.
Brings 200 up, 200 for 2. And if you think back, after 8 overs, it was 39 for 1. And so they've motored along. There's a horsepipe out.
This is tossed up on off stump and driven to the right of Livingston, who puts in a half dive. Another single, and Gill's back on strike, and you can just hear the crowd starting to get a little more vocal. They know that 100 is possibly within 1 shot. Tossed up again on leg stump. Gill's going to get there in singles, you feel. Pushed up to mid-on. Gill moves to 98. The score 202 for 2 on talkSPORT 2.
I just mentioned a horseback. That must have been a recording. We're looking at our big screen. A fella on the outfield's got a horseback.
That must have been before play.
It must have been before play. I thought there's something.
I know it's been a bit slow for the last 3 overs, but
I'm just looking at the big screen.
Maybe that groundsman reads the
there.
game very well, and he knows Shubman's reaching a century. It's all going to slow down for an over. This is my chance.
He was watering the outfield like they do at football matches. At half time at the football matches, all the sprinklers come on.
Well, you say that. I saw a little video. I don't know why it came up on my feed. Fulham's mascot is a character known as Billy the Badger. And in 2008, when Fulham were playing Manchester United, the referee and the players had to wait until the second half started because Billy the Badger was breakdancing and doing backflips on the outfield. The referee had to run over, pick him up and boot him off. Get on with the game, Billy.
He might have been practicing for the Olympics. You go breakdancing, you can win a gold medal for
Absolutely.
that.
Not in Australia, you can't.
Shubman Gill, 98 not out, and I think this is a good little move from Jos Buttler. He's brought back England's most dynamic and impressive bowler today, Mark Wood, whose first 4 overs went for just 14. Nipped out Rohit Sharma with his first delivery of the match. It was a brilliant ball that was bowled at good pace, on off stump, forcing Rohit Sharma to play, and then late movement. The edge was taken, Salt did the rest. With 100 coming, and it just feels like Shubman Gill's aware of that. He's changed his game a touch. Jos Buttler has brought back Mark Wood. Will it work? He's in now, angling in on the pads. Shubman Gill leans forward and just clips this ball to the boundary through mid-wicket. His 7th ODI 100, his first against England. Shubman Gill going at better than a runner ball. The bat aloft, he bows it to the crowd. Now he raises it. What a wonderful innings by the Indian opener. He kisses the bat. And David Lloyd, England will be fearful because there's still bags of time to come.
Oh, I don't think he's finished yet. Quite subdued, that celebration. And it's been a stroll for him. It's been a wonderful innings, 102 from 95 deliveries. Real splattering of boundaries in that, but his control at the crease has been so impressive.
Yeah, it's been regal-like from Shubman Gill. 102 from 95 deliveries. Mark Wood in again, and just drops the bat with a ball in and around 5th stump. Tries to beat the fielder who's inside the circle at 3rd. Just take a single. This is what has really impressed me from India throughout. Each batter almost seems to set themselves up to try and score 1 boundary and over, and then get off strike.
I don't think, and I'm sure you'll agree, that they haven't played 1 slog. They're all proper cricket shots, these. It's a wonderful pitch, a lovely pitch, and England are a bit short at bowling. But he looks, after his century, that he wants a lot more. He's got time to do it.
He has indeed. Wood is in, and Shreyas Iyer just eases forward and goes aerial on the drive. Extra cover is up. There's nobody out at long off. 1 bounce 4. 211 for 2.
47 from 37 from Shreyas Iyer. And he just eases this. Nothing more than that. Wood, a fullish length, and he just pumps it back over mid-off.
Now, if what I said earlier in the over is true, he'll take a single here. We'll see. Wood in again. There is the single. Pushed out to point. Shreyas Iyer gets off strike and moves to 48. Shubman Gill 103 not out with 1 ball to face in India. 212 for 2.
So just look at some of the stats. Over the last 3 years of ODI cricket, Shubman Gill averages 87.3 against spin. Shreyas Iyer averages 79.66 against spin. And they both basically go at a runner ball. The only two players anywhere near them are Ibrahim Zadran from Afghanistan, who averages 77 against it, and Travis Head, who averages 72 against it. They're pretty good against spin, John.
What is Travis Head's strike rate?
His is 115. The really good strike rate against spin is Heinrich Klaassen, who in ODI cricket strikes at 132 against spin.
Last ball of the over, and there'll be another single played straight on the up, and that means a score at the end of the 32nd over, 213 for 2, with some big powerful hitters to come. Shreyas Iyer 2 away from 50. Shubman Gill, brilliant knock of 104. He's still got some to go.
If you look all time, the highest average in my database against spin in ODIs is Mike Hussey. He's at 84. MS Dhoni averages 81, but they both go quite slow. They both go strike rates of 77, 76, so they're slowing down so they stay in against spin. And Iyer has the third most in history, which is an average of 81 with a strike rate of 103. So it's a big jump up, and you don't see anyone else with a strike rate above 100 until you get to Johnny Bairstow, who averages 54 with a strike rate of over 100.
One of their... you weren't with us for the second ODI, Bumble, but one of the...
You weren't with us?
Well, I was outside listening. Probably shouldn't be with you today, to be honest with you. Rashid in, and Shubman Gill will take a single to the leg side for... He moves to 105. Harry Brook. Tell Bumble about Harry Brook's scoring breakdown in terms of the percentage of boundaries scored against spin as opposed to the percentage of ones and twos.
He basically scores against, I'd have to go back and have a look, but against singles and dot balls and twos and threes, he's below average compared to other batters, and at fours and sixes, he's above average. He's not the worst. I think Mitch Marsh's the worst one we found in our system. So, but he's on that kind of trajectory.
This is on-off stump, pushed into the covers, and Shubman Gill's down the track, sent back by Shreyas Iyer. No run, 214 for 2.
So the evidence there, he doesn't tick over, looking for that big shot.
Exactly.
No, not the way a normal number 4 or number 5 would.
Yeah, we'll talk about that actually. This is on leg stump. Shreyas Iyer misses out, thuds onto the pad, no run. So you watch him hit a boundary, and your brain will tell you, because of the manner in which he hits the boundaries, it's also cleanly, true, timing, power, you know. There's an audacity about him. You think this is an absolute gun of a player, and of course when he scores quickly, it's another dot ball. This time fielded square of the wicket on the leg side. 214 for 2. But he doesn't rotate the strike enough. Doesn't get off strike enough. Maybe that's an area of his game that he'll work on, and Goffey tells us he works hard on his game. This is pitched up and slapped to the fielder on the cover boundary from Shreyas Iyer, moves to 49. He's one away from his own milestone. India 215 for 2.
I think India have been brilliant at just rotating the strike, get a single, define the boundary, that's natural.
Last ball of Adil Rashid's 7th over. He's gone for 30 down the track. Shubman Gill lofts this up and just over the fielder at long off. There was a dive there from Banton, but I felt he was in the game as that ball sailed towards him. But in the end, Shubman Gill had put just enough on it, and he moves to 111. India at the end of the 33rd, 221 for 2.
But we've seen this sort of shot before throughout this innings. The last ball of the over just coming dancing down the pitch with real control. Full face of the bat, finding the boundary, finding a 6. The boundary count is very, very healthy here for India. Gill 111 not out. Kohli 52 from 55. Shreyas Iyer 49 from 42. They'll be queuing up to come in. 221 for 2. 33 overs have been bowled. A long, long way to go.
Let's see what we've got as well, because of course England's bowling stocks have been depleted somewhat. 3 overs remaining for Sakeem Mahmood, 5 for Mark Wood. You'd imagine that both of those would be bowled out. Gus Atkinson's still got 5, but his first 5 have gone for 44. Adil Rashid's got 3 more. He will get bowled out.
Rashid's figures are good.
1 for 36 from 7. He and Mark Wood, more than respectable economy rate, and they both picked up wickets.
But it's exactly what you'd expect from the coaching staff and the whiteboard in the changing rooms. Put the part-timers under pressure. They've done that brilliantly. They knocked Root straight out of the attack, 2 overs for 24. Livingston, a part-timer, they've got after him. Gus Atkinson has struggled, not bowled badly, but his figures have not been great, and so they've got after him.
Well, England are going to have to get 6 overs from Atkinson, Livingston and Root. I'm not sure we'll see Root again.
There's nobody else, is there? Banton, is he?
Harry Brook would point out the fact that his 1 Test wicket was Kane Williamson, who was 170 odd at the time.
Well, they might try anybody just for a couple of overs. I mean, look at Root. He comes in the power play, 2 overs for 24. 221 for 2. It's all. There's a real formula to 50-over cricket. Build your partnerships. Don't lose wicket. Be busy at the crease. Find the boundary. Get to that magical 30 overs, and then double the score. It's 400. This.
There is another ODI taking place at the moment in Colombo between Sri Lanka and Australia. How poor was Sri Lanka, by the way? And how good were Australia as well?
I thought that Test series was still supposed to be going on. How did they fit a one-dayer in at the end of it?
Well, it was just a 2-Test series, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, but my point is, they barely finished the Test match and they're already playing an ODI.
Well, if you look at the England home summer, you very often have a Test series with a 3-match ODI, 3-match T20 series in between that and the next Test series.
I'm hearing the wicket over there was terrible, but they got away with it, Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka made 127.
Yeah, they were 55 for 5, Sri Lanka, at one stage, so that's quite a recovery to post 214, isn't it?
I think he's the only one who scored over 30 for Sri Lanka. It's not a very good Australian attack, although to be fair, they might be their World Cup attack, their Champions Trophy attack at this point as well. And then Australia has fallen to 86 for 6. I think Alex Carey just went out not that long ago. He's the only one who's made any runs.
I think 4 of the 6 Australian bowlers have played for Surrey. Mark Woods start this second over. That's actually a missed shot from Shreyas Iyer. He's going to reach 50, but he's given the hurry up. A straight delivery that was short on the body, swivels and pulls. It's the top edge, but falls safe as the fielder comes in from square leg. It's half a celebration from Iyer. Just kind of raises the bat and punches gloves with Shubman Gill and gets back to his mark. 2-2-2 for 2.
In 33.1, there's a lot more runs yet.
Shubman Gill, 111 not out, and he will take a single to mid-wicket on the pull. Moves to 112.
That might be an off-cutter.
Yeah,
it is. It's 131k. He's dropped his pace down, Mark Wood. We've not seen too much of that from England. I think that's something they can really think about from all the bowlers, to be a bit clever, to change pace up, change pace down. Don't be predictable.
Gary Morgan, our scorer's gone early. He's already sent me a list of England's heaviest defeats in ODIs by runs. Going to hand over to Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula in 4 deliveries time as Wood charges in, and there's no run here. Partnership of 101, by the way, we missed that, or rather I did. A good full 147 kilometres an hour there by Mark Wood, who has pushed 154, 155 at times in this series.
Speed guns are a really important thing, but having watched Atkinson bowl and now having watched Mark Wood bowl, they look completely different. Like, Atkinson doesn't look like a fast bowler in this series at all, whereas the way the ball just hit the bat from Wood there, that is proper pace.
And Atkinson, what we've seen in Test match cricket, is much quicker than what we've seen in this one-day series.
He just looks slow in the series, doesn't he? Yeah.
This is dropped behind the stumps by Phil Salt. Wide called.
Dreadful cricket by everyone there. It was a poor ball. Shreyas Iyer played a flap at it at the end. Didn't know what to do. And then it was also fumbled by the wicketkeeper.
And it went down the leg side.
Good umpiring. I'll give him that. That's all we had on that delivery.
I should say that England's heaviest defeat in ODIs against India took place in 2008. 158 runs. Highest ever. 229 runs against South Africa in Mumbai in 2023. Is that the ODI when they decided to bowl first at the World Cup in about 55-degree heat? Again, another fast delivery from Wood.
Who was the captain?
Butler. I think it was that game, and they were absolutely drenched.
Where was that being played?
I'll tell you. Mumbai. I'm almost certain that they got absolutely pilloried from it for all the stats and all the data. You won the toss and you decided to bowl in 50-degree heat and lost by 229 runs. Surely it's not going to get that bad today. This is played nicely by Shreyas Iyer as Mark Wood drifts onto the pads. Shreyas Iyer looks immediately more comfortable playing there through mid-wicket and also getting off strike. 1 run added to the score, 225 for 2.
Butler did say they were expecting dew, so if they're expecting dew, you would hope they wouldn't be bowled out for 200.
Well, it's an opportunity for an England batter to get a big 100. That's what they're short of. Now, we've seen 100 here, so 100 in the last match from Sharma. Other T20, other 50-over matches around the world, there are hundreds from the top order batters. England haven't done it.
Last ball of the 34th over here on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's going to be bowled by Mark Wood, and he beats Shubman Gill with another cutter. And Phil Salt takes the gloves off. He doesn't take the ball cleanly. I think he's okay. Cheap over for Mark Wood. England needs quite a few of those. They are behind the game. 2 set batters at the crease. One with a century to his name in Shubman Gill, and one with a half century. A 100-run partnership, and we're not quite sure how England are going to get all these overs away. Most of their bowlers have been expensive. So to talk us through the next 8 or 9 overs of play will be Chetan, Narula, former England fast bowler Steve Harmison, and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, John. We're in for an absolute humdinger of a second innings. Duckett's 85-ball century, 60s from Harry Brook and Joe Root, and a match-winning 97 not out from Jos Buttler as England chased 408 in 49.4 overs. It'll be a game we'll never forget.
As easy as that, man, is.
I think 400 is on the cards, and I called it very early. Here's Adil Rashid, slog sweep now, but a missed one from Shreyas Iyer, hits him on the pad, bounces out harmlessly on the offside. I mean, conditions aren't going to change a great deal. You know, a little bit, sure. I mean, the lights do that, and if there's a little bit of dew, not going to help the bowling side. The ball will skid on, as Jos Buttler said at the toss. This one is flicked away by Shreyas Iyer to square leg, and they go through for a single. Got to think of it as an opportunity, though, haven't you? I mean, there's no point walking off with 408 on the board, thinking we've been done in again. You know, the batters will all be thinking it's an opportunity. Anyway, they might still take a bundle of wickets and be only chasing 360. Here's Adil Rashid again. Bowled him through, slog. Not even a slog sweep, really, just a slog from Shubman Gill. He's misjudged the length. He thought it was a little shorter than that, and it was fuller, and he simply played over the top of it. It's gone between the inside edge and the pad. Told you there'd be a clattering of wickets, and Shubman Gill goes for a wonderful 112. Absolutely superb from the Indian opener. He looks despondent. He looks absolutely inconsolable as he walks off. He's not acknowledging any applause. I think he as much as he may fight the temptation to think too far ahead, I think he probably was thinking, we've still got 16 overs to go.
Yeah, it did seem that way, but a wonderful innings, a standing ovation from a ground which is probably about a third full, and it has been a fun. It was a ball which Shubman Gill, throughout his 102 ball innings, 112 runs, he's just comfortably just eased down the ground. It was a full of length, and this time it looked as though he was going to sweep it. It looked as though it was like a predetermined sweep, and then all of a sudden he's just completely misjudged the length, and he's played all round what looked a quite full half volley on middle stump, and you've seen the stumps and the bails light up. The disappointment for the crowd, because you mentioned 400, Chetan Narula. I thought he was odds on for a double 100. He looked in no trouble at all. It was a wonderful knock.
Yeah, I was on a double 100 alert as well. I think you mentioned a third full this ground, which probably equates to 40,000 people at the Narendra Modi Stadium at the moment. Yeah, Shubman Gill despondent because he knew, if not even a 200, he was in for a long haul with 16 overs remaining. But now that he's gone, well, it's not Akshar Patel who's come out to bat for a change. At number 5, it's KL Rahul who's in need of a hit here in the middle.
And England have put a slip in, and they've got a catching extra cover and a catching mid-wicket as well, as Adil Rashid is in. Oh, that's not the way you want to start. It's a drag down first ball to KL Rahul, who pulls it out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Livingston in the deep. 227 for 3.
And I'll just say that I like the intent on that first shot itself from KL Rahul, because to my mind, KL Rahul, when he has a clear focus and clear intent with what he wants to do, and that's not eating up deliveries to help your partners get hundreds, he's a much better batter.
Here is Rashid once again, tosses that one up, turns out to be a low dipping full toss, and it's eased into the covers and fielded by Duckett. It's another single. It's a run a ball at minimum here for India. If they're not hitting boundaries, they're taking singles.
And I mean, KL Rahul has this great opportunity here to get some runs under his belt. He's done a terrific job for India behind the stumps. It's time he uses this opportunity to get some runs under his belt and go into the Champions Trophy with confidence.
Rashid in once more. It's a ripping leg spinner, just slightly too short, allows Rahul to play it off the pitch, which he does, and defensively into the offside. 35 overs gone, 228 for 3. England winning the toss, deciding this time around to have a bowl first rather than bat first. India have lost 10 tosses in a row, but I wanted to ask you, Harmy, about something that Jon Norman and Bumble were talking about. Gus Atkinson just looking down on pace. And sometimes I'm told by your lot, the fast bowling brigade, that there isn't necessarily a reason for it. I mean, he hasn't got stitches in his toes like Bryden Cass. Sometimes I turn up in the commentary box and the words just fall out randomly for no particular reason.
I think it comes with confidence, comes with feel. You know, you're having your body feeling ready to rhythm to go.
Mark Wood's carrying on, nothing wrong with his rhythm today. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's magnificent. It's a late cut, very, very fine late cut from Shreyas Iyer, who has literally guided it off the full face of the bat through somewhere between first and second slip. There are no slips, but that shows you how fine he's guided that for 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's looking to go that fine, but it's a quality shot. He's just let the ball come to him, used the pace on it. It's a little off-cutter from Mark Wood. It's turned, it's come back towards Shreyas Iyer, and it's a quality shot. He's trying to get it probably right. He's trying to get it between Ben Duckett and Adil Rashid, not between Adil Rashid, who's about 5th slip on the ring, and Phil Salt.
Here's Wood again, and this one off the back foot, chipped up towards mid-on, and they go through for another single. Do you know what? I just want to say, I just want to repeat what you said there. You said it turned. It did. It was 134 kilometres an hour, and it turned.
Yeah, if you get the seam in the right position. So if you get the seam in the right position, man, it doesn't matter whether you bowl the same pace as Paul Collingwood at 60 mile an hour, or you bowl at 95 mile an hour. It'll swing if the ball's conducive to swing. If the pitch is conducive to turn, I'm sure if he tried to bowl a little bit faster, it would still turn if you got the seam in the right position. So it did, but it's still 133 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it was a proper off-cutter, just jagging off the surface. And full props to Shreyas Iyer also. He just waited until the last moment, having spotted the length.
Third has gone very fine now, Adil Rashid. Here's Mark Wood, flicked away off the pads, beautifully down to fine leg. And this time it's Tom Banton who does the tidying up. Well, Shreyas Iyer is playing a beauty here, 58 off 51. Just waiting for the moment to kick on and accelerate. 234 for 3.
I think with bowlers, man, is when they're a little bit off collar, out of sorts, lacking a rhythm, you probably do drop about 3 or 4 kilometres an hour, 3 or 4 miles an hour. What you do is you put it there, and I think what Gus is doing at this moment in time, and this is a problem with the Brendan McCullum management era, is they carry coaches, but they're not specific coaches. So Marcus Scothic's a specific batting coach, but there's no bowling coach. Jimmy Anderson's just come out of the dressing room, and he's got a wealth of experience about playing the game. But from a coach and technical point of view,
here's Mark Wood and pushed straight back defensively to the bowler, no run.
You wouldn't say Jimmy's there from a technical point of view. He's there from an aura, a feel-good factor. But Jimmy's not here, so there's no fast bowling coach with this group, which I don't see as I'm saying that this is the reason why they're conceding too many runs. I just think you have to have specific coaches, and if you've not got a bowling coach, and especially when you've got to remember, Gus Atkinson's only played 1 year of international cricket, and I just think the rise he's had, I think at this minute in time, it's the first time in his career so far internationally he's had a little bit of doubt in his mind.
Wood in once more and just dropped down on the offside, scurried single, nicely played actually by Shreyas Iyer. Hit it no more than 5 or 6 yards from the crease. It's an instinct thing. So you can't coach instinct. I mean, I'm sure there must be bowlers who said to Jimmy, "How did you do that?" And he goes, "I
don't know. I just held it that way." Yeah, and I was the same. No problem at all with that. But the thing from a Gus's point of view, his rise into international cricket has been so good, and it's great. And they'll say the first time he's probably had this little bit of doubt and dipped, because let's remember, in New Zealand he struggled early on. He got that hat trick, but he had a little bit of struggle for rhythm.
Here's Wood again, and that one driven firmly, very firmly by KL Rahul, and very nicely fielded by Wood, who slides at the end of his follow-through as he gets his right hand on it and takes the pace off it. Just squirms away, but no run. Dot balls have been few and far between in the last few overs. Actually, the last 36 overs.
Yeah, they have. But just to finish off on Atkinson, I think what happens then is you then don't bowl the ball. You run up and you just put it there. And I think that's when you lose the sort of 4 or 5 miles an hour. I'd encourage Gus to try and finish his action off. Because he's very good at just bowling that sort of similar back of a length, top of the stumps length. Find what works for you, find what your strengths are, and then work from that. So if you want to bowl that little bit fuller, get into a rhythm of letting the ball go, because at the minute I don't think he's got that snap that he had when he came into international cricket. I don't think he's finishing his action off quite as fluidly as what he did probably in the middle of the summer, and I think that's something he needs to get back to then start building his confidence up.
Liam Livingstone, that's a half tracker, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. That was a really poor delivery, and he's lucky to get away with just 2. But I think Shreyas Iyer couldn't believe the gift he'd been given there. It was almost literally a half tracker.
Yeah, I was surprised it just didn't carry to the boundary. Was really in position very early, spotted it very early as well. Shreyas Iyer.
Livingstone again, 237 for 3. Full toss, pulled out towards deep square leg. Didn't quite get hold of it all, but it's 6. We don't say this very often. We usually say, that's a huge 6. That's a huge 6. That was a small 6.
It was a small 6 and a free hit. It was a free hit to waste high full toss.
Yeah, Livingstone was saying, how can I improve on the previous delivery? Shreyas Iyer was not able to take a boundary. How can I give him a boundary? That's how.
What do you do for a free hit? Defending a free hit now, Livingstone. And he bowls short and wide outside the off stump. Not particularly short, but it was quite wide, and it's chopped away for another couple.
I think the captain said somewhere in between, Liam. Somewhere in between. I think that's what it needs at this minute in time. just somewhere in between. You can see he's having a couple of practice deliveries to Ben Duckett, who's at extra cover. He's probably he's tightening up. That's all he's doing. He's tightening up, and he needs to get just a little bit more relaxed so he can let his action flow.
Here's Livingston again, and forward comes KL Rahul, guiding it away for a single into the covers. You're listening to England versus India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. I've revised my total down to 395. Here is Livingston again, and that's flicked away to short fine leg, fielded by Adil Rashid. It'll be revised up again. Once there'll be an over of 20 coming.
But England have done well recently. The last 5 overs, Wood and Rashid have brought England just back a little bit.
Well, they're the two best bowlers, and that's why I think that England have got a problem, as Jon Norman and David Bumble Lloyd and Jarrod were talking about. Where do they get the full 50 from? Don't think we'll see Root again. 2 overs 24. Livingston is now into his. He's just bowled his 8th. He's gone for 57. Anyway, it will all unfold, Chetan. 246 for 3, 37 overs gone.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer striking the ball really well. 7 4s and 2 6s already. Striking at over 120. He's going to accelerate further. He's always looking to attack the bowling. And that's the mindset that he brings to number 4. With that attacking approach, India had been missing that for a very long time. 2019 ODI World Cup. India did not have a number 4 batter, and that was one of the reasons why they lost the World Cup. That semi-final where you needed a number 4 batter, you just didn't have him. Since then he's come along really nicely, and I think he's stitched up that spot for himself, which is why when he said that he might not have played the first ODI, that was a bit of a shocker for me.
It is Gus Atkinson back into the attack now. First delivery down the leg side, and flick and a miss and a wide called. Just to expand on what you were saying to our listeners and viewers, Harmy, about putting it there. You said Gus Atkins is trying to put it there. What that means is he's sacrificing pace for accuracy. He feels the pressure after just a year of international cricket. He feels like he's letting the team down. He bowls a bad ball, and he concentrates on just trying to hit that spot where he's trying to bowl it, and the pace goes as a result. He sacrificed something for accuracy, but he hasn't got the accuracy either at the moment. Flicked away out towards mid-wicket. It's what the phrase means, just putting it there.
Yeah, it's not. It's just putting it into an area, and you hope that it gets into that area, the good area that you want it to get. But it's sort of counterproductive, if anything, because it's got nothing on it. You drop in. He's bowled 2 balls now at 132 and 134. He's a 140 plus kilometres an hour bowler. So for me, it comes with finishing your action off. You concentrate so much in being accurate and getting it into that right area that you don't have any finish, you don't have any follow through, you don't have any velocity. There's no power behind it.
Flicked away behind square on the leg side down to fine leg. Harry Brook does as Tom Banton does the fielding.
And what normally happens is you bowl it a bit straighter because you're angling in and you're just putting it there. You're not finishing your action off, so you're not coming through with your action. Then you're not behind the ball, and you're not taking the ball. The ball's not finishing in the trajectory you want it to go in, which is away from the batter, and it ends up just angling in off the batter, because what it does is it comes, instead of coming off your main 2 fingers, it comes off your sort of 3rd finger and goes in towards the batter.
Atkinson in again, another one down the leg side, slower ball that. Back of a length slower ball, but it's another wide, and one more to the total brings up the 250 for India with 12 overs to go after this. I sometimes wonder, 2 years ago Gus Atkinson was largely playing club cricket in Surrey. He'd played 12 games across formats for Surrey, 4 first-class games. This is 2 years ago, and now here he's at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. He's had a glorious first year of international cricket. Short, pulled away, out towards deep mid-wicket. There should be cut off. Nicely done by Joe Root. Slides a yard or 2 inside the rope. But I sometimes, you wonder whether Gus Atkinson looks around and goes, I've come a long way very quickly.
And just to add on to that, you said there's no defined bowling coach in that in that English dressing room at the moment. So if he's trying to make that adjustment in terms of accuracy and pace, who does he go and talk to? That for me is a big question mark, isn't it?
Here is Atkinson once again, back of a length, punched away out towards deep mid-wicket. You could go to Brendan McCullum, who'd just tell him to relax and enjoy it.
Yeah, just relax and enjoy it. It's easy saying. It's the hardest thing to do. I mean, it is. It's like having somebody who doesn't feel good, who's suffering, mentally from a, mental health point of view, and they just say, well,
cheer up,
just cheer up and get on with it. And it's like the worst thing you could possibly say to somebody. So you've got to be. It's a fine line, because normally, Chetan, in the England dressing room for the last 15 years, if you've had any sort of issues, Broad and Anderson have always been at mid on and mid off. They're not there anymore. Not so much in the one-day stuff. It's a very inexperienced bowling unit. Even though Mark Wood's played a lot of games, he hasn't played a lot of games in consecutive in a row. He's been around a long time.
It is Atkinson now. Short little steps in his run-up. Short, it's pulled. He just tried to pull it, did KL Rahul. He's missed out on a bit of a gift there, to be honest, unless there was pace off. There was some kind of trickery with that delivery, but he's missed out. And it's hit him on the pads, and they go through for a leg by. 254 for 3.
Yeah, pace off on that, 124 clicks. But now you mentioned that it's just a young setup in terms of bowling in white ball cricket. Isn't that reason, even more reason, in fact, to have a proper bowling coach, designated bowling coach, in that dressing room?
If your face doesn't fit to get in a team as a player, I'm not sure you're getting in as a coach.
Here is Atkinson once again, and it's short and pulled behind square, or in front of square on the leg side. They go through for another single. Adil Rashid does the tidying up. 255 for 3.
Brendan McCullum's got a certain way of having players come into this group. I'm not sure he's going to let people in from the outside in the coaching staff that he doesn't know. You look at the bowling coaches England haven't really had a bowling coach. Jimmy Anderson was we've got you under contract. We want you to retire, so we'll just give you a job, and I mean that sounds disrespectful to Jimmy. It's not. Jimmy's got a career as a bowling coach if he wants to be, and that's something he's now got to learn once he comes out of the game. Jimmy's got to learn now what he wants from life now, whether when he comes into the retirement and the next phase of his career. But I don't see a full-time bowling coach coming in, because Brendan McCullum looks as though he just wants to work with Paul Collingwood, Chetan Patel and Marcus Trescothick, and he doesn't want to let anybody else in. And I think his team gets picked, something similar to that as well.
Adil Rashid starting his 9th over. Short and slog swept. Well, scoop swept. It's down the leg side. He's down on one knee. And instead of playing a conventional sweep or a slog sweep, he's scoop swept it high into the air for a one bounce 4 over fine leg.
I think it was bowled that short and that slowly. He could have hit that anywhere. He literally could have hit that anywhere. And he waited till the last minute. And I think Sirius Ayer's standing there and he's waiting on the ball, and the ball's dropped short. It's gone towards the leg side. And as he's looking at it, he's seeing all the fielders on the leg side and realising there's not a man there, and he's just helped it around a corner.
Down the leg side, he's got him off an inside edge down the leg side. Well, that was not Adil Rashid's plan. Little quicker, little flatter, didn't turn, could have been the googly, carried straight on down the leg side. Shreyas Iyer has tried to help it on its way. He's got a little inside edge into the gloves of Phil Salt. And no, it was just a genuine leg break. And it has just gone straight on the thinnest of feather edges down the leg side. Very nice keeping from Phil Salt, by the way, again. And a fortuitous wicket for England. Shreyas Iyer goes for a wonderful 78 from 64 balls. 259 for 4.
Yeah, I think Shreyas Iyer won't be happy with that one in terms of wicket-taking deliveries. Not sure that was such a great one, just drifting down to his leg side. And his attacking instinct of just trying to score on every ball possible, that just took over for Shreyas Iyer. And feather edge, that just made way to Phil Salt's gloves. And now you can hear the cheer going around the Narendra Modi Stadium. Hardik Pandya is walking in, and he's being cheered on as he walks in. So that is becoming a big feature at all cricket grounds ever since that stellar role in the T20 World Cup campaign that he played. That last over that he bowled, World Cup winning over. Last year he wasn't really popular when he was captain.
He got some stick, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He got some stick.
And now wherever he goes, he's being cheered. So yeah, that's a crazy turnaround.
Is that the turnaround of the country? Sort of going, well, you might not love him in Mumbai, but we love him
No, now
everywhere
he's
else.
loved in Mumbai as
Yeah.
well. I'm pretty sure about that. He got a big cheer at the Wankhede as well as Rashid bowls, and Hardik Pandya is forward, driving past the bowler towards long off for a single, gets off the mark. It's just a heroic tale, isn't it? That you were being jeered across the country, and you worked hard. He always said that I want to win the World Cup for India. So many tears were shed when he did that at Barbados. What a turnaround for him.
Confirmation, by the way, Harmy, that Jimmy Anderson will definitely be at the Champions Trophy. He'll be travelling with the team and remain with the team. It's wide and half volley outside off stump, driven through extra cover beautifully. What a shot that is from KL Rahul, sheer class. It was quite wide. That was the only tricky thing about it. Half body length, but foot and a half, 2 foot outside off stump. He had to reach for it, and he did so beautifully, kept it down.
Yeah, it was a full ball from Adil Rashid, so Rahul just waited that split second longer just so he could time it perfect to get at either side of Ben Duckett.
Driven through the offside, through past cover, past Duckett, out to the sweeper Tom Banton on the cover boundary. It's Mark Wood, beg your pardon. It's Mark Wood sweeping on the cover boundary. Adil Rashid now 3 for 49, coming towards the end of his 9th over. Comfortably the standout bowler. Mark Wood too has been extremely impressive, 1 for 36 from 7. The others have struggled more. On the back foot now goes Hardik Pandya, punching through the offside for another single. Shreyas Iyer's 78 came from just 64 balls. Depends how the rest of the batting goes, but the two very, very fine ball strikers in at the moment, with plenty of batting still to come with Akshar Patel. Washington Sundar, I guess he'll be next, will he? Well, we'll wait and see. Probably. 39 overs gone, 266 for 4.
Yeah, Akshar Patel has had a bit of hit in this series, so you would expect Washington Sundar to come in next if a wicket should fall anytime soon. And of course, Washington Sundar can hit quite a few lusty blows himself, so he's a proper white ball all-rounder. In fact, all-rounder across formats. Hami, I want to talk to you about the James Anderson news. I mean, obviously, he's one of the great all-time bowlers, and as you mentioned, he could just have that coaching role, and he could be really great at it as well. But we've seen not always great players make great coaches. I mean, you could ask James Anderson, as you rightly said, he would just say that maybe I threw the ball down this way, and that's why I was able to do those particular things.
Gus Atkinson still trying to find his best form, still trying to find some rhythm, searching for something. He is trying a few things. This one driven to mid-off, deep on the edge of the circle for a single. Atkinson has bowled some slower balls. He's taken the pace off. I mean, he's not just running up and bowling. He's trying.
I think just from you get that. As a bowler, you're just slightly out of rhythm, just slightly out of sync. And as a bowler, when you're in your spell, you just can't put your finger on it. You want to try and say to yourself, waking up a little bit, but it's not a case of waking up. It's just you just don't feel confident of letting it go with full velocity in an area which is
short down the leg side. Little paddle pull shot from KL Rahul. Again, he hasn't timed it. Do you know, for all the runs that India have scored, they've left a few out there as well today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think England have fielded quite well. I think England have fielded quite well. And obviously I've been talking about Gus for a few overs now. And these aren't criticisms of Gus Atkinson. This is a young bowler still trying to learn his trade in international cricket.
In unfamiliar conditions, short and wide and cut to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's gathered in by Liam Livingston.
There's so many more positives than any sort of negatives towards Gus Atkinson. I think this winter has been a good winter for Gus mentally. I think it really has. He learned a lot about himself. He learned a lot about playing cricket for England in international environments and away from home on different pitches and stuff like that. Because in New Zealand he looked a little bit off until he got that hat-trick. Here he hasn't been his usual confident, sort of hit the deck self. His pace has been a little bit down.
Ringfield, 2 on the leg side, 3 on the offside, saving 1, with sweepers on both sides of the ground. That one clipped up to Banton at mid-wicket, no run.
But it'll be good for him in the long term, because up until he went to New Zealand, I think all he had to do was put his England shirt on, put his boots on and run up and land it somewhere near off stump, and he was getting wickets. And sometimes you have passages in your career like that you had in the summer. Go and getting wickets at Lords, go and getting runs at Lords. And these are the ones that define you as a bowler, because what it does is, from an experience point of view, it makes you better.
Short and wide and cut behind square on the offside. Beautiful piece of placing, knew exactly where the fielders were, knew that third was up in the circle and that there was a deep backward point sweeping, knew where the gaps were, and KL Rahul has just eased that one with a late flick of the wrists past backward point for 4 more. Just nothing England can do to stop the flow of runs. 273
That was
for
a
4.
good shot. That's a good shot. And little things like this, we're talking about, Gus, little things like that. You've been bowling slow ball. As soon as you put pace on it, if somebody plays a good shot against you.
Flicked away again by KL Rahul behind square on the leg side. Sweeper, Joe Root on the deep square leg boundary, keeps him down to 2. But Atkinson, who is really one of the most phlegmatic, laid-back characters, snatched his cap from umpire Virender Sharma. Nothing to do with Virender Sharma.
No,
just
no,
frustration.
just frustration.
Himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he's bowled 7 overs for 61,
and it's it'll be frustrating in himself, because it's hot. There's emotions are going, the noises, the pressure situation. And he's running up, and he'll be trying his absolute hardest. And I know I've been there millions of times, where everything you're trying, it's just slightly off, and you can't put your finger on it. There's no time to analyse it or anything like that. And then you run up and you bowl a decent bowler, gets hit for 4. So, look, Adil Rashid's bowled 9 overs so far. This is going to be his last over. He's got 3 for 50. Mark Wood 1 for 36 off 7. Everybody else has took a little bit of a battering.
Well, not so little. Quite a big battering. Wood and Rashid have been excellent, really. They have. Rashid in once again, and that one strikes the pad. I was wondering about bowling Rashid's last over now, Chetan, but you know what? Just, you need a wicket.
Yeah, and he's been their best bowler. He's just held that one end together. So, with just that 1 over remaining, might as well do it and then bring on your paces.
Rashid in again, another leg break, guided away off the back foot by Hardik Pandya. We all know how destructive he can be. Imagine if he cuts loose in the last 5 or 6 overs and makes a 40 ball 60.
Although, just maybe Livingston could have finished off his overs, but do they need to bowl him? That's the big question mark. But Atkinson is going for a few more extra runs. It's a fine one there, isn't it?
Don't need to bowl Livingston, because he and Root have bowled 10. Here's Rashid, short and chopped away to the cover sweeper.
But here's the alternate theory with Livingston bowling. Yes, unless he gives those full tosses, you need to put a little more power against his bowling than, say, Atkinson, because you can work that pace off. And this partnership is just starting to develop. So they might not take too many risks at that stage.
Down the wicket, smash! Long way over, long off.
Yeah, scratch that. Risk all right. And Hardik Pandya shows that, be it the 41st over, he is going to take that risk. Just dances down and smacks it over extra cover for 6.
Gee, that's gone a long way.
It's a long way. That's not seeing Adil Rashid off. 9 overs, 3 for 58. He's got 3 balls left. We've been critical of it sometimes, England, in the past, when England are batting and getting out last ball. Jadeja, who was it during the week in the last game, got out Jadeja's last ball.
Down the wicket comes Pandya again. Has he timed it well enough? He hasn't. He has! Just over the head of Tom Banton. He's the tallest guy in the England team, and they've put him down on the long off boundary. He thought he was in business. It just kept going. He leapt up one-handed, just couldn't get fingertips to it. Back-to-back 6s for Hardik Pandya. That one was about 25 yards shorter than the first one.
Just a little bit shorter, but along enough. It was a flatter trajectory. Can Adil Rashid throw it up that little bit higher? Can he tempt him does he just throw it up a little bit more and say to Hardik, can you hit him for 3 sixes in a row?
Hat-trick six, bowled him, what a beauty, leg spinner. He's played forward defensive to it and he's been bowled by a ripper from Adil Rashid, who picks up his 4th wicket, having been hit for 2 successive sixes. Pandya says, all right then, I'll see out the last ball of your spell. And he has the top of his off stump disturbed by a snorter from Adil Rashid.
We've seen some absolute beauty deliveries today, and that is the best. Hit that one for 6, Hardik Pandya. What a ball that is. Pitched on leg stump, hit the top of off stump, and even Adil Rashid managed to smile and say hit that. That was an absolute ripper from Adil. And I was expecting Hardik to come at him again. I thought he's going to come and try and hit him for 6 again, and even if he did there, well, he probably had more chance of hitting it if he was actually coming out of his crease towards it than actually trying to defend it. That was an unbelievable delivery.
Yeah, and it's, the best part of it was that he just pulled that length back a bit, and Hardik Pandya, like you said, you expected him to hit that one as well, but he needed actually to come out of his crease and dance down the track. Hardik doesn't do that. He just uses his reach a lot more. So on that occasion, Rashid just absolutely on the money, just pulling his length back and flummoxing Pandya with that turn. Big delivery, big moment. And let me just say this, 289 for 5. They're still going at 7 and over, but that 400 that Manners was talking about is just looking a little bit far off as Akshar Patel comes to the crease now.
That's gone now.
Yeah, lost a couple more wickets than they would have liked.
I think that wicket changes everything, because Akshar is now the...
You still have Washington Sundar to
still
come.
got Washington Sundar
but
to come. Yeah,
that spell of
right.
5 overs, Rashid 3, Wood 2 has just brought India back into it.
And we are going to see Joe Root again. Driven down the ground, first delivery, KL Rahul with a single to long off. I like that. It's good captaincy for Josh Butler, new man at the crease. Just gives him an option. Even if Root bowls 1 over, it gives him an option.
Yeah, and he's just chancing that matchup, isn't he? The off spinner against the left-handed batter. It's all about matchups, isn't it? I mean, Jarrod Kimber could talk about matchups all day if we throw the mic to him. But in international cricket, or in any cricket really, if you have that opportunity of a matchup, you take it. So an off spinner bowling to Akshar Patel, who's just come to the crease. He wants to take on the field. He wants to take on the bowler. Yeah, anything could happen here.
Here is Root then, bowls to Akshar Patel, the left-hander, driven straight back to Joe Root, and there's no run. The important thing is, it doesn't matter what happened to Joe Root's first 2 overs, it's what happens in this over that matters. The 2 overs to 24, they're gone. This is the over that matters. The only thing that matters now are the next 4 balls. Akshar Patel drives and straight to extra cover, fielded by Duckett. No run.
And I tell you what, because this wicket has come at this juncture is why they have sent out Akshar Patel and not Washington Sundar.
Here is Root once again, nice and low in his trajectory, round arm, defended by Akshar.
Patel has those runs under his belt. They've lost a couple more wickets than they would have liked. Yeah, India wouldn't be happy with 290 for 5 at this moment.
Here's Root once again. Akshar drives over the top of extra cover. What a shot. Then he just comes to the crease, and that's a glorious shot for 4. Absolutely in control of it. Underneath, hit over the top of the infield. Big gap, no one at extra cover. 4 runs.
Yeah, England would mind that because Akshar Patel is taking that chance. He's taking that risk against the off-spinner. So you're trying to create that opportunity. He's getting 4 runs for it, but yeah, I think they wouldn't mind it at this juncture at all.
294 for 5. Root in again. Akshar drives down the ground. Just forces it away rather than really hits it with all his power. And the over comes to an end. That's 42 gone now. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. 295 for 5. 42 overs to go. 42 overs gone. 8 overs to go. 10 and over. 11 and over. 383. 380 still minimum.
Yeah, 380 minimum. Yeah, I would say 380 minimum. To just now, you've got 8 overs to go. Obviously 4 from either end. Wood's got 3. Mahmood's got 3. But you're looking at probably Atkinson bowling 1. If Root bowls 1 more, it's a big ask, I think, for Wood to bowl 3 at that end. You might think that Wood might bowl 3 from the next 3 from the road end at Joe Root, and might save Atkinson for the last over. And then just means somebody's going to have to split the overs between Saqib Mahmood. So Saqib Mahmood might bowl one here, then you might get Root or Livingston bowling one, and then Atkinson, then Mahmood finishing his two. So it's still a little bit of a juggling act from Josh Buttler. But I think it's right to bring Mahmood on, and I'd be tempted to bring Mark Wood on at the other end to see if I can take a couple of wickets just to then really, really halt the Indian flow.
Here is Saqib Mahmood again, and short and wide and cut away through mid-off. Cut. It was a cut shot, but in the end he's baseballed it through wide mid-off and down to the boundary for 4.
Poor shot. Poor delivery. Really poor delivery first up from Saqib Mahmood. He's got his fielders on the leg side. I think he got stuck there a little bit about what he was trying to do or what decision he was trying to make. He set up his field as though he was looking for the short ball, and then he ran his fingers across the seam and bowled a short wide one outside off stump. So he's obviously going to bowl slower balls because his field suggests that, with third and fine leg inside the circle. But he's got to get it straighter. It's got to be straighter. There, the angle that Saqib Mahmood's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's going on the angle past off stump. He's just opening up the leg side massively if he drags his length back.
Saqib Mahmood runs away from us from the geo end, and it's full and wide outside the off stump. Didn't look like pace off on that occasion, but it's almost Yorker length. He's looking for the wide Yorker, and Akshar Patel cuts it straight to backward point.
Yeah, and such a confident-looking stroke as well. Confidence is flowing through his veins at the moment. I mean, he's that kind of a batter, or a player, in fact. You give him that opportunity, he would like to seize it with both hands. He scored runs in both the first two ODIs in Nagpur and Cuttack. That confidence just oozing through his veins here, Akshar Patel.
Mahmood in once more and flipped away down to Tom Banton at long on. There you go through for a single, and the applause is for the 300. 300 on the board, 7.5 overs to go. Akshar Patel 10, KL Rahul 18. If you're joining us for the first time, we've seen a century today from opener Shubman Gill, a brilliant 112 from 102 balls with 14 fours and 3 sixes. 52 from the great Virat Kohli and 78 from Shreyas Iyer. Terrific innings that was as well. 78 from 64 balls. So runs from 2, 3 and 4 and 5. As Saqib Mahmood is in once more, goes for the Yorker and almost lands it. It's just dug out by KL Rahul to the man sweeping at deep mid-wicket, Liam Livingston. 301 for 5. Tell you what, Mark Wood comes back, knocks over 2 or 3. India limp to 345. England win 4 overs to spare.
Script writer.
You gone 4 overs to spare, that's 4 overs. You had 4 balls to spare the last time, chasing 400.
Scripts vary, they're fluid things. Here's Saqib Mahmood, short, wide and spanked through cover, but it will be intercepted by Livingston on the cover boundary.
It's slower again on that occasion from Mahmood.
I like alternative scripts. I mean, you know, the real script is that England go for the fast start, and they're chasing 380, and they lose a couple of early ones, and there's a run out, and
you either chase it 2 down or 3 down, and somebody plays an unbelievable
you
to
lose.
150. You get bowled out for 120,
180 maybe. Full and wide Yorker from Saqib Mahmood, nicely bowled. That's really good over actually from Saqib Mahmood. In fairness, 8 overs. None for 53. That was just what England required at that stage. 43 overs gone, 302 for 5.
Yeah, they have to bring on Mark Wood now, don't they? Just want to bring a certain point to you from Cuttack. I noticed during India's bowling effort there, Morne Morkel was walking around the park. First he was talking to Mohammad Shami, then Harshat Rana at the other end, then Varun Chakravarti. So my point is he's walking around the park talking to all different bowlers. Again, going back to the point that when you have somebody who is in that role, you can have him go and talk to players like Gus Atkinson, who's trying to maintain that balance. And I mean, Gus would be really looking forward to having James Anderson in Pakistan.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Jimmy in Pakistan. I think that's why Jimmy works well, because of these international experience, and Jimmy's just young into his international coaching.
Joe Root is going to bowl a second over, and you can't help thinking that India will attack him. Akshar Patel drives down to long off. I suspect that they'll be thinking he's not going to bowl another one. We've got 5 balls left to Joe Root here, and we want 15.
Yeah, we want to maximise, and I think he only bowled because Aksar's on strike. I think the Anderson coaching, I'm not sure you wanted to bring Jimmy in at a sort of lower level from coaching, but internationally, Jimmy's fine doing this stuff.
Root around the wicket to the right-handed KL Rahul, so he's looking to cramp him for room, bowl it low and flat, skidding into the pads. Got to get the length right. Gosh, there are a couple of men on the leg side boundary. KL Rahul flicks it off his pads all the way along the ground to one of them, Ben Duckett at deep mid-wicket. He comes trundling in and keeps him down to a single.
The thing with Anderson in this respect, if you're talking about Atkinson, it'd be perfect because it'll just be a calming influence. Just stay with your process. Do you feel as though you've done so many times? You're not a million miles away.
Here's Root again, and Akshar Patel flicks it off his pads for another single. 3 balls, 3 singles from Joe Root.
And the thing from Gus's point of view, he's not a million miles away. He's not. I know that for a fact. It's just it's in the mind for him because his feel-safe mode is not in international cricket where he's had too many indifferent days. These will stand him in good stead. These days will stand him in good stead going forward as a learning thing about international cricket.
Root in again and using his feet nicely. KL Rahul flicks it out to Duckett at deep mid-wicket again.
Yeah, sometimes modern-day coaching just comes down to that. If you can have that calming influence on the player, that sometimes turns out to be enough because they know about their game a little bit more these days.
100%. Can you make him feel in a good place that he can execute his skills, and he's got good skills.
4 balls, 4 singles from Joe Root to Akshar Patel, and now a dot ball. No, it's not. It's a wide. Down the leg side and nicely taken by Salt.
So the South African Morning Morkels walking around giving England have got Mark Saxby, their rubber, their masseur, and anybody that's been in contact or been around Mark Saxby, who's actually talking to Gus Atkinson right now, will know what an unbelievable person he is. He's been with the team for over 20 years, and he's just as beneficial than any other coach because he's a top man.
Smash down the ground. What a shot. There's a man at long off. He takes the catch. Tom Banton's judged that absolutely beautifully. Akshar Patel's decided to go big and long over the top. Tom Banton, all 6'3" of him, looked down at the rope, looked at the ball, did the mental calculations, steadied himself, back foot, a foot inside the boundary triangles, takes the catch immaculately. Root takes a wicket. India stumble again. 307 for 6.
Matchups. It's all about matchups, isn't it? The off spinner getting the wicket against the left-handed batter, and that was the move ever since Akshar Patel came to the crease. It was a little, I think, a little wider than Patel would have liked, but he still went after it, just turning away from him as he executed that shot. And as you mentioned, Manners, Banton just absolutely judging that catch to perfection.
You talk about matchups and whether it is a matchup or not. I think Joss Butler's looking around and going, from a bowling point of view, he's been whacked. He's been whacked. The only bowler that's left, we've got a left-hander. We can go on a matchup. Give it to Joe, the off spinner to the left-hander, and he's looking around for one more over. He didn't want to bowl Atkinson. He didn't want to bowl Livingston, and Joe Root's come up trumps with a wicket.
Last ball of the over to Washington Sundar, who guides it away for a single, and he's off the mark immediately. 44 overs gone, 308 for 6. Well, the fireworks won't be as extensive as they might have been had India still got 6 or 7 wickets in hand. In fact, they've only got 4 wickets in hand, but 2 good hitters at the crease. And for the final 6 overs, we'll take you back to Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd and Jon Norman.
Entertaining ourselves here whilst watching the cricket. England have actually dragged this back a touch.
They have, very much so.
India aren't going to score 400.
4 wickets for Rashid. He's bowled excellently, but it just shows you that you take wickets and you'll reduce that. We were talking 400 when they were 2 down, so England are coming back into the game. Now they've got to finish it off.
Mahmood yet to pick up a wicket. 6 down India, 308 for 6, and Washington will get off strike with another single.
Just going back to the last game, England scored 304 and India knocked them off, got to 305, 308 in 44 overs. Exactly the same as this score here for 6, exactly the same. And so they've got 6 bonus overs. So England, this is so important for England, this last 6 overs. Continue to take wickets and you'll drag that total down.
Still got a bit of time left with Rashid. T20 World Cups this time next year, the ODI World Cups in 2027. Yorker on off stump, and Rahul hits it back to the bowler. He's 21, Washington 2. 309 for 6 and the start of the 45th over. What are England going to do when Adil Rashid decides to call it a day?
Well, Ahmed is the one who's coming into the team. He hasn't played in this series at all, but he's a young leg spinner. He's an exciting prospect.
Do you? I don't know what Jarrod thinks. Jarrod, can you see the kind of career? Full again from Mahmood, but this is nicely played from KR Rahul, who slices the ball past cover point and comes back for a single, fielded on the boundary. Do you see Rayan Ahmed having the kind of career? Forget the trophies, but having the kind of career that Adil Rashid has had?
No. I don't think he's anywhere near the level of bowler. I saw Adil Rashid in 2009, or 2008 when I first moved to the UK, and I thought, ooh, this guy should be playing for England. Where is he? He played in 2009. I reckon he was player of the match at Lord's for a game, or maybe it was the Oval, and then he was dropped afterwards.
Cut away, can't beat the field, does beat the field at backward point, gets a hand to it, and Duckett comes in from the boundary. Can't prevent another couple though, 313 for 6.
And I remember the narrative at the time, and I won't name some of the big name cricket people, but they were saying, oh, he's a roller, he's not a spinner. I was like, well, how do you spin the ball that much if you're just rolling it out the front? Like, he must be putting proper revolutions on it. Felt like everyone was talking him down. I look at Rayan Ahmed and I'm like, what's his main skill as a spinner compared to Adil Rashid? He has a wrong, it's okay, it's a decent pace. I'm not sure he can beat that many right-handers, and I'm not sure he has the pace, the spin, the bounce to really cause top-level players a lot of problems.
Full again off stump, and this is good from Mahmood. Another single to the score, 314 for 6. Rahul moves to 26.
I think he's got a real chance, Rayan Ahmed. He's a young kid. It's such a difficult skill, leg spin, and I'm sure that Rashid will stay around and help him along his journey. I think he's an exciting cricketer, Rayan Ahmed.
Is he going to play?
Is he an exciting cricketer or is he an exciting bowler?
Right now he's an exciting cricketer,
yeah,
because
that's what
he
I
bats
think.
a bit and he's got real enthusiasm. It's such a difficult skill and he'll need good expertise around him.
Last ball of the over from Mahmood, and it's on the pads of Washington Sundar. He'll take a single to mid-wicket. Duckett runs in from the boundary, and that's the end of a good over from Mahmood. It's gone for 5. No, it hasn't. It's gone for 2, 4, 6, 7. His figures don't look great. None for 60 from 9. But India 315 for 6, and just being pegged back at the top of the innings when the fans inside this cavernous ground had wanted them to start accelerate.
So that 2009, the reason I mentioned that is Adil Rashid was 21 at that stage, and I thought, is Ben Duckett limping a little bit? Groin.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little bit
looks
of a
like he's come off
with
a horse, doesn't it? Look, he's about to go up and share a bourbon with John Wayne.
But he's just flexing his knee and he's just feeling his groin. He's not walking off the field, it doesn't appear. He's going to stay on out there. He's just stretching it out, but he may have just picked up an injury fielding. As Joe Root continues, single taken to the leg side from Washington Sundar. 316 for 6.
Yeah, so just comparing the two of them at the same age, 2021 period, which is when I first saw Adil Rashid, I thought very repeatable action, was always going to trouble people with the amount of spin that he got and everything else. Obviously, forgetting the batting and all that side of it as well. With Rayan Ahmed, I don't see as natural a path for him as a bowler at the moment. That doesn't mean he can't improve, because he is young, and most leg spinners get better as they're older. But right at the moment, I'd be very shocked if he had a similar kind of career.
Goes big this time, does KL Rahul. He clears his front leg and heaves this up and over, straight over the fielder at long off. Just fields the ball, and that's 6 from the bat of KL Rahul, who moves to 32. The score on talkSPORT 2, 322 for 6 at the start of the 46th.
Dangerous player, Rahul. Just clears his left leg and pumps Joe Root straight back down the ground, a long way into the concrete.
Continuing round the wicket and bowling into the stumps of KL Rahul, who comes forward, the right-hander, and takes a single and fancies a second, but is sent back. We recorded Bumble and Kimber. If you haven't joined us on the show, it's broadcast, or it's put up on our talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We ask, or rather I ask, these two guys a series of questions which they argue and deliberate and discuss. Single to the offside this time from Washington. One of the questions I asked you yesterday was, who is the most underrated cricketer in the history of the game? And you mentioned a few names back and forth, and actually just this morning, Bumble, me and Jarrod came up with 3 other suggestions that we didn't even consider yesterday. Joel Garner being one of them. This is kind of a round arm action from Root, slingy, and going across the right-handed Rahul. That's to stretch a touch and takes a single. KL Rahul, would he be in there as one of the most underrated cricketers?
Well, I mean, he's playing in a star-studded team.
He's the boo boy of Indian cricket.
He's a dangerous player, I'll
he
tell
is,
you that.
Yeah. He's underrated.
We came up with the South African, didn't we? Clive Rice, that's what we talked about.
Don't give away the trade secrets. It's not gone up there yet. Don't let that put you off, though.
We came up with plenty of names.
We did.
We could have gone on all night. 326 for 6 after 46. 4 overs. How many going to get 10 and over? 10 and over. Should get to 360, 370.
Well, if they do, Washington Sundar's going to have to click into gear. And didn't seem quite with it in the couple of T20s that we commentated on. I suppose KL Rahul's going to have to do a fair amount of the heavy lifting. In terms of the overs remaining, let's have a look. Mark Woods, well, he's still got 3, so obviously he's not going to bowl all of those. Mahmood has got 1 more. Livingston a couple. Rashid's been bowled out 4 for 64. If you're just joining us, Mahmood's going to be bowled out here. Oh, he's got away with one. Has he got away with one? He has. This is a full toss on leg stump. It's wide, and Phil Salt has done well behind the stumps to field this. The batter's missed out. He must have just clipped the pad and gone through for... no, there's bat on there, is there? Either way, it's a single taken when that could have gone pretty much anywhere.
And Rahul comes back on strike, 34 from 26. So he's the aggressor in this partnership so far. Washington Sundar is 7 from 7.
So the right-handed KL Rahul at one end, left-handed Washington Sundar at the other. England doing well just to pull things back. It's going to be one hell of a chase if they pull it off, but they were staring at 400. Now, hopefully, around 350. Yorker again, on off stump. Rahul is forward and he wants 2 here. He's going to get 2. So good running, but no boundary from the first 2 balls of Mahmood's final over.
Do you know, I like that. The bowler bowls an excellent Yorker. It's pushed into the leg side. It doesn't go outside of the circle. But the fielders are so deep that they can scramble back for 2. It's good cricket from the 2 at the crease. Frustrating for the fielding side. 329 for 6.
Have you been to this ground, Bumble?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're just seeing like a drone shot go from low to high. You do realise what a monster it is when you see that footage.
Steps away from the crease, does KL Rahul, and gets this ball past point and all the way to the boundary. It was actually a full toss from Mahmood in the end, but KL Rahul who hasn't been given any width at all in the last couple of overs, created his own. And the score moves on, 3-3-3 for 6.
Gives himself a little bit of room leg side. And Mahmood's trying to get that Yorker in. It's a very, very low full toss. And Rahul moves away to the leg side and he slaps it back with a square on the offside.
India pushing on. Yorker again. There's a shout for leg before, and the umpire's finger's gone up. Rahul just has a quick word with his batting partner. He's going to review this, but if he hasn't touched it, possibly going down the leg side.
We have a player
looked like a good call from Mahmood.
Well, it's a good time to review. Why not? But I just wonder whether he's got a nick on this.
I think the length of time it took him to review suggests he hasn't, but then sometimes they don't know, do they?
He, to be honest, his bat hit a bunch of different things, didn't it? It's very leg side.
I think this is out. I don't think he's hit it. It's hit him on his back leg, which is way back in the crease. Way back in the crease. It's very, very low. They're certainly not going over the top. They're looking at ultra edge now. He misses it. He misses the ball. Misses his front pad. It hits his back pad and he's way, way back in his crease. Now they get ball tracking. Now how quick can they come up with this ball tracking?
Very quick. Here it is. 2 reds, 3 reds, and you've got to go, Rahul, and you take a review with you. Mahmood has attempted 4 Yorkers in that over. He's nailed 3 of them. 1 of them went for 4. He's picked up a wicket.
Did you notice how quick that review came? Just ball tracking, how quick. Now we go back to Virat Kohli's. How slow. You know, I'd be asking a question, why is that? Why did you not build that as quickly for the Kohli one as you have just now?
If you do have questions for Bumble, by the way, get them in. Cricket_TS or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Not just about this game, you can ask him anything. Within reason.
Well, I've been in this game of broadcasting for a long time, and I know that they can get these things up fairly quickly. They've got to be built, but the Kohli one took an eternity, and it turned out to be very marginal.
Well, England lost the review, and I'm still not sure how they've lost that review, because even when it came up, the ball was... Well, we'll go back to that. Yorker again from Mahmood. He's nailing them now.
It is.
And Harshad, the new batter, facing up, gets the bat down in time, but can't take a single. Yeah, so going back to that LBW, now, I have asked a question, nobody seems to know, but essentially it seemed to me that it should have been umpire's call. When the ball pitched, it wasn't enough of the ball pitching in line to overturn the on-field not out call, but part of the ball had pitched in line. However, when the graphic came up on the screen, it was green. It said pitching outside leg. It wasn't pitching completely outside leg, and England lost review from that point onwards. Yorker again. This is a touch wider, but Mahmood, that's a terrific over. He has got a wicket that I would say his bowling is deserving of. He's gone for 68 from his 10 overs. He's got rid of KL Rahul. India 3 overs remaining, still in a very, very strong position. 334 for 7.
I think he's come back brilliantly there, Mahmood. He's bowled Yorkers, and the plan is to bowl Yorkers at the back end, and he's nailed it. And you look at that last over, it's a super over, he's gone for 8. He took a wicket in there, 334 for 7. And so this is important for England, that Washington is 7 from 7. Harshit is the new batter in, he's just come in 1, so there isn't a batsman in who's well set, who can take you downtown and take you to the cleaners. So England are dragging this back. It looked for all the world that it was going to be 400 when they were 2 wickets down, India. They're 7 down now, England coming back into the game, 3 overs still to go.
Should mention that Ben Duckett is off the field. England hopeful that he will be able to bat. You can imagine England will need him to bat. Mark Woods steaming in, and Harshad steps away and just tries to thrash this through the offside and misses it by quite some distance.
Jarrod, how good a player is Harshit? Is he dangerous? Is he a hitter? Is he a slogger? What can he bring to this? Because England are coming back into this game.
He can hold a bat. He's not like a genuine number 11, but we haven't seen a whole lot. He made 100 in first-class cricket, but I'm just having a look here. How many runs has he made professionally? He's only made 500 professional runs, so we just haven't seen a lot of him. But there was 100 in a Ranji game, I think.
He's facing up now, and this is his top scorer in ODIs. He's one not out, and again trying to create more room, get out the way of a 92 mile an hour delivery. This gets big on him, swish and a miss, no run.
He's messed up here, Butler, hasn't he? Because it looks as if Mark Wood, who's his best bowler,
isn't going to bowl out.
Isn't going to bowl 10 overs. He's got super figures, 7.2 overs, 1 for 36. So he's bowling the 48th and the 50th. He's an over light.
Could be one short, yep. Slightly strange when you consider how expensive some of the other bowlers have gone out. Yorker from Wood. And Harshit Rana actually looks like he prefers it there. Steps away again and carves this through extra cover for 4.
I'm assuming that's what he did when he made his first-class 100. He's made a couple of first-class 50s as well. So Kuldeep can bat. So if he's coming ahead of Kuldeep, I would assume either they've sent him in to hit Bumble and he's just taken a Yorker from leg stump and hit it through the covers for 4, or they actually think he's better than Kuldeep.
Well, Mark Wood's bowled a couple of short balls and he missed them completely. Now he bowls a full-length ball and he smashes him through extra cover.
With his foot facing mid-wicket.
Where does Wood go here? Will he go short again? Stacked field on the leg side by the boundary.
Short and straight.
Actually, cover's gone out to the boundary, so one of those leg side fielders will come in.
Short and straight at the body.
Here is Wood, and Harshit Rana loses his body shape there. Again, he steps away, tries to carve it through the cover. No timing at all. He gets off strike. Was that a cutter, do you think, from Mark Wood?
Yeah, 130k. We're just seeing a snapshot of Ben Duckett. He's moving like me.
It is a bit Ministry of Silly Walks at the moment with Duckett, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He's just off the ground. Looks like he's about to come back on, though. Or he just doesn't want to sit down.
I wonder if listeners under the age of 40 know what the Ministry of Silly Walks even is these days. It's a... Katie?
Katie?
Really? She does. Mark Wood coming around the wicket this time, bowling to the left-handed Washington Sundar, who pulls straight to long on for a single. 340 for 7.
Well, I can tell you about Katie here and Steve, who'd never heard of, no idea who Thin Lizzy is, and Phil Lynott, never heard of him. I couldn't believe it.
Or Naked Gun.
Yeah, the film Naked Gun, no, didn't know that. But didn't know Phil Lynott, Thin Lizzy.
And they're no Keane.
Big fans of Keane.
So that's an inside joke, which you'll only understand if you watch all of one of our videos on the Bumble and Kimber, which will be going up on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at some point in the next 2 weeks.
And to Tom Chaplin.
Oh, another swing from the bat of Harshit Rana. It does not seem to know what to do at any point that Mark Wood bowls short or on a length, angling into the batter. Again, he just tries to heave this delivery and misses it past the inside edge this time. No run. 340 for 7. 2 overs remaining.
I must finish on Tom Chaplin. If you tune into YouTube and look at what we were doing last evening, Jarrod and I and Jonathan Norman, I apologise now to Tom Chaplin, lead singer of Keane. I apologise now.
No offence was intended. Right then, 2 overs remaining. Mark Wood isn't going to be bowled out. Do you think that was a miscalculation, Jarrod?
There has to have been. It just has to be.
I mean, it's not like they're going to try and we don't want him to bowl his full 10.
How many overs did Joe Root bowl? Over 2 spells? He's just made a mistake there, hasn't he? But that.
Yes. Yep. Atkinson to bowl over number 49. He has been expensive today. 61 from 7 overs, yet to get a wicket, and he fires a full Yorker, which is dug out by Washington, and squeezed past point and away to the boundary for 4. It's not getting any better anytime soon. 344 for 7. India with 11 balls remaining in the innings.
It's squeezed and chopped down to third man from a very wide position. It's just inside that blue return line that would have been a wide.
I think this is the problem when you come up against Atkinson after facing Wood. You've just got that much more time. I'm not sure that a batter would have been able to change his shot in the same way that Sundar has. This time can't beat Mark Wood, who's inside the circle.
He's gotten away with that. That could have been 2 fours to start the over.
Well, I just think about the first delivery, which is really wide and full. At this stage, you could think that they might just try and protect one side, offside, but then the second ball's down the leg side.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because if you go, generally when you see a bowler bowl those wide Yorkers, they do a bunch of them in a row. We saw Kyron Pollard in the T10 game bat behind the stumps, because he just went, well, if he's going to bowl out here, he's not going to bowl me, so I'm going to stand behind the stumps.
Atkinson again, and Harshit Rana. It's pitched up and smashed over long off. Well, the one successful shot from Mark Wood's last innings from the bat of Harshit Rana, when it was of Yorker length and pitched up in his own, and he's hit another boundary.
It's a wobble seam delivery, but it's a length ball. Gets in a super position. It sails into the concrete.
You know, there's a tiny bit of reverse swing at the moment.
Atkinson again. I think that might have been a cutter. Either way, Harshit Rana will take a single to mid-wicket. 16 runs from 4 deliveries, 352 for 7.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of reverse swing, but when he's holding it, as you said, he's bowling a wobble ball, so he's not going to get the reverse because he's not keeping the seam straight, and he's not bowling cross seam to get any sort of inconsistency out of the surface as well.
He seems a little bit more scrambled than the ball. Atkinson again, short delivery, and again possibly a slower one, as Harshit Rana's too soon onto the shot, and he takes a single. Washington Sundar, sorry, too soon onto the shot, he pulls, and he'll take a single to long on.
Big over this for India. 353 for 7 in the 49th. Mark Wood to bowl the final over.
We think
10, that's 13 from the over, 1 delivery to go.
Harshit Rana facing up, steps away, and will be caught by Jos Buttler, running back at extra cover. A free hit, I suppose. Final ball of the 49th over. Goes for the big shot. Atkinson experiences success for the first and only time today. And Harshit Rana goes for 13. India lose their 8th, 353 for 8, with 1 over remaining.
Well, he's done his job there. 13 from 10. 353 for 8, 1 over to go. I think this has been perfect from India. India looking at 400 when they were 2 wickets down. England come back, take wickets, reduce that, but it's still, wow, England winning the toss and having a ball first is still a big total, is this. 1 over to go, 353 for 8. We've just seen a view of touring groups from the UK who they looked a bit disgruntled there. They're having a great time. Enjoy it. It's freezing here.
Should be excited for the 360 chase.
Mark Wood to bowl the final over. It will be his 9th. That was the most runs that Gus Atkinson has conceded in a List A game, by the way. 74 from his 8 overs. And Mark Wood's first ball.
Here we go.
He's mixed things up, and Washington Sundar, too soon onto the shot, playing deep in his crease, has turned down a single.
Wouldn't take the single, keeping the strike. Dot ball.
Arshdeep's got a couple of boundaries away. They've sent him in ahead of Kuldeep, who's, I would say, a better bat than him. So it's interesting. Washington's like, I don't care who you send out. I'm just going to face the rest of this over myself. Kuldeep looks like he's off to a cafe now. He's like, oh, if you guys don't need me.
Bowling around the wicket, Mark Wood. There's width and a huge swing of the bat. Loses his body shape, no foot movement, trying to carve this through the covers. And Phil Salt has to dive to his right after a thick inside edge. Flies back to the right of the keeper. Another dot ball.
Dot ball. Precious. But he's not going to bowl. He's 10 overs, Mark Wood. Captain's messed up. I remember when I used to be captain in the John Player League in the 60s. You used to have it on a piece of paper in your hand. Crikey, who's going to bowl? Wasn't up on the board.
Washington readies himself, and Mark Wood will pick up his second wicket in the innings. Washington Sundar trying to go towards deep mid-wicket. It goes straighter than that, cloths it really. Harry Brooks settles under the catch, completes it, and India lose their 9th. 353 for 9, and a second wicket for Mark Wood. He should have bowled all 10.
Well, he should have done, so the captain's messed up, but I know it sounds daft, but England are coming back into the game. It looked, for all the world, this is going to be 400 plus, but they've taken wickets, and India 353 for 9. They've played brilliantly. They've used all their allotment. They've got all the wickets. Last man standing, 11 comes in. Mark Wood has been exceptional. He's into his final over, the 9th. Dot ball wicket, 353 for 9.
England have successfully chased over 353 on 2 occasions as Wood continues, and Kuldeep Yadav moves nicely across to the offside and takes a single. That brings Arshdeep Singh on to strike. Hey, India might actually get bowled out. They've done it twice, but it won't surprise you to hear that they did it twice in 2019 with their greatest ever 50-over side.
The one thing I would say for England is they're still taking wickets. We've seen that in the T20 series. We're seeing it through in the one day. And they probably have knocked, one stage we were talking about 400, weren't we? They're a long way short of 400.
Yep, they are. But it's still going to be something for England just to go close. Wood again. And Arshdeep Singh gives himself a bit of room to the leg side. Wood fires it in on the pads. And there's a throw in at the stumps. But Arshdeep Singh is back for a second. And India moved to 356 for 9. 1 ball remaining in the innings.
Good running there. And clipped into the leg side and scampering back for 2. The crowd has... Crikey, this crowd has built. Huge ground.
Last ball of the innings then on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Mark Wood is in. He's targeting the stumps, and Arshdeep Singh doesn't even bother to get back behind the line. He comes down the track, swing and a miss. Phil Salt collects, who's taken a few catches today, by the way, and he underarms the ball back onto the stumps. Arshdeep Singh run out, and India have been bowled out. A success of sorts. 356, with Shubman Gill top scoring with a masterful 112. There were runs from the bat of Shreyas Iyer, who hit 78, 52 to Kohli, 40 to Rahul late in the piece. But wickets as well. Adil Rashid bowled beautifully, 4 for 64 for him. Mark Wood picked up a couple. There were wickets for Root, Atkinson and Mahmood. But Atkinson and Root were expensive going, both of them over 9 and over. The halfway stage, Bumble, you'd have to say, despite that comeback in the last 10 overs or so, India big favourites to seal the win and take the series.
Yeah,
3-0.
Runs on the board. It's a lovely pitch. It has been a lovely pitch throughout these 50 overs, and you look at modern 50 over cricket, and it used to be back in the day get 250. I think nowadays you need 340, 350. They've got to that. I think they've played exceptionally well, but England, it just shows that if you do take wickets And at 2 wickets down, it looked as if India were going to get 400 plus. You start taking wickets, it reduces. And so they might just be thinking, I hope they are thinking, OK, we've reduced the damage. It's still formidable. It's a huge total. They've got to give it a real go. So going back to the toss, when Josh Butler said that we're going to have a ball first, we think there'll be some dew on the ground and the ball will skid on nicely on this pitch. We'll see. The one thing I want to see from an England top 6 batter is a century. We've not seen it. You've got to get them. You've got to get hundreds, substantial knocks in that first batting period, if you like. Don't be 4 or 5 down in the 15 over power play. You just lose the game. Keep wickets intact, be busy at the crease, find your boundaries. Let's see where you go.
Do you think England made a mistake, Jarrod, at the toss? Do you think that they should have batted first?
I mean, I suppose if they're making a decision based on dew, we won't know until there is or isn't dew, right? So I wouldn't be too worried about that at the moment. But I don't mind them. That's the way that they want to play their cricket. That's fine. But then they have to come out and chase it. And as Bumble said, someone has to make 100.
But they keep saying, both teams have done it at the toss before this game started with Champions Trophy. We're having a look. We'll have a go at bowling first, see how we go. And then Rohit Sharma comes in. He said, I'm quite happy to have a bat. We've been chasing. Let's see how we go. And so they're all looking. They're saying we're looking at the Champions Trophy. So, this is a great exercise for England. I just actually think they've come back into this game at 360, whatever it is. It could have been 420. A lot of damage. They've taken wickets.
289 for 4 India. They ended up 356 all out. So they lost 6 for 67 and 55 deliveries.
Collapse.
Well, it is a bit.
I mean, it's a decent
from a good position.
From a position where we thought they were going to make 400. Yeah. As I said, I think England they went away from the bouncers there, which I felt quite interesting. The last 2 ODIs, we haven't seen as many bouncers. They've tried more Yorkers. I don't think they got it right. Obviously, Mark Wood should have bowled an extra over, and there were some bad deliveries, but they have still found a way to continually get wickets. But on top of that, to be fair to India, they keep pushing, right? You look at Hardik Pandya, that they were going for it. So they are trying to get as many as possible, and they're keeping the England in the game at sometimes.
If somebody's going to do what Shubman Gill did today, I suppose you're looking at Root, aren't you?
Well, just look at the way that they've played. They've been aggressive, they've been forceful, but they've been proper cricket shots. There's been no swinging like a rusty gate. Head all over the place. The head position has been still. They've used the feet well to come down the pitch and meet the ball. Well, they're a super team. They've got some wonderful batters. But England have come back into this game. 356 is the target. 357 is the target. Let's see how they go. I'm absolutely with you. I want to see an England top order batter take responsibility, get a substantial score, that is 3 figures, and kick on, and then people can play around him.
And a word for Adil Rashid.
4 for 64, yeah. and some wonderful bowling. And the leg spinners have spun the ball. There's been a little bit of turn, but his value to the team. He's always going to bowl his 10 overs. You're dead right. Josh Butler messed up. Mark Wood bowled 9 overs, and he's your strike bowler. He should have bowled 10.
And Jarrod, if you're an England batter, which of the Indian bowlers, having seen what we've seen, obviously Dew factor could come in and make spin bowling possibly a little bit more tricky, and the ball might come on a bit nicer, although it looks pretty good out there at the moment. Which of the bowlers do you expect could make the biggest impact for India, especially when you consider they have made some changes today?
Yeah, based on what we saw on this wicket, I would have to say Kuldeep Yadav, left arm wrist spinner. He's going to turn it both ways. They haven't faced him in a little while. They've probably faced more of Kuldeep Yadav than most international teams have, but there aren't that many left arm wrist spinners around. They're hard to get used to, and he'll get turn on this wicket. It's a very big chance for England to get themselves back into the game, but the game doesn't really start for me until Kuldeep Yadav starts bowling.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, we're going to be bringing you the run chase very shortly here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But India, asked to bat first, have racked up a good score, but they've also been bowled out. 356. Shubman Gill top scoring with 112. 50s for Shreyas Iyer and Virat Kohli, and some late order runs from KL Rahul. With the ball, Sakeem Mahmood and Mark Wood shared the new ball. Mahmood 1 for 68 from his 10, and Mark Wood wasn't bowled out. Mistake, we believe, from Joss Butler. I can't think of any other reason why he'd only bowled the 9. He picked up a maiden and was inexpensive throughout. 2 for 45 from him. Gus Atkinson, another difficult day, truth be told. He bowled 8 overs that went for 74. He picked up 1 late order wicket. Joe Root was very expensive in his first 2. He was actually brought on to bowl the 11th over, 11th and 13th, and then disappeared for a while. Those 2 overs went for 24. His 5 overs in the end went for 47. He also picked up 1 wicket. Liam Livingstone, who bowled leg spin today, 8 overs bowled, and 0 for 57 from them. And Adil Rashid standing head and shoulders really above the rest. Montwood aside, he'd say 4 for 64 from his 10 overs. So if England are to successfully chase down 357, it will be their 3rd highest, most successful run chase in the history of ODI cricket. Yeah, it will be something to behold if they even come close. You're listening to the India versus England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates, they're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
Oh. Another miss? I think you need your eyes tested, Dad.
At Vision Express, we've developed our most advanced eye test yet. It includes a UV protection and dry eye assessment, plus an OCT scan that can help pick up eye and health conditions, including glaucoma and diabetes. Book your advanced eye test today. Vision Express. Express your vision. T&Cs apply. Upgrade your free NHS PRSI medical card eye test for an
always little on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, GB only.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground. Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the 3rd ODI between India and England on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd, Steve Harmison, Neil Manthorp and Chetan. Narula bringing you the action. Let's look back at the highlights of India's first innings, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Rohit Sharma's on his way.
England off to a great start, getting rid of the Indian captain. Driven through the cover gap by Virat Kohli, and that was sweetly timed. His first boundary.
Beautiful whip shot, absolutely classic Kohli.
Shubman Gill slaps another boundary. And India motoring along 74 for 1. Shubman Gill reaches 50 as well. But better than a runner ball, and he's looked so calm and composed throughout. Down the track again, Shubman Gill.
Six Nations. It's exactly the Six Nations. He's drop kicked this over the post.
Kohli now steers it behind square on the offside for a single to bring up his 50. Oh, he's got the edge. He's got the edge. No question, Virat Kohli knew it. Bat under the armpit, and off he goes.
Shubman Gill leans forward and just clips this ball to the boundary through mid-wicket. His 7th ODI 100.
Oh, I don't think he's finished yet.
It's actually a missed shot from Shreyas Iyer. He's going to reach 50. 2-2-2 for 2.
Bowled him! And Shubman Gill goes for a wonderful 112. Absolutely superb.
I thought he was God's on for a double 100.
Shreyas Iyer goes for a wonderful 78 from 64 balls. Down the wicket comes Pandya again. Has he timed it well enough? He hasn't. He has! Back-to-back sixes for Hardik Pandya.
Can you hit him for 3 sixes in a row?
Hat-trick 6. Bowled him! Bowled him! What a beauty! Smashed down the ground. What a shot! There's a man at long off. He takes the catch. India stumble again. 307 for 6.
6 from the bat of KL Rahul.
Punched Joe Root straight back down the ground a long way.
Atkinson again, and Harshit Rana smashed over long off. And India have been bowled out. A success of sorts. 356, with Shubman Gill top scoring with a masterful 112. And that's how the first innings sounded, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
I'm with Bumble and Jarrod Kimber. Jarrod can, well, it doesn't really have to say much for the next 10 minutes or so unless he wants to. But isn't that always the way? Sam Ellard's popped his head in. Super Sam. Bumble is going to answer a few questions. We asked for questions for Bumble. Could have been about anything. No gardening. Oh, there's a cooking one. Can you cook, Bumble?
Yeah, I do all the cooking at home,
Do you?
but pretty basic. Yeah.
What's your dishes of choice?
Salad.
Salad? That's not cooking. Well, I don't know. How do you make your salad?
Well, I throw everything into a salad, in a bit of avocado, a bit of fruit, and so on.
Fruit?
But I make scones. I can make cherry scones. I do cherry scones at home. That's something that I do. But I do the cooking at our house.
Oh, nice. So you could bring some cherry scones next time you're in. What was Geoffrey Boycott like as a teammate?
Well, I didn't play with Geoffrey.
I was going to say, I'm not sure your careers would have...
I did actually.
Was that during his hiatus?
And, yeah, well, Geoffrey got injured in 1974 and I took his place. And you know, that was that period when I played. I only played 9 test matches. But I did play in a test trial with Geoffrey. We opened together.
What's a test trial?
You had a trial. They had trials. We had trials for selection in the test team.
Huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Jarrod, sorry to break you away from your fascinating chat with Sam, but did you know they had test trials?
In the early 70s, around 72, they started, 72, 74. There were test trials. Alec Bedser, very famous England and Surrey bowler, was the chairman of selectors at the time, and you played test trials. No, I didn't figure too well in test trials. I got none in the first innings, wonderfully consistent, got none in the second, but I was run out by Geoffrey in the second innings. Yeah. So, I'm one of his victims. I was one of his run-out victims.
You can't say that you opened the batting in England
But
in that era without being run out by
but
Jeffrey.
He was a wonderful player of that era. When you look at that era of cricketers like over my dead body, you ain't going to get me out, and incredibly brave, and a run accumulator, and a great powers of concentration, and on uncovered pitches in domestic cricket.
And against some pretty fearsome attacks.
Yeah, I mean, there were some tasty bowlers around, so, you know, his record stands up.
Jarrod, does his record still stand up? Because I wouldn't say he's a caricature now, but, you know, his name has been lent to the game as a way that you almost don't play it anymore. In fact, Joe Root last year against Sri Lanka he scored the runs that saw England home against Sri Lanka at Old Trafford, and then he joked afterwards that his teammates are calling him Jeffrey Boycott. So does Jeffrey's record still stand up? Bear scrutiny all these years on?
Yeah, I think he's solidly one of the best bats in the history of the game. He's probably not in that upper echelon. I don't think anyone would have him in the top 20 or 30 or anything.
I think Jeffrey might.
I don't think anyone not Jeffrey would have himself there. He's probably just a slight step below. There's a couple of things that's interesting with his record, and I think there was it Tony Greig always said he wouldn't go up against fast bowling. So when I wrote my book, I had to go back and see if Boycott had faced real fast bowling, and he had, and he'd actually made a lot of runs against it at times.
He was incredibly brave, and he would, attention to detail, he would study the bowlers and then practice accordingly for hours and hours and hours.
I think he was one of the first players who used VHS tapes to do proper analysis on bowlers on what they did, and he would go back through stuff. So way ahead of his time for that sort of thing. But I think there was, because of the run-outs, because of the personality and everything else, he becomes a caricature, and his batting gets sort of forgotten about over time.
Yeah.
To have a record like he did is just phenomenal.
But I mean, as a commentator, I thought he was absolute box office, because he would call a spade he'd call it exactly as it is, and I'm not bothered about the consequences of whether you like it or not. He would give an analytical opinion, and of course, when he was working on Test Match Special alongside Agnew, they had a good rapport. The pair of them worked together. So I've got a lot of time for Jeffrey.
I used to think he was a true broadcasting heavyweight to go with the.
I've had some rows with him
about the run out, or
no, about just other stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Yorkshire, when you're in Yorkshire, you can have a row.
He could probably have a pretty good argument with himself, though, couldn't he?
Yeah, he would do. He would do.
If you created a Jeffrey Boycott AI and didn't tell him it was an AI, he'd be there for hours arguing with it, wouldn't he?
Desktop Jeffrey, which is. If you could invite 3 guests from the present or the past to dinner, who would you choose? And just to avoid any embarrassment, you don't have to say me and Jarrod. It's okay. So 3 guests.
He already invited me, so did you not get the invite?
Damn it.
I'd have Mick, the taxi driver, the tractor driver that lives up near us. Drives a tractor, Mick.
Well, I kind of guessed that.
Yeah. Butcher Jeff.
Is he a butcher?
Yeah, the butcher. So Butcher Jeff. Keith Richards would be interesting from the Rolling Stones. That would be great. So they'd be me 3. Got a mate, Paul, in Manchester, who's got 1 tooth, 1 thumb, and 2 hearing aids. He could come.
He must have a few nicknames.
Paul, they call him. So yeah, and I know what you're getting at. They always want 3 celebs.
Of course, because you must have mixed with so many celebs.
I don't do them. There's just blokes and women. They're folk. Just get on with it.
If you hadn't have chosen cricket, I know the answer to this because of Bumble and Kimber last night. If you hadn't have chosen cricket, what would you have done instead?
Plumber. When I just left school, I got an apprenticeship as a plumber, but never took it up because I went straight to Lancashire cricket. So, I mean, you can't get hold of a plumber, can you, these days? And I think they're very wealthy plumbers.
I'm not sure you're going to be... oh, no, you will be able to answer this. What was the best concert you've ever been to?
Rolling Stones.
What year?
Not long ago, at Old Trafford football ground.
They've got quite a lot of concerts now, haven't they?
Yeah, I've been to 2 or 3 Rolling Stones. I went to see... So, yes, the supergroup, yes. So there's a connection between me and Yes. And if folk who know yes will know what that is. So I'll just let that dwell. I'll let it cook for a second or two.
Didn't Rick Wakeman open the batting for England in the 80s?
No, but you've got the keyboard player of yes. And so I went, I think it was...
Is Rick Wakeman in your phone? Because I reckon that's a better answer than you had yesterday.
Stafford Cattle Market, I mean, in the early 70s, I went to see yes. So what is the connection between me and yes? I'll just let it dwell for a second. Ask me another question.
Okay. Which of your old teammates was best in the dressing room? I guess that means best, I don't know, best company?
Right, well, we had a super dressing room, tough dressing room as they always are.
You had some big names in your Lancashire dressing room.
Yeah, Barry Wood was my opening partner initially. Graham Fowler, wonderful player, a real underrated player. Fabulous player, got a double 100 in India when Mike Gatting got a double 100 as well. Paul Allott was a big mate. From an England viewpoint, I didn't play in there very, very often, but Tony Gregg was larger than life.
Oh, what was he like?
I mean, a wonderful, wonderful character. A great fella.
I used to love him as a commentator.
Tony Gregg. So, going back to Lancashire, we had two absolute stardust players as overseas players in Farouk Engineer and Clive Lloyd.
Your brother?
Two fabulous players, fabulous people. So the dressing room is our place. It's your sanctuary. And it can be brutal at times, and things are not going right. You can say your piece, but as soon as you come out of it, it's finished, it's done with. So they were super times. And then with coaching England, that was another with Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, Angus Fraser, Darren Gough, Dominic Cork, big characters in the dressing room. Philip Tufnell, fabulous, absolutely fabulous Philip. Not mad as Artie, but I mean a lovely, lovely lad. So your dressing room is your place. It's a super place to be.
What country was the best to tour in? As a player and a broadcaster, it might be the same one. Or?
New Zealand, fabulous place. But I love touring. I love different cultures of going into different places. The atmosphere, relaxed atmosphere in the Caribbean, the raw Australian atmosphere, South Africa as well. Pakistan's a good tour. That was a lovely tour to go on. A bit chaotic, and so we went there when Adam Hollyoak was captain. Get down the markets, get out and about, get down into the markets and into the mosques and into the forts. We had a good time. I think it's important that you go out and see the culture of where you are. Now get back to Yes. Go on. Does anybody know? Anybody know?
I haven't a
the
clue.
lead singer of Yes.
Okay, let me have a think. Is he from Accrington?
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was our milkman. John Anderson, John and Vangelis. Do you remember John and Vangelis? If these two here in our studio don't know Thin Lizzy, they won't know John and Vangelis, and they won't know Yes. But John Anderson is an Accrington lad.
There you go. How do you think you would have got on in the Bazball era?
I'd have been left wanting. I'd be one of them that they've said, don't call us. You don't fit into our profile. Yeah, I played in a different era, didn't I?
Is there a batter that you have seen that maybe for those listeners or viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel that didn't see you bat, that you look at now and you think, oh, you're a little bit like me, like how I shaped up, or what? Is there anyone there?
Dean Elgar.
No, I don't. No, I would have a bit more adventurous than Dean Elgar.
I wondered if he would get insulted by that, so I thought I'd start there.
Yeah, the left-handed batter. Who's a left-handed batter that? Careful.
You see,
careful player.
You see yourself in Travis Head?
No, I'm not a Travis Head. Just a little bit ago, Kevin Peterson. No, I don't think so.
Strauss?
Andrew Strauss, but Strauss hit it hard. He hit it harder than me. So Andrew Strauss, but I'm not just as posh as Andrew.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Bumble, thank you so much. Such a good sport. Bumble will be with us throughout the day. England have been set quite a score in Ahmedabad. they will have to face or chase down 357. They've only done a score in excess of that twice in their history, both times in 2019. Shubha Gill top scoring with 112, 50s for Kohli and Iyer. Adil Rashid took 4 for 64, a couple of wickets on Mark Wood, who was excellent as well. The run chase will be underway very, very shortly, so keep it tuned here on talkSPORT 2.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2. England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
Jill Scott here with the winning pass from Cadbury. You could be in with a chance to win the ultimate matchday experience. A choice of Arsenal, Chelsea FC, Leeds United, Manchester United or Tottenham Hotspur match tickets. Plus a luxury hotel stay and a chance to meet a legend. The full works. Best of all, you get to share it with 3 of your mates. Who will you share it with? Buy a pack to enter.
UK only 18 plus. Visit thewinningpass.cadbury.co.uk to enter and for full T's and C's and price details.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
Out. No way! That was in!
The ball was out. You may want to get your eyes tested, sir.
Serve your eyes the care they deserve. With the Vision Express Eye Care Plan, you can get 2 pairs of glasses for just £5.70 a month, including 20% off glasses, a free advanced eye test and more. Book your eye test today. Vision Express. Express your vision. T&Cs apply. Interest-free loan subject to status. VE is a credit broker, not a lender, representing Adaro Optics Limited, authorised by the Financial Conduct Authority.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. We're just a couple of minutes away from England's attempt to score 357 for a consolation victory in this 3-match series, having lost the first 2 games in Nagpur and Cuttack by 4 wickets apiece. Scorelines which may have flattered them slightly, with India losing 3 wickets late on in both run chases, which they accomplished without any great difficulty. Steve Harmison's alongside me, along with Chetan and Narula. We've been contemplating how we might see England's run chase go. It is interesting to see Josh Buttler down at number 6. I know Chetan's very upset about that. He wanted the England captain to move further up the order, not down. But Buttler at 6, I'll tell you what, and Livingston at 7, Harmy, it sort of gives the top order licence to go for that flying start in the power play.
I think it gives the licence for numbers 1 and 2. We believe that Banton's going to bat 3, so 1, 2 and 3 to bat the way they feel comfortable, and then you'd look at Root and Brook to, I would hope, bat their way, just be get themselves in and bat their usual. They play a different type of aggressive brand of cricket. They look to manoeuvre the field, and they have got the big shots in them and set up what is always a grandstand finish with England. Sometimes that grandstand finish starts after 25 overs, but because Buttler and Livingston are at 6 and 7, that middle period, England can buy themselves some time if they do get off to a fast start, which they have done in the last 2 ODIs. I mean, the last 2 ODIs, England 75 for 1 in the last one. They got off to a good start in the first one, and 75 for 1 in the last one. And if they can do that, give themselves a little bit of a concrete base and a stable platform for Buttler and Livingston to come in and explode from there. So that's why I don't mind Joss at number 6 and Liam Livingston at number 7.
Hardik Pandya was just in conversation with Ben Duckett 30 seconds ago with his arm around England's opener, and I was just thinking, where do they know each other from? And I was thinking, IPL, other franchise tournaments. I don't think they have played with or against each other on the franchise circuit, have they?
I can't think.
It's just Hardik being super friendly.
Well, they've been playing together for the last 2 weeks.
Yes, 3 weeks.
3 weeks. So yeah.
I wonder if Hardik was just mentioned in the comments from Ben Duckett in the last few days.
Possibly. Here's Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket to Phil Salt, right-hander, drives up to mid-off, and it is fielded by Hardik Pandya.
Look, I'm okay if England are okay with Jos Buttler batting lower down the order, but it's their loss. I mean, for me, he should be batting in top 3, top 4, because you have Joe Root up there as well. But anything lower than top 4, and yeah, that's a clutch batter in any condition, in any situation. And if you're having him at number 6, that's your loss, pure and simple.
You possibly run the risk of them running out of partners at the bottom end.
Here's Arshdeep once again running away from us, up to the crease now, bowls Phil Salt back and across, tucks it nicely off his hip down towards long leg, and they go through for a single, and England are underway. Arshdeep's got a wonderful in-swinging Yorker to the right-handers. He'd be swinging it away predominantly to the left-handed Duckett.
Pure and simple, in white ball cricket, you need your best batters to have a chance of facing the most number of deliveries that you would like them to. Sure, Joe Root is your top batter, so you want him at number 3. Ideally, I would want Jos Buttler at 3, if not opening at all. But anything lower than 4, not only are you running out of partners, but you're also facing fewer number of deliveries. Yes, Harry Brook can be very explosive on his day, but Jos Buttler, given the experience he has, he is a far more complete batter at the moment, so he should be batting in the top 4.
Arshdeep in once again to Duckett, who defends. Don't say that very often. It's fielded by Hardik again at mid-on. However, if England are 200 for 4 when Jos Buttler walks to the crease, happy days.
Yes.
Who else would you want?
Yeah, you would want Jos Buttler there. And to my mind, I mean, that would be the perfect scenario. But that's why I'm saying this. He can bat in any situation. He's that good a batter. And I will die on this hill. Jos Buttler has to be in the top 4.
And I think he will. If England are 200 for 2, Jos Buttler walks out next.
Right, as long as there is flexibility. Here's Arshdeep again. Ben Duckett plays defensively once more. 2 in a row, 2 defensive shots in a row from Ben Duckett. Harmy, I'm all for that. I really do enjoy that. Teams can be over flexible, and cricketers, batters I should say at least, tend to be
for
a little
India.
Inflexible, don't they?
It's worked for India, because India have been quite flexible there with Axar, K. Rahul and Hardik in this 3 games, so why can't it work for England?
Well, that'd be good, yeah. As long as Buttler is used to the best possible way, as Arshdeep is in again, 3 balls in a row to Ben Duckett, which is not scored from, pushing that one straight back to the bowler.
We just keep an eye on Ben Duckett's movements here. He's struggling with a little groin niggle. He picked a little groin niggle up. I think it's a groin or a thigh problem. It's his left leg. He picked it up around about the 44th, 45th over. He went off after 46. But he had to come back in the 48th to open the baton, because obviously the length of time you have off, you can't then bat for. So he had to come on for the last 2 overs.
Wide slip in for Arshdeep as Ben Duckett plays a 4th ball in a row defensively up to Hardik Pandya at mid-on, and there's no runs. A very, very tidy start from Arshdeep Singh. I've seen him quite devastating with the new ball in T20 cricket and 50-over cricket. Didn't get a great deal of swing that I could detect in that first over, but he's a real handful. England 1 for none, target 357.
Yeah, it was a good over, and it was good because of length. His length was excellent. He was at Ben Duckett, didn't give him any room whatsoever. I don't think he was really trying to swing it. A lot of the seams were sort of more scrambled. They weren't bowled upright. Because I think if you go to try and swing it, and so we're back in towards the right-hander, away from the left-hander, that there gives Ben Duckett a chance to get his hands free. So I think Arshdeep Singh there just held his length, around about the sort of 5 metre good length mark, but he didn't try and swing it, and he made sure he was pushing Ben Duckett back. Next over, he might go that little bit fuller, and you might see him try and swing it, but it was a good start.
Here is Harshit Rana from the far end, and that's kick is a bit low outside the off stump. Phil Salt tries to force it off the back foot through the offside. Bounces just in front of KL Rahul, and might have kneed him.
Ouch!
Did he get kneecapped?
He's got kneecapped. Ouch! That's hurt. Yeah, that's hurt. KL Rahul. It's just bounced about 3 or 4 foot in front of him, rolled along the deck, and as he's gone down to stop it, it's missed everything because his knees is bent as he's going down, and it's just literally it's gone underneath his pad, underneath his knee roll as he bends down. Yeah, misses his hands, or clipped his hands right on the top of the knee. That is going to hurt.
He's a very modest standard club cricketer myself, who kept wicket. I know exactly what that feels like.
But when club cricketers go that, they don't bend down, they just put the pads there and let the pads hit it, not the gloves.
Harshit Rana to Ben Duckett again. Once more he plays defensively. I don't know whether I'm seeing things or not, but Ben Duckett is moving very gingerly. I mean, he's usually a lot more sprightly on his feet, and that's 5 balls in a row that he hasn't even when he is defending, he's busy and bustling, and he's looking for a single. He's just blocked the last.
He's looking to defend it into areas normally, so he'll get across the crease and he'll defend it into areas, make the bowler's line. He'll try and use the bowler's sort of length, and he'll steer leg side of it and defend into an area and trot down the other side. At the minute, he's not moving that well.
Harshit Rana around the wicket. Ben Duckett pulls and misses, and it hits him on the pad, and.
He's struggling.
He is definitely struggling. I mean, he's just heavy on his feet, isn't he? And I've never seen Ben Duckett look heavy on his feet.
He looks as though he's in a bit of trouble here. Is Ben Duckett? I think he might be having a conversation. Whether Phil Salt's having a conversation with him to say, is this worth it? You know, you've got the Champions Trophy around the corner. Is this worth you being out here and making this worse? I think from making it worse point of view, you know, if you've done your groin, he ain't playing the Champions Trophy anyway. If he's done it properly.
If it's just a twinge or a niggle, then he can get it treated and he'll be all right in a week. Flicked away by Duckett, and he is running, but he's not running hard at all. He's hoping it goes to the boundary, and it will go to the boundary. He really has timed that beautifully, but gee, Duckett's just, I won't go as far as to say hobbled, but he is in extreme discomfort, I would have to say.
And given the situation right now, shouldn't this decision have been made before this innings started? I mean, they already knew about the situation, didn't they? That's a big question mark.
Yeah, good point. It was probably talked about for half an hour. Is it worth it? Are you better? He is better off. If he is going to bat, he's better off in this situation than he is. Maybe he's batting 7 or 8.
Yeah, power play, exactly. Oh, pulled away. Super timing from Duckett. 1 bounce, 4 over square leg. That wasn't too short at all. That's just Duckett saying, I've got to hit the ball where there aren't any fielders, and he's just picked up a length ball from outside off stump and deposited it over square leg.
Yeah, good shot. That was the line. The line was poor there from from Rana was just a little bit straighter and a little bit shorter in length. Duckett's gone all the way back to give himself some depth of the crease. He can open up the leg side, but I think this is the way he's got to go. He sees it as a free hit. He can't run. Just try and hit as many boundaries as he possibly can before he gets out.
Here's Harshit Rana again. Duckett has a swing at this one, mistimes it, off the splice of the bat, out to extra cover. And there is no run as the over comes to an end. That's 2 overs gone. England 10 for none. You're listening to England versus India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Just visit villagehotels.com. You're quite right. I mean, what's the point in him coming in at 5 or 6 or 7 in the middle overs when you have to run hard and work hard? He is actually, if you're going to make use of him, power plays the time.
Yeah, power plays the time. If you're coming in down the order and you need 10 and over, 11 and over, not only are you looking to hit the boundary, but you try and pinch them in the field. So, no. But the question mark is, you've got a major tournament less than 10 days away. Are you making it worse to knock you out of the major tournament if it's just a niggle? If it's just a niggle, you go off and you'll be all right in 10 days' time.
Here's Arshdeep Singh for his second over. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Phil Salt. He has a swing at the bouncer. Back of a length.
That's a wide for me.
Phil Salt can't believe it. He's just absolutely staggered. He's had a swing at this one. It's gone over his left shoulder, and he's just now glaring at the umpire, Virender Sharma, as if to say, "What do you need help?" I mean, it's gone well over his left shoulder, well down the leg side, and Virender Sharma says, "Get on with it." Dot ball. Slip gully or short third, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and that's down the leg side, hits Phil Salt's pads and disappears very fine off the pads down to the boundary for 4-leg buys. Anybody who followed the Women's T20 World Cup a couple of months ago may remember when England were dismissed. It was their first game they played at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium, and there were some comments that the unusual LED lighting around the edge of the stadium, around the ceiling of the stadium at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium was unfamiliar to them. They dropped 3 or 4 catches, swing and a miss from Salt as Arshdeep pitches up outside the off stump. They hadn't trained under the lights. Anyway, the point is the LED lights, which there are no floodlight pylons at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. There's just a ring of LED lights. They call it the Ring of Fire in Dubai, and the same principle, the same lighting principle applies here at the magnificent Narendra Modi Stadium.
They have them in Australia as well.
Yeah, Perth.
I'm going to say, were they in? No, for the women's game.
The day-night test match.
The day-night test match. England dropped 8 catches in one day there. Was that?
It was Brisbane, wasn't it? They've got normal pylons there. Salt now punches off the back foot straight to extra cover.
I think the Optus Stadium has the circular lights, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, it has nothing to do with the English women's team dropping those catches all the way in Brisbane.
It was at the MCG.
Sorry,
MCG,
the MCG. Yes,
and they do have massive pylons.
But I think if I'm not mistaken, I think the Optus Stadium does have a ring of lights. Yeah.
But they're not as the Dubai Stadium, depth of the stadium is not as high.
Not as high.
Yeah, it's not as high, so you get away with it here because it's a lot higher.
Yeah, they're as high as the average pylon at many stadiums. Here's Arshdeep in once again. Salt back and across, and I think that one hit him on the thigh pad and just went downwards into the gloves, bouncing into the gloves of KL Rahul. But here, I mean, the stands are so high. All the same height, obviously. You couldn't have this LED system if the lights were at different heights. But I think they're in the region of 20. Well, I read this 27 or 28 meters high. Long way up. I counted the steps. 156. Salt punches through mid-wicket. Just a short arm jab, bottom hand, bang, through mid-wicket. Fractionally short from Arshdeep. Wasn't really, actually. It was length ball, wasn't it? On about off stump, but it was in Phil Salt's arc. and he dispatched it away for 4.
First time he's been in between. He's either been really full or he's been short. He's tried Salt out with a couple of short balls, but Arshdeep there, he was a little bit of an in between length. And it was in the arc for Phil Salt. Still been a good start from Arshdeep. He's bowled 2 overs for 5. He's tried to swing it. He's got it to swing a little bit. Ben Duckett back on strike, and I'm sure the conversation not only in the dugout but in the middle about how Ben Duckett goes about his innings and the injury that he's got, making it worse with 10 days. I say, I can't emphasise enough, 10 days to go before a major tournament. Ben Duckett, who yesterday took some stick for what he meant, his comments about the bilateral series and how important that ICC trophy is.
Harshit Rana. Duckett was right across, looks for the little ramp over long leg, and although it came high off the bat, I mean, if that had been off the middle of the bat, it probably would have gone for 6, but it came high off the splice of the bat. Nonetheless, it still only bounced once before it went for 4, but he's played the double bluff, he's backed out away outside leg stump, then stepped across off stump and ramped it rather well.
Struggling to understand. Harshdeep, he sees that early. Ben Duckett's gone early, so the bowler has seen him go early, and then he's run his fingers across it. I think if you see him go early, just bowl as fast as you can because he's out of position.
Harshit Rana in again, bottom edge. He's dragged it past leg stump for 4 more. It could be fun here. I don't know how long Ben Duckett's going to last. He is seriously inconvenienced, but he's just going to stand there and whack it, and that was a lucky one.
Yeah, that's just one way to do it if you're, as you mentioned, inconvenienced. Again, I don't understand why he's bowling this short length to a batter who's absolutely in discomfort with whether it's his hamstring or his groin. We don't have that information, but you want to bowl a little full so that he is on that uncomfortable haunch.
Here is Harshit Rana to Ben Duckett, slice cut down to Akshar Patel fielding on the deep backward point boundary. You know what I do like is that India have got all of their ring fielders on the edge of the circle, so they
know there's no quick singles.
Exactly. I know it's obvious, but captains might miss that. They'd put one man saving on the one, but they're all. He's saying, go on then. Take a single.
But there's also you could say a theory, because he's inconvenienced and he's not quite with it, he could sort of cloth it to the circle and not quite get there, so you get caught between a rock and a hard place.
Harshit Rana in once again, and swinging a complete mistime from Salt, bottom edge down into the ground, trickles to keep a roll. England 27 for none.
Yeah, this was fuller from Harshit Rana, and I think this is the lane that he should be aspiring for. On occasion, he's been bowling a tad too short, and Ben Duckett is in that kind of mindset that he's going to try and smash everything that comes his way, and that's kind of playing into his hands. Even if it's bowled fuller, then Duckett will have to just move about that much, a little bit that much, and that discomfort will just try and hinder him. So Harshit Rana has to try and keep on bowling fuller like he did to Phil Salt on that last occasion.
Here's Harshit, bouncer, and that is called immediately a wide by square leg umpire Shafadullah. Confirms to Virendra Sharma, who holds his arms out. Definitely a wide.
Don't mind that. I don't mind that. He's signalling his intent. He's aggressive. He's going at the batter. I'd rather him borderline wide than not quite high enough. And it's a free, like the Arshdeep did in the last over, and it's a free hit through mid-wicket. So if you're going to bowl a short ball, mean to bowl the short ball, be the aggressor, and make Salt hit it from a higher point.
Here is Harshit Rana once again. Salt clubs this one wide of mid-on and down to the ground for 4, down to the boundary for 4. It was pretty agricultural. You know what amuses me is that Ben Duckett has to stand there and swing and hit boundaries. Salt is doing so by choice.
Yeah, he's doing so by choice, but unfortunately he's trying to hit it too hard, and he's missed time, and he's the whole bat twisted in his hand. And he's not quite got the timings right here as Phil Salt. He's getting away with it, he's connecting with it, but he's not hitting the middle of the bat. He's hit the toe of the bat there. He's hit splice of the bat earlier in the over. Inside edge one over the towards Keir Roll. He's just trying to hit a little bit too hard. He's losing his shape big time here, Phil Salt. Stand still, try and stay comfortable and swing easy.
Harshit Rana to Salt again, full and straight, and Salt again whacks it to Rohit Sharma at mid-on, and I use the word whack advisedly because, as Harmy says, it just looks like Salt's trying to hit the ball as hard as he possibly can, and timing and placement are very much secondary and lower down on the priority list rather than just hitting it hard. 32 for none, 4 overs gone. Ahmedabad is a fascinating city, and Chetan's going to correct me if I'm wrong here, but one thing. Would it be fair to say that the seeds of Indian independence were sown in Ahmedabad when Mahatma Gandhi established 2 ashrams in this city in 1915 and 1917, and I know that there are independence movements throughout India to try and get rid of British colonial rule, but the Dandi Salt March left from Ahmedabad, didn't it? It was the telltale non-violent protests. Here's Arshdeep Singh beginning again to bend Duckett again, just swings from the hip down to mid-off, fielded by Captain Rohit Sharma. It was a protest against the British charging locals tax on salt that was theirs.
Yeah, salt-making tax. He basically centered himself around Ahmedabad because obviously he originated from here, the great Mahatma Gandhi. But I think if you have to pick a particular point, it was, I think, 1990 with the non-cooperation movement, when the entire country was united and, well, not cooperating with the government peacefully for most parts.
Arshdeep left arm over the wicket, bowling to Ben Duckett, and he's swung through the line of this one again. 2 bounces, not perfectly timed, but the boundaries are coming, that's for sure. Ben Duckett's now 5 fours, a couple to Phil Salt. It was Phil Salt that reminded me of the Dandi Salt March.
But if you bowl the ball in the slot, I mean, you deserve to go for a boundary. That was full. Even somebody like Ben Duckett, and Arshdeep Singh is not trying to swing it, he's bowling with scrambled seam, but that was in the slot.
Here's Arshdeep in once again to Duckett. A little bit of width outside the off stump, and he's smashed this one between cover point and extra cover, and there's not much of a gap there, 12-15 yards maybe between those 2 fielders, and that one has certainly hit the middle of the bat. That's 6 fours to Duckett. England are flying, 40 for none after 4.5.
I tell you what, if Arshdeep and Harshit are auditioning for the second pacer's role on the opening game of the Champions Trophy, I can't decide who's doing a poorer job at the moment, because these are absolute poor lengths to a batter who is absolutely in discomfort. So yeah, they need to have a bit of a rethink. Just short and wide outside the off stump, he's just going to get smashed whether he's in discomfort or not.
Here's Arshdeep. I don't know why this ball's not swinging. Seems to be doing everything right. Short, pulled away, hooked actually. That was more off the grill height than chest height, and it's 4 more. Duckett he was so ready for that. You can't help thinking that he was expecting it, and he readied himself for the hook shot.
Ain't going to swing from that length, Manners. It ain't swinging from that length. That ball, arguably, it's going over the top of Ben Duckett's head. I think this is always a challenge from a bowler's point of view, is just stick with your strengths, and I think this is the problem with Arshdeep. I think he's worried about Ben Duckett, giving him if he swings it away from Ben Duckett, he's given him Ben Duckett will give himself natural width, and that's the Ben Duckett strength. But Arshdeep Singh's strength is left arm taking the ball away.
Another short one, another pull shot this time from Duckett, and another 4.
He's not a bouncer bowler.
I don't know what Arshdeep's doing. I mean, swing is his weapon. It's not swinging. Now he's gone short.
But he's not trying to swing it. This is my issue with him. So he's probably looked at Ben Duckett and going, he naturally scores with width. Naturally scores behind sort of backward point, gully region, backward point, cover point on the offside. So I'm not going to give him any width. So I'm not going to swing it away from him. And he's now got it horribly wrong, because at the end of the day, he's bowling at 132, 134 kilometres an hour. His strength is to swing it. So stick to your strength. Run up, have slip, have 2 men at backward point, sort of cover point, and say to Ben Duckett, that might be your strength, but this is my strength as well. Let's have a go. Let's have a go on both our strengths, and I'll beat you.
Here's Arshdeep again. Duckett backs away, gives himself some room, and then rather than hit over cover, tries to swing it over mid-wicket, and his head was in the air, and he lost his shape completely, and he missed it as a result. But 5 overs gone, 48 without loss. Many of the great captains have been known for their ability to remain completely calm, or to look completely calm. Michael Vaughan always you never knew, had his big sunglasses on and whatever. Rohit Sharma's the opposite. You see during that over, he's just shaking his head and holding his arms out to Arshdeep, saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
He's not quite Nasser Hussain, but he's up there. He's close to it, and I would be frustrated with my bowler because he's not backing his own game. He's not backing his own strength. And as a bowler in a power play with a brand new ball, you've got to back your own strength. You've got to back your strength because you've got to have plan A. That's your plan A, which is your strength. My strength as a left-arm swing bowler is to run up, pitch it up and swing it. He's not trying to swing one ball against Ben Duckett because he's worried about giving him width outside of stump.
There'll be no swing from the next bowler because it's Washington Sundar into the attack, bowling the 6th over inside the power play. First ball is a dot ball played back defensively.
Yeah, desperate move this one, and Rohit Sharma trying to bring that match up. If Ben Duckett, the left-hander, faces the off-spinner, that matchup comes into play. But yeah, it's been shoddy bowling from both Harshit and Arshdeep today.
Here's Washington Sundar again. Salt drives, mistimes, and it just falls short of Harshit Rana, who dives to his left and parries the ball on the half volley with his left hand, takes enough pace off it to keep them down to 2, but that was almost an error from Phil Salt.
What an effort this is from... He's not going to get anywhere near to catch it, but what an effort it is to get a hand on it. He saved 2 runs there, but big fast bowler. He did brilliantly well because it was behind him, it's gone past him.
Here is Sundar once again, and Phil Salt clips it off his toes down to long on.
I was going to say the same thing. He's a big, burly, fast bowler. We've discussed before as well that he's just built like that, power-packed, big shoulder, big broad shoulders. And for a guy of his size, that was really a great effort from Harshit Rana. And now, with Ben Duckett on strike, we'll just get to see what India are trying to do with Washington Sundar on the attack. But look, from an Arshdeep Singh point of view, he is a one-trick bowler when it comes to the new ball. If it is not swinging, and he's not been able to find that swing today, he's not been able to find that movement today.
I don't think he has tried, though. That's my issue with him.
He tried in the first over.
Yeah, he tried in the first over, and he did not get any purchase. No, he didn't.
I think he did, Harmy. I think he bowled full in the first over, but he changed plan very, very quickly. This one down the leg side. Ben Duckett's moved away across to the leg stump and tried to swing through the offside. He's missed it, but so has KL Rahul, and that's gone down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, it's gone through everything, hasn't it? Ben Duckett's gone, give himself some room. He's gone for the big heave into the leg side and gone with the arm. It's gone with the arm, pace on it. It's gone straight through. I'm not going to blame KL Rahul there because there's a lot going on in front of him.
Yeah, and byes called, even though it passed by legs. It's a foot outside leg stump, but both the batsman and the keeper had moved across, so Duckett was a long way outside leg stump, so it did pass between him and the stumps. Little single here, clipped off the pads behind square on the leg side. England off to the flyer that we speculated about, 56 for none.
Yeah, they needed this flying start if they need to chase down 350. We discussed that. They can't lose this opening pair quickly. I was disappointed with Washington Sundar's previous delivery. He was again firing it down leg side.
I don't know whether he followed the batsman or not. Salt now slaps one through the covers for 4 more. Sundar over pitching. Salt stood dead still. No foot movement at all there, just waited. Sundar couldn't read any movement because there was none, and Salt has just eased it through the offside between extra cover and cover for 4 more.
I can't wait till it starts coming out the middle of Phil Salt's bat, because at the minute it's going to the boundary and it's not coming off the middle. He's blinked that one again off the outside, sort of outside quarter of the bat. It's a good start from England. 60 for none off 6. I'm not sure whether it's good batting from England or bad bowling from India. It probably is a little bit of both, but I would probably say it's more bad bowling from India.
Definitely bad bowling, definitely. And now the big conversation with Hardik Pandya and Rohit Sharma and with Arshdeep. They're trying to, talk to the bowler as to decide what he should be bowling, or at least telling him. And now changes in the field as well to try and give him a little bit more
He's
protection.
gone, okay, if you're not going to bowl out swingers to the left-hander, let's just change the field. If you want to bowl short, then we'll have a man on the cover boundary. Arshdeep in, slow ball, pace off, defended by Duckett. I assume that's what it's about. And Rohit saying, well, look, okay, it's
Just
not
give
swinging.
him that protection, yes.
Well, talk to me then. If it's not swinging, don't just start bowling short with the same field.
Especially when there's a huge gap on the onside where he's bowling short and Ben Duckett was just picking him for boundaries. Look, as I was mentioning, his problem is if he doesn't find that movement, there is no go-to plan. There's no plan B until he comes in the death overs and start bowling those Yorkers.
He's not fast enough.
Here is Arshdeep, who's made an inglorious start. Slower ball, and it's done the trick. It's gone straight up in the air, and Rohit Sharma takes it. Pace off, nicely disguised by Arshdeep Singh. Ben Duckett's eyes lit up. He thought, here's a chance. Didn't pick the slower ball. Sliced it straight up in the air. Nice bit of bowling from Arshdeep. Very well done. Very well done indeed. And, is that a knuckle ball?
Knuckle ball from Arshdeep. Ben Duckett didn't wait on it. He's trying to hit it into the leg side, and all he can do is hit it straight up in the air. Good catch from Rohit Sharma. He didn't have to move that far either side. It literally went straight to him, but it went a long way up in the air, and that will give Arshdeep Singh a little bit more confidence, because I think Ben Duckett's got into Arshdeep Singh's head in that early part of the power play rather than Arshdeep Singh bowling to his strength. I think he's tried to bowl to Ben Duckett rather than go, I'm Arshdeep Singh, I'm Indian's number opening bowler, I'm the best left arm swing bowler on show, and backed himself. I think he's gone the other way.
And also, I think we were talking about that change in field. The last over that he bowled, where he was smacked for 4 fours, the last ball of that over, he had used the knuckle ball, and it had gone slower and under Ben Duckett's bat when he was a little out of position. So probably that conversation with Rohit Sharma and Pandya was, you change the field a bit, give me some catching options and give me protection when I'm not able to swing it, and I'm going to try the knuckle ball, because that's where Ben Duckett struggled a bit when I took the pace off, and that ploy seems to have worked for Arshdeep.
Don't know why, but I'm strangely desperate for Tom Banton to have a good evening out. For
me too.
Whole variety of reasons.
It's according to your new script, your latest script, is it?
No, I just really want him to have a good evening out. I mean, I'd love him to make an unbeaten 100, but that's maybe going a bit far. But I think it's wonderful that he's been on this journey that has been hard. First ball, he pushes away, square of the wicket defensively to cover point. But to be picked for England so early, to go through this emotionally testing journey, to fall out of love with the game, to become disillusioned, to fight your way back, to start scoring runs again, to find a way to fall back in love with the game, to be recalled to the England team. It's hard enough to get an invite, crack a nod, isn't it, to get into this team.
And let's be fair, when he was young and got in at 19, he deserved to be in, because he burst on the scene beautifully.
Arshdeep in, Banton, little sluggish, little heavy on the feet, has a push at this one, is beaten, it goes across him into the gloves of KL Rahul.
And with you though, Manners, I want to see him do well, really want to see him do well. It's a great story.
We spoke about mindset in the afternoon. What do you think he's thinking right now, Banton, coming in at number 3? He's just flown in, no practice. He's here batting, 350 on the board.
It's a free hit for him. For me, it's a free hit for him. That's what the message should have been from the behind the scenes. It's a free hit. Go and play your game. We've moved Joe Root, England's greatest ever player. We've moved Joe Root from 3 to give you the best chance possible.
Here's Arshdeep, bowls to Banton on the back foot, punches it to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Washington Sundar.
And Brent McCullum would be very good at giving out that message.
Yeah, and he's a free-spirited player anyway. So don't fear the failure bit. Just go and enjoy. You've flown in, no practice. You've had a bit of time out of the game. It is a little bit of a free hit for him. Put him in a place where he feels comfortable. I think it would have been harsh to bring him in and bat him at number 7. You give him the best chance possible he can have to fulfill what is undoubted a talent.
Here's Arshdeep, and on the back foot, punched away up towards mid-off. It's fielded by Hardik Pandya, and they go through for a single, and Banton is off the mark, and England are 61 for 1 after 7 overs. Just a single from that over from Arshdeep, and the wicket as well. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK. For a great breakaway, visit villagehotels.com. It's just, I think it's just terrific to see a cricketer, get a second bite at the cherry. Some have been very fortunate to have 5 or 6 goes. In the 1990s and early 2000s, you'd be dropped after 2 games and
brought back after 7.
Yeah. Dropped again after 3.
Dropped again after 9. So
that's not the Baz way. And so hopefully, if Tom Banton is the next cab off the rank, as you say, it's a free hit, and hopefully he's not going to be discarded after 1 ODI. I don't know whether, Washington Sundar in once again, and Tom Banton looking to push it through the covers, ends up pushing it straight back to the bowler. Chetan, I'm always aware that that we, as working full-time in cricket, are aware of stories, and it's a reverse sweep, beautifully done from Banton. 6. He's reverse swept him for 6. How about that for a piece of timing?
A brilliant shot. That is a brilliant shot. It is, and he such quick hands, but in the last minute he had to get a lot quicker, because Washington Sundar sees him go, and all of a sudden the extra pace on the ball, so he had to get a hurry up. And because he's gone reverse hands, he's changed his hands on the bat as well, he's been able to get power and get it up in the air, and that's why it's gone for 6. Good shot.
Here is Sundar once again. Banton plays this one defensively, so more of a switch hit.
Yeah, switch hit.
Yeah. And also because you have third man up and backward point as well, so there was nobody behind that. He could just power that shot through.
Down the wicket, miss stumping. It'll go for 4. He nicked it. Did he nick it?
Yeah, I think he's nicked this.
Oh, well, he's down the wicket. He's a long way out of his ground. Maybe the nick explains why KL Rahul missed it. I definitely heard a noise, but I thought that he'd hit his pad.
I think it's a big one as well.
Yeah, and if he's nicked it, then perhaps, he had already moved towards the leg side, KL Rahul, and it was just the bottomest edge of the bat, because he was going for a big wild heave.
Sundar in once again. It's flicked away by Banton for a single, so a little bit of a life there. And it was definitely a nick. And 2 singles, a 6 and a 4. He's 12 not out. I was going to ask you about Washington Sundar.
Go ahead.
Young listeners or first-time listeners, are thinking, how's an Indian called Washington? And we, as I say, we work in cricket full-time, so we fail to mention it. He's been around a long time now, but I'm sure there'll be people listening and watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel thinking, why is he called Washington? End of the over, 8 gone, England 73 for 1.
Like I've mentioned earlier on the broadcast as well during one of the games, that first of all, he belongs from South India, and that's Tamil Nadu. So people from the south, the first part of their name is usually either the initials of their parents, father predominantly, or from the area that they come from. So potentially the village that he or his father or his grandfather comes from is named Washington, could potentially. So that's where the names come from, really.
Right, 8 overs gone. Time for a change of voices. Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd and Jon Norman.
It's been the kind of start that you associate with English cricket. Big shots, a few slogs, a couple of chances, a wicket. And an unexpected cap, this time thrown the way of Tom Banton. Phil Salt holding the bat, a bit like Captain Caveman used to hold that stick of rock. There's going to be 2 runs here, and that's really good running as well by both Phil Salt and Tom Banton, who's had a life of sorts on his way to 12. Not sure that there was always going to be 2. But The two have crossed twice well, so England up where they need to be in terms of the run rate. But they have lost the wicket of Ben Duckett. He's gone for 34, a wicket for Arshdeep Singh, whose 4 overs have gone for 22, and another couple from that first delivery. I'm alongside David Bumble Lloyd, Jarrod Kimber as well. And Singh is in, and this has just been carved through extra cover from Phil Salt. He moves to 23 with a firmly hit boundary. But there is a massive difference, it appears to me, in the way that England are going about this innings as opposed to how India did earlier today. And that is that they are trying to hit every boundary as though that boundary will win the match. It's exciting to watch. Short, slower ball bouncer from Arshdeep Singh, which is signalled a wide, and Phil Salt doesn't even attempt to get back anywhere near ball. 80 for 1 England, start of the ninth.
Well, two things. Arshdeep is bowling lots of slow deliveries. Left arm over, opening bowler with a new ball, and he's bowling lots of slow deliveries just in his first 5 overs. You're dead right. There's a marked difference with the way that India went about the business right at the beginning. Proper cricket shots. England have played some almighty slogs.
I'm not sure how many slogs India played in their entire innings as Salt backs away a touch. Can't beat the fielder. Shubman Gill, I think, at point, who top scored with 112 earlier today.
Shubman Gill played one early on when he charged down and sort of tennis balled one over mid-on, and that's the only one I remember. But you watch the two teams, what India does looks sustainable. They're going to score quickly, but they've got shots that are sustainable. And you look at England and you're just like, eventually you are going to miss that. You're backed away a mile outside leg stump and you're trying to hit the ball over covers again. Like, it just doesn't look sustainable in any same kind of way.
And surely the Shubman Gill way of operating is the way to go. Dug in, and this is going to be out. Phil Salt tries to clear the circle square of the wicket on the offside. He can only cloth it to point. The simplest of all catches, and Salt's tour has come to an end. A 21 ball 23. England's at 80 for 2, and Arshdeep Singh has struck again.
And it's another slow delivery. It's a slow bouncer, and it's a very complicated shot that he tries to play. There are 2 fielders inside the circle behind square on the offside, and he tries to guide the ball, just ramp it over the pair of them, and succeeds in finding one of them. And just bearing out what we're saying, that 23 from 21, Duckett 34, quick fire, 80 for 2. As Jarrod Kimber says, not sustainable in the 9th over. So Joe Root brings some sanity, he should do. Banton is 12 from 9. Brook will be in next. Oh, it's a long, long way to go. It needs to have measured play, controlled play, aggressive, thoughtful. But I mean, it's been everyone's a winner. Who sang that hot chocolate?
And now I do remember them. Shubman Gill faced 102 deliveries and by our reckoning played 1 slog. And guess what? I don't think he got a boundary from it, did he?
See how you are at 30 overs. Keep wickets intact. Be busy at the crease. Run your singles. Change your 1s into 2s. Find the boundaries. See where you are at 30. Wickets intact. Double the score.
Well, we do have, or rather England do have, a batter that can do that and more. Joe Root. Batting at 4 today. Tom Banton at 3. England 80 for 2, chasing 357. Can they make this a competitive game? Are they going to fall in a heap, or will they win? Find out. Wide of the crease from Arshdeep Singh, and this is gracefully played by Jarrod, up on his toes, and this is exactly what Bumble's just been asking for, a batter to pierce the gap between the field. The ball racing along the floor, in control of the shot, keeping his body shape, not trying to overhit, not trying to slog. Playing the ball late and on its merits, down into the ground, backward point, dives, can't race and stop. Kuldeep Yadav on the boundary's edge does the same thing. He gets to the ball but can't prevent it going over the boundary. And, you know, Joe Root's got a strike rate of 400. .84 for 2 then, England. 357 the target as Arshdeep Singh is in. And Joe Root this time cramped for him just a touch. But he's got his boundary. Picks out backward point. I've not noticed Arshdeep Singh. He runs from behind the umpire for quite a lot of his running, doesn't he?
Well, another, just tactically, just to Joe Root going around the wicket. Left arm, he's not a fast bowler, he's a medium fast bowler, bowling around the wicket. So they're doing the homework and deciding that's the way we'd like to attack Joe Root. But he played a beautiful shot there, a glide shot behind square on the offside, pierced the field, beat the two fielders and found the boundary. Axar Patel comes into the attack.
Now we've seen two shots, jaw-dropping shots from Tom Banton. One was switch hit for 6 and the other one was a wild slog which was outside edge, passed off stump and via the gloves of KL Rahul standing up behind the stumps away for 4. And he's facing Axar Patel, who is also bowling round the wicket to the right-handed. Man from Somerset. This is crunched to point, no run. Now you talk about opportunities, this is an opportunity. He's in the side because of injury. This is a touch wider. Banton throws his arms at the ball, but this isn't a bad shot because plays it along the ground, doesn't try to overhit, doesn't get a run for it, but that's fine. 84 for 2. Banton 12, Root 4. Axar Patel this time bowling straight on off stump. Banton stepping away from the crease, showing all 3, and it's cut to cover.
Reverse coming up here, some sort of reverse switch hit.
He plays straight again on the back foot, pushing to extra cover, no run.
Tall left arm orthodox spin from around the wicket, creating a wonderful angle to a right-handed batter. He's wide of the crease.
This time Banton gets forward, and again this is technically correct, compact, drilled to extra cover, no run. 84 for 2.
Expect a big shot. 5 dot balls in his first over. Axar Patel to Tom Banton.
I'm shocked that he hasn't already played it in the last 2 balls. Yeah, I was going to say, they moved the field now. They've put out the fielder for the reverse sweep. So they're saying, if you want to go back over my head, you can. We don't want you to get the easy 4 from the reverse.
Extra cover back inside the circle, and it will be a maiden as Banton plays back and then plays straight. A good over from Axar Patel, but Banton's still there at the end of the over. 10 overs in. England chasing 357, 84 for 2.
Well, that's a terrific over from left arm around the wicket. I mentioned that he's quite tall and he bowls a good pace. High 80s, 90 Ks, driving the ball into the pitch, but he's got a great angle from around. And you look at that action that he's got, it's so rhythmical and uncomplicated. It's not jerky. There's a lot of rhythm to the action. Another change of bowling. Hardik Pandya comes into the attack.
84 for 2 England. At the same stage, India were 52 for 1. There's plenty of time.
Partnerships, build partnerships, keep wickets intact.
Hardik Pandya has been ever present in this white ball series, and he's played well. And he's into bowl. This is clipped away, fine. It won't reach the boundary from the bat of Joe Root. In fact, it'll just be a single. It's a good fielding from Nitish Rana, running around the boundary's edge and firing that throw back quickly.
So fairly new to one-day international cricket, 50-over cricket, Tom Banton. He's got Root, who's coming back into one-day international cricket. He's just played a maiden, Tom Banton. Root gets a single, brings Banton back on strike. Hold your nerve. Batting gets easier the longer you stay in.
We'll wait to see if there will be a due effect as Panja, short delivery, and Banton seizes on the length really quickly, pulls this square. There's a chase on by Nitish Rane, can't chase the ball down, and that's a good looking shot from Banton. Moves to 16, run a ball. Need plenty more from an England perspective. Where is Banton in terms of the statistics of T20 cricket? Jarrod, has he had did he have a peak, a trough, and the peak's come back, or are we halfway up the peak? Because he did seem to have quite an introduction a few years back. Just wait on that as Hardik Pandya at the top of his mark. Right arm over the wicket and beats Banton with a slower delivery, I think. Cutter, either way.
Didn't bounce, did it, that one?
It kept a touch low. Saw that towards the back end of the India innings. Ball seemed to keep a little low.
Banton has a really fascinating career because in 2019 he's basically unknown and hadn't played, and he averaged 38 with a strike rate of 164. The next year he averages 20 with a strike rate of 142.
Sorry, say that again. So 2019 he averaged
38 with a strike rate of 164.
So
very good. That's good.
Pandya again. This is played back to the bowler by Banton on his toes. So at that time, obviously England were winning everything.
They were all over him. They brought him in as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he was making a name in white ball cricket at a time that England were winning World Cups.
Yes.
And he was how old?
Well, it was his first year. Not sure how old he was then, but he couldn't have been very old. He'd only played like 4 games before then. He would have been about 21. I think that's right. He's 26 now, isn't he?
Banton readies himself and comes forward, and this is good. Just pushes it to mid-off. There's no run there, but 5 runs have come from the over. 1 remaining in Hardik Pandya's first over.
So 38, 164. The next year he averages 20 and 100 and has strike rate 142. The next year he averages 17 with a strike rate of 140. He then averages in the 20s for a couple of years, and he's struggling, and now he's come back, and this year in 2025 from 12 games he's averaged 50 with a strike rate of 150, and last year it was 35 from 144. So I think he's a player who probably came in, everyone worked out how to bowl to him.
Last ball of Hardik Pandya's over. It's pushed to point, no run. Banton remains 16. Root 5 from 3. England 11 overs in, 89 for 2.
Was probably a little bit overexposed. Everyone got a good look at him and went, okay, if we bowl here to Banton, now it looks like he is much more fully developed and understands his game a lot more.
Or you could try to live up to a reputation and it doesn't happen. He's a big hitter, I can hit it miles.
Lost his confidence?
Yeah, and of course he's done an interview. He said he hated cricket, wanted to get away from cricket, but now he's back into cricket. It's a short career. Enjoy it whilst you can.
Also now, with players do get promoted so quickly, and then there's a lot more pressure and social media and everything. And I remember for a long period of time, he was playing in leagues, and I was like, well, he's not as good as the local players here, right? Like, he just needed a break. He needed to go off and work out what his game was.
He plays some red ball cricket as well. What was his record for Somerset in 2024? Because
very good.
It was good, wasn't it? And it was right
good.
Up until he got injured in a game towards the back end of the county championship, and that really cost. In fact, he came out and batted, despite the fact that he could hardly walk, I think. And then he missed finals day for Somerset, and that was a huge blow for them. Axar Patel, who bowled a maiden with his first over, he's going to go for a run. Joe Root coming forward and just clipping this to mid-on.
Yeah, he averaged 49.5 in 2024 in first-class games. Only played 2 games in 2023.
How many games did he play in 24?
12.
So averaged 50 pretty much in 12 games of Division 1.
If you want to round up.
Oh, forward, and he'll take a single to wide, long off. Banton moves to 17, 91 for 2.
It was also the first time he played a lot of first-class cricket since 2019, where, again, he played 10 games. So he hasn't played a lot in between.
Maybe there's a connection, Bumble.
I'll tell you this, the more cricket you play, the better you'll get.
Inside edge onto the pads. Root coming forward and just a touch slow to get forward to Axar Patel. Holds his hand over his face. This could have gone on to hit the stumps, but Joe Root remains there. 6 not out, 91 for 2. He's going to have to stay there for a while as he plays back and pushes this set towards mid-on. It was in the air for a while. Comes through for a single, 92 for 2.
Living embodiment of that not being true would be sitting right next to you, Bumble. The longer I played, the worse I got. He plays a lovely little cover drive, Jon Norman, every now and again. It's just all the other shots he has a problem with.
I think you've seen every time I played cricket for the last 10 years. Like 4 times back, and this is clipped to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket by Banton. He stays there, 17 from 22. He wouldn't have played a lot of cricket in India, would he, Banton? Long off and long on are out, about 10 yards in from the boundary, but this is played square, behind square on the leg side. 4 runs coming from Axar Patel's second over. The run rate pushing 8. That's nothing to be too concerned about at the moment. Root and Banton at the crease. England 12 overs in, 93 for 2.
Well, the current rate is 7.75, so the roundabout. I love this bowling from Patel. It's so uncomplicated. Around the wicket, left arm. And I mentioned the angle that he bowls. He's quite wide. When he releases, he's coming into the right-handed batter. And I don't think he's trying to spin it too much, and it's just skidding on nicely. There's no hint of flight. He's not going to bowl slow deliveries. It's round about 90 Ks, and he's accurate.
How would you compare him with Ravindra Jadeja? Hardik Pandya to bowl his second over, and Banton almost surprised by a fraction of additional bounce, but deals with it, no run.
Again, Jadeja, totally uncomplicated. That action repeats and repeats and repeats. Knows exactly what he's doing. No frills, no getting it up in the air, and I'm going to give you a attempt to drive it in there with a left-arm spinner's natural angle.
Tell you what, if you're commentating with Axar Patel at one end and Ravindra Jadeja at the other, we'll be over inside 10 minutes, won't we? Back to Manners and Harmy and Chetan. Take it on, boys, just as the pacemen come back. There's Pandya again on the pads, and Banton likes it there, as do most batters, truth be told. Firm connection, good diving stop from Nitish Rana, but can't prevent a 2. So Banton moves to 20, 95 for 2.
Akshar's really interesting because he's taller than Jadeja, but he stands up in his action a lot more than most left-arm finger spinners do. So he releases the ball about 50 centimetres wider on the crease, and it's a lot taller as well. And what happens is, do you remember that series when he took all the wickets against England?
21.
That was because the angle, the English players were like, well, that's the one that's spinning,
yeah.
But they would actually still come in. So even though they were spinning, the angle was so extreme that he created, and they couldn't work out why they kept going out. They had to go to the Hawkeye data to look at it, and then that's when people like Himanesh, the Indian analyst, worked it out as well.
They could have asked me, just give me a call.
Pandya again, another short delivery. That looked a little faster. We'll have to wait and see. Banton tries to pull this delivery, but just loses his shape. Seen a couple of pull shots from Banton. Actually gets a little inside edge. The ball does indeed.
Do you know, that could have rattled back into the stumps. He gets a bottom edge onto his body, and then the ball went forward when it bounced.
But square leg, the fielders changed position as well. They're now forward of square on the leg side. They were behind it. Certainly for the boundary picked up a few overs ago. There's a hush in this crowd as Hardik Pandya continuing. This is a touch fuller. Banton forward again. It's a good little battle, this. No run, 95 for 2.
You bowled left-arm finger spin, didn't you?
I did.
Were you told to come near the stumps?
Initially, in county cricket, yes, to get your LBWs.
Yeah, whereas now, because of DRS, you can bowl wide.
You can bowl wider, and particularly in one-day cricket. Now, his angle is not allowing England batters to get anything through the offside. And he's bowling fairly quickly for a left-arm spinner.
And even when he spins it, it's still attacking your stumps.
It is.
So
it is.
He's kind of keeping himself in the business twice, and that's what they had. That was the problem they had in the Test match, because the straight one would hit the outside of leg stump, and the one that would spin would still hit middle stump.
That's what they were really wanting from young Tom Hartley when Tom Hartley played out in India. Same sort of bowler. Don't make it complicated.
Hardik continuing, and Banton has just moved to the leg side. Now there's 3 fielders out on the leg side, but no one at deep mid-wicket. It's another length delivery, and Banton a slower one as well. Banton has pulled this up and across mid-wicket and away for 4.
Well, that's okay. If you look where he gets, when he finishes, he moves across to the leg side, but he's still, when he plays the shot, his head still. Oh, it's so important. Keep your head still. If you're going to whack it, you've got to be looking at it.
He knew he just needed to clear that short mid-wicket fielder. But yeah, kept his body shape. Last ball of the over. And he's got his boundary. Just pushes it to the offside. There's going to be a mix-up. It's going to be a run out. Axar Patel had all the time in the world to come in from backward point. Banton had almost given it up. And then suddenly Axar Patel realised, oh, hang on. I'm going to have to throw the ball at the stumps here. If I dashed in, I could have just taken them. He threw the ball at the wicket and he's missed. A second life for Tom Banton.
Yes, no, sorry, wait. What a mix-up. They're both running. Banton desperate to get back. Axar Patel runs with the ball for a little while, for 4 or 5 paces. Then I've got to throw at the sun. He's 3 metres away and misses. Misses all 3. He's not side on. He misses.
I think at one stage he thought, I'm going to run it in. Then he thought, I can underarm it. And then he's like, I'm going to have to overarm it to get it there on time. He had so many different conflicting views in his head. To be fair, Banton was the one not laughing. Actually, I was the one next to the stumps going, I can't believe I've just let you off there.
That's Keystone Cox, that is. No, there's so many fielders laughing.
Yeah.
They're absolutely in stitches at what's just happened. Virat Kohli, he can't keep a smirk off his face. Now then, this is different.
Kuldeep Yadav, now earlier today, Adil Rashid took 4 wickets to 64. And Yadav is coming in, left arm wrist spinner, bowling over the wicket to Joe Root. First ball is defended by the former Test skipper. I'm not sure, has Tom Banton ever faced? How much left arm wrist spin has Tom Banton faced in his career? Did we find out how many games he's played in India? On the reverse, Joe Root, and straight to Arshdeep Singh at short third, no run. Good connection though, we'll see this. Actually, Arshdeep Singh's been put back on. Actually, no, they're switching the fielders round. He's going to deep point, and they're bringing somebody in at backward point. So this is straighter from Kuldeep Yadav and clipped to the leg side for a single. 99 for 2. This will be a new test for Tom Banton.
Just seen a replay again of the run out. He is miles away. Everybody's in stitches. We've just seen a clip of the England dugout. The fielder, Axar Patel's in stitches. Virat Kohli's in stitches. The ball is in stitches.
Tell me it's a dead rubber without telling me it's a dead rubber. It's Banton playing quite late, and he'll take a single, get off strike. First ball to the leg side. Even Hardik Pandya's laughing.
You know, on social media, I think they call it X now, this is so village, it's called. That is absolutely village, that's it.
Well, we're sponsored by Village Hotels, and that was a little bit of village cricket. 101 for 2, and this is delivery from Kuldeep Yadav, which draws Joe Root forward. It's pitching just outside off stump, and he comes forward and places this for a single to mid-wicket. 102 for 2. 1 ball left of the 14th here on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. The outside edge from Tom Banton did open the face a touch. It's fielded at short third. No danger. Well, no resulting danger. 25 at the end of the over, Tom Banton, but he has had 2 lives so far.
The subtle changes of pace from Kuldeep in that first over. He's gone for 3. The potential's there for the leg spinner and the googly that he will have. He's got accuracy. Changed up to about 84 Ks. He was down to 78. So little changes. As Banton and Root get together and probably have a discussion about the run out.
Root called it, but Banton looked like he took off instantly as well. And I think then Root realised that there wasn't a run there. That was how I read that anyway.
Yeah, I was going to ask whose call that was.
I mean, it went to backward point, so it was certainly Root's goal. And Root took off. Root was halfway down the pitch.
Yeah. Hardik Pandya started his 3rd delivery, and she's shy at the stumps at the striker's end. Joe Root driving back to Pandya, who fields from his own bowling on the fall and then hurls the ball back at the stumps. But Joe Root standing there, and he's just had a toe crusher.
He's out of his ground and the ball goes back. It goes back quickly to the bowler, who sees Root, throws it back. It hits him straight on the toe.
Hardik did look at the umpire.
He did look at the umpire, almost to say has he obstructed the field, but he hadn't.
It was also going to miss the stumps by several.
It was going to miss the stumps by quite some distance. Pandya again, pick up, and it'll just be a single. Nitish Rana down on the field at long leg.
Do you know, I don't think that matters if it's going to hit the stumps or not. Is he obstructing the field or not?
No, you're right. It doesn't actually have anything to do with it. But he didn't move his body position in the direction of the ball.
He did put his pads together though.
Well, he stayed where he was.
But he didn't move, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to get out the way of the ball, do you? 103 for 2 then. Tom Banton. Takes on the short ball. Slap to mid-wicket. Just a single.
So I've got Tom Banton's career versus left-arm wrist spin here. He's faced 30 balls of it in T20 cricket in his life.
How's he gone?
And I don't think he's faced that many more anywhere else. Of those 30 balls, he's got a strike rate of 183, but has been dismissed twice, so he's averaging just under 30. He's faced Zahir Khan from Afghanistan and Waqar Salimkil, also from Afghanistan. Heldrick, who I think is the Northants left-arm wrist spinner, if I remember correctly. Noor Ahmed, another one, Noor Ahmed, one ball from Noor Ahmed. But Jake Lintott has dismissed him twice in 3 balls. So he's fine with left-arm wrist spin unless it's by Lintott.
Root will take a single to square leg. He moves to 11. The score 105 for 2. Here on talkSPORT 2, England chasing 357. So he hasn't played a lot of it.
Did you say there's a bowler called Baldrick? Who?
Freddie Heldreich.
Heldreich? I thought he said Baldrick.
We were talking about strange names, sports people off air, weren't we? And
I'll be honest, I had to look up Freddie Heldreich, whatever, however you pronounce his name.
Well, of all the names that we came up with, of real-life athletes, by far the best one came from our producer, Katie.
Oh, yeah, Braxton Hicks.
Braxton Hicks is... What sport does Braxton play, Katie? Driven. With a open face of the bat. Through cover and away for 4. Banton moves to 30 with his most authoritative shot in quite some time, but a little bit of width given to the batter, and he took control, or took advantage.
Keep playing him this shot. This is a lovely shot. Through extra cover, leading into the shot, bends his front knee, finds the gap, finds the boundary. You don't have to slog.
You don't? No. Take a single or 2 against the good balls. Keep the really good ones out. And when there's a little bit of width, smash it through the covers. This time, Banton does lose his position and tries to play a ball that was way too wide to play to the leg side. It wasn't a big shot. It was almost a very risky shot for what would have given him one maximum. And actually, on another day, that could have presented itself as a caught and bowled chance to Hardik Pandya.
He's bowled 3 overs for 18, and he looks as if he's in some discomfort there, Hardik Pandya. I'd be surprised if he just pops off the field. I'm sure he called for a substitute, a 12th man. We're seeing a shot of the ground now. I mean, it is enormous, this ground, over 100,000 people. And it looks darn near packed.
Yeah, the crowd has grown throughout the day.
Hasn't it, just from the start?
Yeah. I mean, you'd rather watch cricket at night there than in the heat of the sun. It doesn't look like a lot of shade. As Kuldeep Yadav continuing, and Joe Root is facing. No run from the first ball. Looked like there might have been a single there, but England have escaped one run-out mix-up. They're not going to chance her arm again. As Yadav continuing, and this is down the leg side. There's a shout for leg before by KL Rahul. Kuldeep Yadav is asking the question as well, but this looks to have pitched well outside leg stump.
Oh, don't bother. Don't bother.
Well, they're going to bother. They're going to have a chat.
No.
I can't believe. Oh,
no,
well, Rohit Sharma saying he's hit it as well.
It's way outside leg stump.
Joe Root will feel aggrieved that he hasn't taken a run from this. Wasn't a good ball from Kuldeep Yadav. And they will not review. Yadav again, touch of width, and Root reads this, just steers it through extra cover where it's fielded by Arshdeep Singh coming in from the boundary. Root comes back for a second though.
Well, good revs on the ball from the wrist spinner.
Check it in.
111 for 2. Nelson for England. And Joe Root comes forward and again just tries to close the face of the bat on the ball, divert it between the fielders at mid-wicket and square leg, but just gets a bit too much on it. No run.
Superstitious number for England, 1-1-1. Feet up, everybody feet up. My feet are up, everybody else is looking round.
What was the name of the umpire? Wasn't Don Shepherd? It was David Constant.
David Shepherd.
David Shepherd. Touch straighter, and Joe Root goes on the reverse sweep. That's a shot that doesn't have its dangers, especially when it's pitching and going on to hit the stumps. That is a clean connection. Whistles away to the boundary for 4.
Well, he plays it so well, and he'll practice it often.
This has been decent from England. I mean, the run-out opportunity aside. Wondered how they'd go after the dismissal of Phil Salt. 80 for 2 at that stage. But a calm head. Joe Root, he's going at nearly a run a ball, 17 from 18. And Tom Banton, who has had 2 lives, 30 from 34. 1 ball left of Kuldeep Yadav, second over. He's bowling to Joe Root, who will take, well no, can't beat square leg again. So that is the end of the over, and I think drinks are being called, and England find themselves 115 for 2. So where are we, Bumble? Jarrod, still a huge ask, but they got the man they need at the crease, and that many scares, have there? Not for the self-inflicted ones.
It's fine. Build a partnership. Keep your partnerships going. 35 from 44, this, between Root and Banton. Go back to what I said right at the beginning. The top 6, that needs a century. You get a century. Look at the opening pair, 23 and 34. OK. Didn't go on. And a couple of slogs, if you like. Just shots that weren't necessary. But they're in a decent position after 16 overs. They're up with the run rate. you've got to keep wickets intact. Keep coming back. I'm a broken record. 30 overs. See where you are. Wickets intact. Double the score.
Yeah, I think it's a really good wicket and the ball's coming on well. I thought Akshar Patel probably slowed them down a little bit when they got ahead. Kuldeep is probably still the biggest question they have now, but they're in a good position. They're ahead of the rate so far, and they've lost 2 wickets, but they generally lose wickets, so they wouldn't be as worried about that as a normal team would be.
Well, you just see the drinks come onto the field, and the 2 guys who were bringing the drinks went down to see if there's any dew. There is. You could see that there's dew developing at this ground, and so that will help England. The ball will skid on nicely. Drinks, it's fascinating. What do they have for drinks? Energy drinks, all sorts of things, bananas, chocolate bars. We're all going out. It's a feast. Bring a table and chairs. Usual table in the corner. Bring a tablecloth, bring some cutlery. We'll have a good sit down and have a good chinwag. So this drinks break will take some time.
I think that quite heartened, to be honest with you. You know, it's the end of the series. England have lost it. There's bigger challenges to come. Coming up against an Indian side that have posted a big score. England have only managed to overhaul a target in excess of 357 twice. Both openers are gone, but here we are. We've still got a game on, and I'm really interested to see how Banton goes. And of course, whilst Joe Root's there, batting to come. And this looks a much more balanced batting order, by the way.
Yeah, but there are ballers short, one bowler at least short.
Well, that is true.
What would we think about going forward to the Champions Trophy? What's England's best bowling attack? What is the best attack? So you need strikers. Start with Rashid. Rashid plays.
So Rashid plays, Archer plays, if fit. He split the webbing, I think, between 2 of his
Maybe
fingers.
fit.
So Rashid, Archer and Wood.
That's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Karsh. Quiet. You're all
Overton.
quiet.
Well, I'm just trying to work out the balance.
Overton will play, won't he? He'll come in at 7, I would assume. No?
That's high. That's high for him.
That's where they've been batting him, though.
Yeah, it's still high.
So who would be your 3 pacemen? It would be Overton. Jarrod, you're going Overton.
Not mentioned Mahmood.
No, we haven't mentioned Mahmood.
Mahmood gets his Yorkers in there. His figures were okay today. It was okay.
Do you think England can win a Champions Trophy with
I don't
4
think
bowlers? I know.
I don't think they can anyway,
win
but yeah.
But certainly they can't win a Champions Trophy relying on Joe Root, Liam Livingstone. They've got no Bethel now to bowl 10 overs.
You need 6 bowlers. Ideally, you want 6 bowlers. Your 6 bowlers is a valve bowler who will come in if you need him, if necessary.
Akshar Patel is going to continue bowling or back into the attack. 115 for 2. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm sure that Neil Manthorp and Chetan, Narula and Steve Harmison will continue the conversation, possibly. Who should be the 11 for England's first game? Who's done enough? The guys were talking about it earlier. It's Banton, he's gone on the reverse sweep again, and you know what? That is a fine connection. As soon as it left the bat, didn't matter if there was a fielder out on the backward point, 3rd boundary. That was going the distance, and indeed it has. 6 more to the score. Banton gets a century today. Maybe he's going to have to be in the 11. So it works, doesn't it? Don't change your winning side.
No better start. Give the selectors a headache. He's tonked that. He's give that some real
Yes.
tonk.
Here's Akshar again. And Banton just pushes to cover, no run. What's been his main scoring areas, Jarrod? What are his favoured scoring areas?
He's played at least 2 reverse sweeps, hasn't he?
He has. He's got 12 runs from those 2 reverse sweeps as well, as he'll take a single. The fielder running in from square leg, Arshdeep Singh, who picked up 2 wickets, dismissing both Phil Salt and Ben Duckett.
Just bat, Tom Banton. Don't look at the score. You'll score. He's just a natural scorer. Just keep batting.
$122 for 2. Andy Ball from the Guardian's got in contact with me with a silly name of an athlete that I don't think I can say on air. Forward and driving back to the bowler. It's fielded, 122 for 2.
What was the one I found at the end? Was it Pig Cage?
Pig Cage. Yeah. There was some crackers. Single to end Axar Patel's third over then. 8 runs coming from it with Banton and Root still at the crease. They put on 43. The required rate now, just above 7. Bags of time left in this 50 over clash. 17 overs gone, England 123 for 2, chasing 357. Let's hand back to Chetan, Narula, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman, David Bumble Lloyd and Jarrod Kimber. Many thanks to you. Kuldeep Yadav is about to continue. It's very early days, but as you said, the asking rate just over 7 at this stage with 8 wickets in hand and a longer than usual batting lineup with Liam Livingstone coming in at 7 and captain Josh Buttler at 6. That's the way they're advertised to come in. That may change. There's some flexibility, we understand. And Kuldeep, first delivery is clipped down the ground. We're into the hard-working middle overs now, where batters know that they've got to be prepared to work hard. The glory days of the power play are long gone now, and there was a flurry of boundaries from a half-fit Ben Duckett and from Phil Salt, but now it's all about 1s and 2s as well as boundaries. And Kuldeep's about to bowl. He's into his gather, and Tom Banton backs away because I think something flew into his eye. A bit of insect problems for Tom Banton. He apologises and fishes out whatever gnat it was that's in his eye, and now on the back foot punches one up towards mid-off straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So asking rate just over 7. That's current rate just over 7 as well. 7.15, 7.13. 8 wickets in hand. It's a very, very good start, but it's no more than a platform. Banton uses his feet now, and well, he didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and he's ended up playing an improvised defensive shot. Didn't think there'd be a run there, and inadvertently he's chipped it all the way along the ground to long on. He didn't think there was going to be a single. He thought that he'd miscued it back to the bowler, but in fact he does get a single, and now it's Joe Root on strike. He's opened his face for his stance quite significantly. Reverse sweep straight to short fine leg, fielded by Washington Sundar, and there's no run. 125 for 2. Haven't seen Joe Root in quite such an open stance before. It's not quite Peter Willey or Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, but he's really opened up. He's put his left leg quite wide because Kuldeep is bowling over the wicket to him, and that one is clipped away for a single down towards deep backward square leg, and they go through for a single. 126 for 2. Hard work, Harmy, is what the impression that the England middle order hasn't really been prepared to do in the first couple of games. A little too inclined to keep looking for boundaries. And that's a beautiful delivery from Kuldeep to Googly. It's gone past the outside edge via a little flick, a little tickle, I think. And KL Rahul takes the catch. Banton says to Joe Root, I didn't hear anything, I didn't feel anything. But it's Kuldeep's Googly gone the other way, didn't turn into Banton. And just a little bit of a tickle.
Yeah, I thought there was I thought I heard a noise, but I wasn't sure if it was back hip. Banton, the camera went close on Banton as he got to Joe Root, and he said, I'm not sure, which normally is a giveaway. That means I've hit it.
Thank you. Front on coming up now.
That's got nowhere near his legs. What am I looking at? Has it clipped the outside edge there? It's very, very, very close.
Well, that was what the appeal was.
Yeah.
And Banton was saying, I don't know, I didn't feel anything, I didn't see anything.
Banton, his foot's hit. I think his bat
has hit his foot.
At the same time, the ball goes past, so you can.
It looks like there's a gap between. Here we go. Ultra edge.
Yeah.
There is an edge.
Thank you. You can
And the
freeze
umpire's
it there.
finger had
Thank
gone
you.
up straight away as well as soon as they had appealed, both Kuldeep and KL Rahul. So
there was a noise.
Well, there was a noise, and the umpire heard it, and the finger stays up as the third wicket goes down for England. Kuldeep Yadav with a wicket. It's Tom Banton who's going back.
Yeah, it was a good decision from the umpire. He was adamant straight away that there was a noise, and there was a lot going on, whether it was bat on the foot. It was a promising innings from Tom Banton, and I think he went up to Jarrod and said, I'm just not sure. Really, really good ball from Kuldeep Yadav, and this little passage of play which has gone in England's favour just comes to an end. Banton made a very, very impressive 38 off 41 balls. Bear in mind, he's only been in the country for best part of 48 hours. Coming in at number 3, he played them reverse, the switch hits. Joe Root's played the reverse sweeps, but Tom Banton's played more of a switch hit, and I think the switch hit suits the way he grips the bat. And that's been his go-to shot against a spinner, and it's been very, very successful. But there, pushing forward, it's just a faint little scratch on the splice where the stickers are at the top of the bat, and he's got to go. It was a smart catch from KL Rahul as well.
Not often that you see the striker ask for an opinion from the non-striker for a catch behind. You don't see that very often. It's LBW, but it's like, I don't know what Joe would have said. Well, if you didn't see or feel anything or hear anything, I don't think I did. From the non-strikers end, it's up to you, mate. It's your call. 127 for 3. New man Harry Brook pushes down the ground for a single.
Well, in noisy conditions, especially the Indian grounds, I mean, you can probably check if you heard something. I'm sure not about feeling, but maybe if his partner heard something.
Well, the corner of his bat, the toe of the bat, definitely hit his boot, and that would have negated the feel, especially even edge that thin. So he wouldn't have felt it if the bat hit the boot at similar time to the ball just grazing the outside edge. Good ball though from Kuldeep, we should say. It looked like a little top. I thought it might be the googly, but it looked like more of a top spinner. Just fizzed on. On the back foot now is Harry Brook, playing defensively up on the onside.
And a good catch from KL Rahul as well. Struggled just a tad against the Pacers and Washington Sundar early on. But a great catch.
Akshar Patel once again, and Harry Brook pushes firmly down towards long off. Doesn't want to take too long getting himself in. Harry Brook, I'm not suggesting that he just, as we were talking earlier about Ben Duckett, defends the ball into gaps. So he plays himself in with singles rather than dot balls. But easier said than done against Akshar with his unusually high delivery point and accuracy and unsuspecting pace, as Brook now gets a little inside edge and out towards square leg, and he does pick up the single.
Watching the delivery again from Kuldeep, and the giveaway is that KL Rahul as a wicketkeeper, he palms it first, which tells you there was a little deviation.
Just short enough for Harry Brook to jump onto the back foot and pull this one. Didn't time it. Arshdeep Singh fields a deep square leg and they go through for a single. Yeah, I mean, I just, in all the kerfuffle of the decision, I just forgot to mention that it was a very good piece of bowling from Kuldeep Yadav, who's a master of his left arm wrist spin. And that one is chopped away, very nicely fielded at backward point. Is that Hardik Pandya?
Yeah, Hardik.
At backward point. Excellent piece of work from Hardik. Crowd catch, that was hit down into the ground very hard, and Pandya fielded it, and some of the crowd thought it was a catch, and of course Hardik played up to it. England need 228 more from 31 overs, 129 for 3.
When you look at the series in isolation, you look at Varun Chakravarti, who's come into the side. He's not young, he's well into his 30s, and he's been very, very impressive. But when you look at Kuldeep's record, I mean, Kuldeep's record for a spin bowler in ODI cricket is phenomenal. He's played 107 games, 173 wickets, an average of 26. Goes it just under six and over. I mean, his record and that was why I thought it was quite strange of picking another spinner for the Champions Trophy, because of another wrist spinner for the Champions Trophy, because of Kuldeep's record, and very rarely would you play two wrist spinners in the same game.
Very, very deft little sweep from Joe Root here. Orthodox sweep, but bottom edge down to Shubman Gill. And they go through for a single.
Well, they did play 2 wrist spinners in the T20s. You had Ravi Bishnoi and Varun Chakravarti, and they've been following that formula for a while.
They did against South Africa a little earlier in the year, and they were devastating.
And in between, India had dropped the idea of playing 2 wrist spinners. That was they had done that until the build-up of the 2019 World Cup. Played that game against England, where both Kuldeep and Yuzvendra Chahal got smashed, and slowly deviated away from that idea of playing 2 wrist spinners in the same white ball 11. But now it's come back, and come back with a vengeance.
Here's Kuldeep once again, and that one driven by Brook. Straight, is full and straight, and Brook is denied runs by Kuldeep himself. He's actually a far better fielder, particularly off his own bowling, than people give him credit for. But his record with the ball and is absolutely tremendous, as you say, Harmy. Down the wicket comes Brook, driving sweetly to extra cover. Captain Rohit Sharma dives to his right, and was that Virat? It's Virat. Beg your pardon. So we're a long way from the field of play, and it was. I just saw the beard go down.
Yeah,
it's hurt him on the wrist, isn't it?
Yeah, just the forearm, just above the wrist, and that's where he got that knock also when he was batting earlier today.
Kuldeep now, where's he got his boundary riders? There's deep mid-wicket, long leg, and a deep backward point. There's Harry Brook this time goes right back deep. Joe Root goes right back deep into his crease and tickles it away out to Shubman Gill, deep backward square. Another single, 132 for 3.
And just continuing on that wrist spinner thing for India, it's more out of compulsion than actual planning, because what they've done is, India haven't played a lot of ODI cricket, but they know what their set formula is in terms of spin. They want a left-arm spinner, maybe 2 in there, get Washington Sundar as the off spinner, and then Kuldeep Yadav is a mainstay, as you mentioned his statistics, as he bowls this time.
Kuldeep in, back and across defensively. Brook, no run.
In T20 cricket, there's a lot more room for experimentation. So you've had the likes of Ravi Bishnoi, who's come up through the IPL because he's had some great performances. Then Varun Chakravarti once again had a good IPL, and then Gautam Gambhir became coach and brought him in. So you had 2 wrist spinners in there.
Kuldeep a little bit too short, and it's swept away nicely by Harry Brook. Orthodox sweep shot down to Shubman Gill once again, and it's another single.
And Varun Chakravarti found his mojo on the international arena, had a great series in South Africa, great T20 series against England, and now he's taken that step up to
in T20 cricket, because there's less emphasis on the sort of batting side of it, you can play two wrist spinners who don't really bat too much, where in 50 over cricket India have been more inclined to play Kuldeep as the wrist spinner and 2 or possibly 3 other spinners who have got batting prowess. Ravi or Ashwin when he was playing, Ravindra Jadeja, you've got Washington Sundar, you've got Akshar Patel.
Well, even in the T20 format, I'm not sure if they would go in with 2 wrist spinners in a match which is not a bilateral series.
Here's Akshar Patel, new over of left arm spin, and driven down the ground by Joe Root for a single. Moves on to 24 from 28. That was Harry Brook, beg your pardon. Moves on to 4. You're listening to England against India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Bowled in! Akshar Patel straight through the defences of England's best player, Joe Root. Quicker one, slider, too quick. Joe Root couldn't react, no spin. He's just beaten, as Akshar Patel has done with so many batters before him, by the extra pace and the skid, and also that uniquely high delivery point. There was spin on the delivery, but he's actually got a little bottom edge, hasn't he? But I think he was still beaten, he was hurried.
Yeah, he was hurried, there was a bit of pace, a little bit of bottom edge, inside edge back onto stumps, but it was also a little bit like Shubman Gill, where I think Joe's misjudged the length. I think he's misjudged the length there, like Shubman Gill did from the same end, and I think he was looking just to push that into the offside, an easy single trying to pierce the gap, but unfortunately, like you say, it's just a little bit quicker, getting an inside edge, back onto leg stump. Massive wicket for India in this game now. Butler comes to the crease, but with Joe Root gone, their anchor gone, this is a huge partnership for England now.
We just got him to hurry onto that shot. It's just those deliveries that come in from Akshar Patel, which are darted in, and a little more pace, as you mentioned. Jarrod was perhaps trying to dig it out. Not as similar as Shubman Gill, who was just a little lower and trying to go for the sweep, but this was trying to dig it out a bit more.
The similar bit, Chet, I was meaning was more, I think they misjudged the length coming towards them.
Yeah.
I think both Joe and Shubman Gill were expecting that to pitch a little bit shorter so they can get a full face of it, and I think it's just getting caught underneath them. They've more or less yoked themselves by not picking the length up properly.
Yeah, but now 134 for 4. Any scripts that Neil Manthorp has written through the day, he'll have to tear them up and rewrite them all.
Well, I think my last one concurred with my co-writer, Steve Harmison, in which we said that we thought England might limp to 180.
134 for 480, that'll be headline catching.
Yeah, well, they've collapsed in almost every game they've played on this tour. There's been a collapse of some sort, mostly quite dramatic. This one driven, first delivery to Josh Buttler from Akshar Patel, and it's fielded at extra cover. Shreyas Iyer, and 134 for 4. The score remains. Akshar up to the crease once again, and driven again. It's not Shreyas Iyer there at extra cover. I think
it's Jadeja. Jadeja's on a substitute.
Jadeja's exactly. Yeah. I'm thinking who's wearing number 8. Jadeja's not playing.
Jadeja's on a substitute. Yeah. Not a bad substitute, is it?
Yeah. Do you know it just had to be Jadeja. I'm looking at him, you know a player's body language, you know all his little moves, you know the angle at which he wears his cap, you know it's Jadeja, but you don't say it because he's not playing.
Yeah,
he is.
And the batter always, when he hits it to him, turns around and goes straight back into his crease.
Yeah, Jadeja's right on the edge of the circle. It's wide extra cover. This one driven straight back to Akshar Patel. Takes the pace off it himself and then goes and fetches it. I think when you come to analyse each England dismissal, and I mean bowlers will give themselves credit there, and I just think Akshar deserves to be given credit and to give himself credit there. I think it was a good piece of bowling. It usually is to get Joe Root out. Root doesn't make very many mistakes. He plays the percentages and knows his game intimately, and a very, very good reader of deliveries, so it was a good piece of bowling from Akshar. Quicker ball, hurried, and this one back and clipped out towards mid-wicket. Rohit Sharma fields, and they go through for another single. Buttler has 1, Harry Brook has 5, 2 new men at the crease. England were going so well after an opening stand of 60, and they were actually 80 for 1 when Phil Salt was dismissed. Duckett was hampered by what we think looks like a groin injury, which he did in the field. He came out to open the bat anyway, hammered 7 boundaries in a quick 34 from 22 balls, dominated an opening stand of 60, and then Phil Salt was dismissed 23, missed timing, short knuckleball from Arshdeep Singh. He went for 23. Tom Banton, first game for England in almost 5 years, gone for 38, and Joe Root now for 24. So 2 new men at the crease, as Harry Brook is opening the face of the bat, maybe outside the off stump, and it slips away towards backward point. So from 80 for 1, then 134 for 4.
Virat Kohli's off the field since he got that knock on his forearm, and that's why Ravindra Jadeja is on the field, because you need that clever movement at extra cover.
Just short enough now for Brook to jump onto the back foot and crunch it to cover. Rohit Sharma fields.
Kohli has some great anticipation with the spinners on, and whether it's in Test cricket for Ashwin or in ODI cricket, extra cover, mid-wicket, that is his area, with that great anticipation to keep the batters on strike.
Kuldeep in once again. It's very full, it's drivable, and it is driven by Brook down to long off, another single.
I think with anticipation, I think I'd be anticipating that Virat Kohli stays where he is, because he ain't going to bowl. And Ravindra Jadeja stays where he is because he's one of the best fielders in the world.
And I think neither of them would mind that.
No, I don't think. No, I don't think the bowlers would mind either.
Here is Kuldeep once again, bowls to Josh Buttler, who's down on one knee in a premeditated little sweep shot. Just a dink sweep, didn't follow through, just allowed the ball to hit the bat, which is almost stationary, easy single.
Yeah, but also the fact that Jadeja usually, when he's part of the 11, he usually doesn't field at that spot. He's mostly found at backward point. That's the area where Washington Sundar is stationed at the moment.
Here's Kuldeep once again, and now Harry Brook drives down the ground to long off. And it's another single. Just hard-working overs now for England.
So if Kohli's off the field, then who's the next one with the most anticipation? And that's why they've gotten Jadeja onto the field. And at that particular spot,
I'd put Jadeja top in most categories in the field, I think.
True. But
No
it's
matter
just
who
that
comes off, you're going on.
Here comes Kuldeep again, and there's a attempted sweep shot from Josh Buttler. So all celebrations from KL Rahul. He's whipped the bails off, and Josh Buttler isn't going anywhere. The umpire hasn't raised his finger. It wasn't even an appeal from KL Rahul. He's just gone up in celebration, and he's absolutely convinced. I don't know whether he thinks it was an edge, because he doesn't seem very interested in the stumping, and the third umpire doesn't seem very interested in the stumping. I think Kuldeep thinks that Butler's got a glove or an edge on this.
Yeah, he might think it's a glove or the edge, but I think going off, you always go players' initial reaction. And KL Rahul is very, very confident whether Josh Butler's got just lifted his foot up or dragged his foot out. I think he's gone stumping. Yeah, he looks as though he's dragged it out.
Cleanly taken by the keepers behind the stumps, and the foot is grounded. Foot
just
remains
dragged it
grounded.
back. Butler's just dragged it back.
Do you know what?
Ready to make my decision
Again,
for the big screen.
as a keeper, you see when the ball beats the bat and the foot is out of the crease, that's when your brain kicks into action. You go, I've got him, and your brain doesn't compute how long it takes, and you're no longer looking at the foot, because you're now looking at completing the execution. And so when the ball's beaten the bat and the foot's a foot out of the crease, he's then gone to take, and Josh Buttler in the meantime has slid it back. That's why KL Rahul was so confident.
Yeah, and which is why MS Dhoni was so quick with his stumpings, because if you look at Rahul, and I know we can't be seen on television, but for normal keepers, you have that oscillating motion that you collect the ball and you have to bring your hands towards the stumps. MS Dhoni used to collect the ball so close to the stumps that he would break the stumps.
Down the wicket comes Harry Brook now, doesn't make contact cleanly, no run.
And would save time, like now, Buttler was able to drag back, and if it was Dhoni, perhaps that would not have been possible.
A bit like in the field, the modern day field, when people used to complain that they stand in front of the stumps.
Down the wicket now, using his feet beautifully, and that is a crunching off drive from Harry Brook. That's class, that is. And actually, England do need a boundary at least every other over. Now the asking rate's gone from 7 to 7.8. That was a beautiful. Did MS Dhoni got the quickest hands for stumpings that you've seen in your time, Harvey?
Yeah, I think what he was very, very good at, as Chetan was saying there.
Akshar Patel once again, and Brook plays defensively, no run.
MS was very, very good at the initial meeting point. The meeting point of the ball going back, because remember, you can't as a wicketkeeper take the ball in front of the stumps, but boy did he take them right close to the stumps.
Down the wicket comes Brook to Akshar once again. I think Akshar saw him coming there. He's just dragged that down and prevented the drive.
And I'll tell you something, MS Dhoni never used to shake hands. Never. Once I offered him a hand, he was like, I'm not shaking hands. Why? Because he had such soft hands. He would not shake hands, because if somebody squeezes his hand too hard.
Little push now from Harry Brook out towards cover, no run.
It could injure him, because the game is next day, so he needs to keep his hands free of any pain or any excessive squeeze.
They weren't too soft to stop him from driving motorbikes.
Well, he had good enough hands to drive motorbikes and hit those helicopter shots.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Akshar to complete the over. Brook defends, no run. England need 214 from 27 overs, 143 for 4 after 23.
But never shook hands. MS Dhoni never shook hands.
Sure he wasn't just germaphobe?
No. It's something that I have asked him as well, because he's like, I have to collect the ball as close as possible to the stumps. That is the trick that he deployed in
it's like in tennis, where you return serve. So if the really great players would stand inside the baseline, even for power servers, at the risk of having an ace go past you, But if they could take the return serve as soon as possible, had more chance of hitting a winner. And Dhoni did take his hands were very close to the stump.
Very soft, yes. Keep them very soft, as close to the stumps as possible, so that it's not a hard collection.
Anyway, I'm sure that KL Rahul would be the first to admit that his stumping prowess is not in the MS Dhoni class. Here's Kuldeep continuing, got spin at both ends now, and that one flicked away by Butler through the leg side.
KL Rahul must shake hands with everybody.
Well, if you go by the guidebook, technical guidebook, KL Rahul did nothing wrong. That's how the coaches teach you to collect the ball and take off the bails. It was MS Dhoni's technique, which was kind of a faulty technique.
Well,
unique. Let's say unique.
Yeah.
Let's say unique. Yeah. That allowed him to have that extra millisecond to take the stumping.
Strong sweep attempted now by Jos Buttler, fetching it from outside the off stump. Didn't connect as he would have wanted. Toe end of the bat to single out towards deep square leg. So as I mentioned, England were 80 for 1, 60 for none, 80 for 1, and then 4 reasonably quick wickets. Now 146 for 4. Butler, captain, batting 6. Livingston to come at 7, and then down the wicket comes Harry Brook now. Again, having got to the pitch of it, he defends out to Akshar Patel at mid-wicket. But there is some batting to come after that. Gus Atkinson, Adil Rashid. That's it.
This is the end part of the script, is it?
No, not yet, because Livingston's still to come. No, I mean, century partnership here, England back in the game. Down the wicket comes Harry Brook. Doesn't even bother to look. He knew from the moment that hit the middle of the bat, he knew that was well gone. That's halfway up to the lower tier stand, which is a carry of between about 90 metres.
Yeah, great shot from Harry Brook. He goes early. Kuldeep sees him. He does go early. And when he does go early, he's got a chance to just set himself that split second longer, to stay in position, to hold the base that he's got and get his front leg out the way so he can get his bat full flourish straight through. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but still hit it a long way back. That's probably about 85 metres that he's hit there, right out the middle of the bat. Beautiful shot from Harry Brook.
Sumptuously timed. Here's Kuldeep into Brook, and now he's using his feet really well. He's prepared to take the risk of leaving his crease. He's doing it more often than not at the moment. This time just a single down towards long on. He did actually follow that ball flight. It looked like he turned away very quickly because he knew it had gone for 6, but he did follow it just long enough to appreciate it, and then he turned his back on it before it landed. He knew that had gone a long way. But if you hit a drive that nice, and you hit that nicely, then you deserve to give yourself the moment of pleasure by watching it in its ball flight. Single now again to Jos Buttler, who moves on to 6. Harry Brook has 18. End of the 24th over, 154 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a good response from England. It really has. Harry Brook has not worried too much about the dismissal of Joe Root. He's come out and hit a couple of boundaries. Butler is getting the ball ticking over. Kuldeep Yadav has bowled an excellent spell. He really has. I know he's only got 1 for 30 off his 6 overs, but he's bowled like in that middle period for England when Adil Rashid first came on. He bowled very nicely. So it's up to England now just to build on this little bit of momentum shift. Kuldeep got 4 overs to go. Does Rohit keep him, or does he change up and go for pace at both ends, because he's now going with Harshit?
And there's just a hint of dew around as well. I'll tell you how I know.
Harshit Rana back into the attack. Bowled him inside edge, looking to force it through the offside. Jos Buttler's got a drag on. Little bottom edge, dragged it onto the off stump. Harshit Rana strikes immediately, and you would hazard a guess, if you were a man prepared to part with your money in a betting way, that with him go England's hopes of victory at 154 for 5. But Harshit Rana has this reputation for picking up wickets. You know he can be expensive, but he does have a habit of picking up wickets, and he's just picked up a very valuable one.
Yeah, he has, and it's a loosener, a wide one outside off stump. It's a Not quite a drag down, and Josh Butler's just waiting on it. No pace on it. First ball, loosener, expecting it to come on a little bit more, and he's dragged it from basically near the wide line outside off stump, inside edge back onto middle and leg. And Chetan Narula, you just mentioned about the dew factor. Josh Butler said at the toss, it might just make the ball skid on. Unfortunately for Josh there, that first ball from Harshit Rana didn't skid on, and that, for me, that's why it brought his downfall.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's that dewy at the moment, because why I knew was because I was watching the screen and they were showing the buggy cam, and the tyres of the buggy cam were just
slightly damp, yeah.
Slightly damp, so that's beyond the boundary, so you can see just a little bit of dew, but again, I don't think it's affected the surface that it's now just skidding. I think it was just a loosener, not the kind of delivery that you actually get.
Yeah, it was just loosener. Yeah,
an absolute loosener, and Butler just went for it, and an inside edge. It wasn't his day, and it's not going to, as per script written by Neil Manthorp.
I don't know, my latest scripts were quite accurate. Here's Harshit Rana, quick one, bit of bounce there outside the off stump. That one took off. We've seen some low bounce from our commentary end, the pavilion end. And then that one's bounced a little bit extra. Wow. Too good for Liam Livingstone. Bounced over the shoulder with the bat. 154 for 5.
Yeah, Josh's eyes lit up there. He's thinking short, wide, outside, off stump. Bang, crash. He's expecting that to hit the middle of the bat and go for 4, but the ball just sat in the pitch. And then the next ball's flown through, and it's hit. And I mean like this exactly. It's hit Keil Rahul nearly in the chest, and he's tried to go fingers down, and he probably should have gone fingers up because it bounced on him. And I think it hurt him a little bit.
Harshit Rana to Livingstone, who's on the move, step and a half down the wicket here. And I don't know whether Harshit Rana saw him coming or whether he was bowling short anyway, but in the end, Livingstone had to just nod his forehead downwards and took his eye off it completely. That was curious. Second ball, Livingstone is down the wicket, but
the charge took.
Can you imagine if that had gone wrong? I mean,
Almost did.
He nearly got 2 runs off the helmet down to third.
I don't think he was trying to head it.
That's the only thing that was going to hit. It wasn't going to hit anything else other than his head. And he was charging down the wicket.
Here's Harshit Rana to Liam Livingstone. Here comes maybe just half a pace down the wicket now and pushes it firmly into the covers, where it's fielded by Washington Sundar, and no run. 154 for 5. Suddenly, India have grabbed control of this game, or have England thrown it to them?
Well, I think if you look at the way the wickets have come, I mean, Kuldeep Yadav with one great delivery and the other 2 perhaps not as much.
Here's Harshit Rana again, and that's good delivery, quick as well. Good length outside the off stump. Livingstone looking to force it through the offside, plays a bit late and is beaten outside the off stump. 154 for 5. It's a genuine question. I honestly, I mean, have India seized control, or have England?
No, India, for me, seized control with Kuldeep Yadav. I think until Kuldeep Yadav came on to bowl, I think England were in a good position. England were in a really good position. And I think you've got to remember as well, he's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 30. And Harry Brook hit him for a 6 and a 4 in that. So I think they've seized the initiative just because of pressure, because of a very, very good spell of bowling, met England play and lose the wickets that they have done.
Harshit Rana in once more, and this time I think wisely Livingstone has decided just to get the feel of the ball on bat, and does so, pushing it defensively into the offside. Well, it's game on for England now, honestly. 203 to win from 150 balls. They've suffered yet another collapse. You're listening to England versus India, the ODI series, in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play and work out. Stay at Village. And for the next half an hour or so, in the commentary box, you'll be with Jarrod, Kimber, David Bumble Lloyd and Jon Norman.
Bouncing at the crease. I kind of hoped they'd still be batting by the time we were back, Jarrod, Kimber and David Lloyd. But now I'm thinking that the next time we hear from Neil Manthorp and Harmy and Chetan will be for following on.
Do you know what? I was just thinking, so we knew that England decided to bat second because of the dew, but like what percentage of dew do you need for England to be able to chase this at the moment? Because they just thought they were going to make so many mistakes. You know, India would have to be bowling with an actual bar of soap at a certain point to be able to come back in, right? So, not good.
Down the track, Harry Brook, he's 18 from 23. He's got out a lot to spin in this series. He takes a single to shove McGill long on. There's a slip in place. Liam Livingstone, 0 from 5. And David Lloyd, there's been some... it's an interesting start to his innings. I remember my dad telling me, look at the ball. Watch the ball. You're never going to get anywhere if you don't watch the ball. And I didn't get anywhere because I never watched the ball.
Well, they're in familiar territory. We've seen it all before. Keep doing the same things. Wild shots.
Livingstone forward and trying to play to leg. Gets a leading edge. No run, 0 from 6. 155 for 5 England.
Not sure they're picking the wrist spin. Ball's a good googly. Comes out to the back of his hand.
And he's in again. And he plays back to the bowler. Again, yet to get off the mark.
I just get the impression from what I've seen of England batters here, Joe Root accepted, always looking for the big shot. Always looking for a big hit.
He's down on one knee. He's hit on the pads. It's hit outside the line. Liam Livingstone, you can see he's really struggling here, just wondering how to get off strike, how to score runs. He's lucky there. That's hit the glove and then gone on to hit the shoulder. Could have looped up. That would have been it. Down again. He will get off strike. Almost overbalances as he moves to the offside. Gets down forward and just paddles this fine. 156 for 5. Livingstone off the mark to the 9th ball that he has faced, and that brings Harry Brook back on strike. 19 from 24. The score 156 for 5. England miles off here on talkSPORT 2.
Kuldeep has got it on a string into his 7th over, 1 for 32. Wrist spin and googlies.
Oof, here's a googly from Kuldeep Yadav, and I'm not sure Harry Brook picked it. If he did, he picked it from when the ball bounced rather than out the hand of the bowler. Reacted quickly and just about gets through the over. England 156 for 5. Jarrod.
We know he struggles with the leg spinners bowling wrong-uns as well. I just don't think he picks wrist spin well, I know he doesn't pick it out of the hand, but by the way, he's played it at the moment. And I don't think he picks it particularly well as it's coming down to him either. So it's something he's obviously got to work on. But again, just looked completely, just like he wasn't picking that up.
Well, it's vital that with a wrist spinner that you have a good idea as a batter what's coming down.
Did you pick it out of the hand?
Yeah.
Who were the, well, you can tell us in a second, the kind of wrist spinners you came up against in your day at Bumble. Beaten on the drive, flat-footed from Livingstone. And there's a few words there as well from Harshit Rana. Little rueful smile from Livingstone. It's tough out there.
Well, it's more about these guys, how to pick it from the hand, and you've got to watch it very carefully. You can also watch the seam spinning as it's coming towards you. Which way is it going? Some would pick it off the pitch if you've got nimble footwork and good footwork, but it's imperative that you watch the ball. I mentioned England are in familiar territory. They're 5 wickets down. There's been a couple of 20s, a couple of 30s, and some wild shots.
Is there any difference picking short ball pulled powerfully through mid-wicket, and Liam Livingstone will move to 5. We know he's strong through mid-wicket and square leg. Is there any difference trying to pick from the hand when the bowler's bowling at night under floodlights with a white ball as opposed to playing during the day with a red or white ball?
Well, I wouldn't know. I've never played at night. So
would you think? I mean, have you spoken to players?
I just think you just try and watch the ball from the hand and determine which way it's going. There's a real difference with the way that India have played and England. India tick over, knock the ball around.
Harshit Rana, right arm over the wicket. scuffed drive from Livingston, no timing, and it's fielded. 160 for 5 England.
I think it was Jarrod gave us a stat earlier about Harry Brook, that he has some big shots, some big boundary shots, but not the knock here and knock there, keep the board moving. Play with a method.
Yeah, it can get stuck a little bit. I think so with picking wrist spin, it's about the angle of the wrist, John. And so sometimes it's about how much of the ball you can see as the bowler is bowling. So the white ball does help with that. The wrist, I don't think the lights play a big part or not. Bumble went up against a few leg spinners in Test cricket.
Down the track, Livingston. We saw him get out in exactly this fashion in the first ODI. Trying to overhit, trying to smash the ball to mid-wicket on the charge. Loses his body shape, doesn't watch the ball, and he's lucky to get away with it.
Balance.
It's really noticeable how different this is from the 15 to 19 England side. This is just not how they were playing back then, John.
160 for 5 there. Liam Livingstone has hit 1 boundary in the over, 2 scoring shots from 13 deliveries. He's come to the crease a lot earlier than England would have wanted. This is the other problem England have had throughout this series. The middle and lower order are coming to the crease with way too much work to do. Livingstone's down at 7, and yet we've got the best part of 25 overs remaining. He shouldn't be at the crease. This is a touch of width given to Livingstone. He tries to beef this through the offside, can only take a single.
Just think of the way that India played. That they found the boundary. It's quite natural to find the boundary. On a good pitch, you'll get your fours, the quality players. But in between time, they're knocking the ball around. I call it being busy. Getting your singles, get off strike, rotate the strike, get your boundary, suddenly you're going at 7 and over. England are just looking for the big shot.
I mean, is that part of the game that has been lost? Certainly whilst watching someone like Steve Smith bat, you think not. Harry Brook's been bowled, firing inside edge, playing defensively. Harshit Rana with the breakthrough, a touch of misfortune, and Brook's innings has come to an end. In timid style, England are being humbled in Ahmedabad. 357 the target, but they're 161 for 6.
Plays really softly and tries to play the ball right under his eyes. It hits the splice of the bat, it comes off his body and bounces into the stumps and dislodges one bail. Lights go on in the stumps, joy for India, and England are subsiding here.
I mean, he did middle that defensive shot. And that's a little bit unlucky. I know he played with very soft hands, but it is a little bit unlucky. But again, another player gets in from England, doesn't stick around for very long, and is gone.
It also brings to an end an underwhelming tour of India for Harry Brook. We talk about him a lot, don't we, in England, but in India they're not quite so sure, and you can see why.
Well, it's how you come back from having a loss of form or a lack of runs. If you're a quality player, you've got to dust yourself down and start again. 27 overs, long way to go, and England are 6 down. I can't repeat it often enough. You've got to build partnerships, keep wickets intact, get to your 30 overs, and then double the score. It's what the game's been all about at 50 overs. As it is now, the number 8's in the 27th over, Atkinson.
2 wickets for Nitish Rana, 2 wickets via inside edges. That doesn't suggest the ball is skipping on, does it? Washington Sundar has been expensive in his 2 overs, but he's been brought back into the attack. Right arm off spinner, bowling over the wicket to Liam Livingstone. And this is defended towards mid-wicket, no run. Atkinson, the new bat, he really struggled bowling in the same way that Livingstone has so far in his innings. He comes forward and takes a single to long on. Livingston moves to 7. We know, I mean, England can't change anything now. The squad they've got for the Champions Trophy is the squad they've got, but just get the feeling that, or you know that McCullum will be using this tour not just as a warm-up for the Champions Trophy, or not just as an opportunity to try and win a couple of series in India, but he'll be making some big decisions about some players that you'd imagine may not feature in white ball cricket for England for the next year or two, once the Champions Trophy is out of the way. Atkinson about to face his first delivery, and he steps away and punches this delivery from Washington Sundar on off stump to long off for a single.
So I like that, just a push down to long off through a full face at the back, get your single.
He can bat, Atkinson, by the way. We saw an extraordinary innings from him in New Zealand. We saw a century, of course, last summer in England. Livingston forward, and this is a touch full from Sundar, so another single up to long on. But he came to the crease with Ben Stokes at quite a pivotal moment in the Christchurch Test match, and between them I think England scored something like 140 in a session, maybe more actually, and Stokes hit 40 of them, 40 or 50 of them. And Atkinson hit 60 or 70. He outscored Stokes as forward now. Touch inside edgy. There's a little gap between bat and pad, but defended into the leg side. I mean, he played proper cricket shots as well. He wasn't slogging. He was timing the ball forward, and wristily played actually. Square drive, beats the fielder at cover point, and that will head to the boundary for 4. 168 for 6, England.
But what England can learn is the method and the guile from India. So the method from a batting viewpoint and the guile from the bowling. Very varied attack. Wrist spin, finger spin, a little bit of pace, left arm over, different angle. Got lots of variations in this attack.
There's the conversation at the start of play, or before the start of play actually, between Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison, Chetan, Narula. But guys, you know, looking past the Champions Trophy, of the team that England are taking there, or the squad, and the squad that have been brought to India here, you know, if you were to identify the players that you think Brendan McCullum is going to build his team around over the next 2 years leading up to the 50 over World Cup, which ones would you say are the ones that are going to be, you know, inked onto that team sheet, the first names on the page, as Livingston takes a single to third man, just opening the face of the bat to touch and guiding the ball down to Kuldeep Yadav for a single.
But I mentioned earlier that there's nothing to go on with the 50 over competition in England being downgraded, and the selectors have just got to take a punt.
But within the side, the ones that will be, you know, has Phil Salt done enough for you guys to be?
Oh, I'd just say everything's up for grabs. Everything. I mean, you look at Archer, and you may probably look at Bryden Carson, Adil Rashid, who's one of the elder statesmen now, but
Mark Wood, 3-year deal.
Yeah.
Well today.
Mid-30s, yeah. It's
take us to 2027, wouldn't it?
It's
just
what they're looking for in the future, and the system that they want to play. Have they got the players?
Harshit Rana has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 28, and the start of his 5th. There'll be another couple of runs from the bat of Gus Atkinson, who moves to 7.
I think they'll keep Salt, but I think we have to see whether he is a legitimate longer form player outside of flatter wickets, if that makes sense. So, you know, he's turned himself into this incredible 30 ball sort of player in T20 cricket, but we've seen him make runs, you know, against West Indies and other places, so I know he can bat for longer, but whether he can against the best attacks, because he just takes so many risks for me compared to the way that a lot of the Indian players score at a similar pace.
171 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2, and it's Atkinson, short delivery. He's on the pull, and there's a rueful smile from Nitish Rana, This ball was angling in to the top of off stump. Atkinson swings and he'll take a single. 172 for 6.
I'd look at the method. It's 50 overs. Everybody knows the formula. We've just seen it from India. After 8 overs, India were 39 for 1.
Well, at the 10 over stage, they were 52 for 1 and England were 84 for 2.
Keep wickets intact. 30 overs. Keep your wickets intact. Kick on. Change gear.
Absolutely.
Call it what you like.
And they caught up by the 20 over stage and they lost 1 wicket fewer. They are also a really good team.
Excellent team.
Dropped into the offside this time by Livingston, but he's sent back, no run. Harry Brook is a vice-captain, so I guess he's not going anywhere. Jarrod. Joss Buttler, of course.
I think Duckett is probably... It makes sense, especially if they're coming back to Asia.
And Joe Root.
Yes, if he
Well,
wants to still be around.
3/4 of the team there.
Well,
they
there we
keep
go,
losing.
right? So that's 5 of the 6. With question mark over Salt, but Duckett, Root, Buttler, Brook, they're all in.
Place is all up for grabs.
Jofra, Mark Wood, Adil Rashid.
I'm talking about the batters here. Batters.
This is pitched up from Harshit Rana and driven to Rohit Sharma on the edge of the circle at cover, no run.
You can drop vice-captains though now. Travis Head was the vice-captain and then no one ever mentioned it for the next 3 years because he was out of the side. So I think it's a bit different now. I think India is the only cricket team left on earth that really cares who the vice-captain is. Everyone else just sort of doesn't show much interest in it. So Harry Brook, if he can't play spin and he has another bad IPL on the back of this, or a bad Champions Trophy and a bad IPL, then you have to start thinking about how you can change things with him.
Liam Livingstone, again he's getting a few verbals, rooted in the crease, on the slog sweep, misses by quite some distance, and he's fortunate again there. 172 for 6. That's kind of the case in point again, isn't it, Bumble?
That took my breath away, that shot. That's just a swipe. Excellent over. 2 singles and a 2. 3 dot balls.
Do you know, if we'd hit that for 6, nothing would have changed because it's the same kind of shot that we're talking about. It is just not repeatable.
He's just played it 4 times, by the
Yes.
way. You've seen it on the screen.
You could see him walk down and go,
shot.
oh, I was unlucky to miss that.
Wow. 172 for 6, 29 overs. I mean, again, double the score, but you need wickets intact. The 6 down.
Yeah, 185 from 126 balls is within reach, but they've got, they've lost 3 or 4 wickets more than they should have done, as Atkinson will, again, is quite comfortable playing deep in his crease and opening up his stance and pushing this through long off for a single.
Well, take wickets, and that's what India have done. And of course, when India were on course for 400 plus, England started taking wickets and reduced the score.
Down the track is Liam Livingstone. Washington's going to be turning the ball into the right-hander, and this is fielded by Axar Patel. He's got a feeling that something might happen in this over. Here is Washington. Livingstone goes for the big slog sweep. He's hit on the pad, but there's nothing given by the umpire, and Washington, after a cursory appeal, isn't going to try and force the issue.
He's 9 from 23. I mean, look at the shots that he's played.
I tell you what, KL Royal might get cold from the air, from the swings.
Down the track and stumped down the leg side. Swing and a miss from Livingstone. Washington Sundar sees him coming, fires it down. He'll take the wide and the wicket, and it's a sorry way to go, but it's been coming.
Wow.
Rahul's not getting cold. He's just completed the stumping.
Well, to be fair, that was the first time that Rahul had a break because he was 7 metres from Liam Livingstone when he took that ball. Livingston just showed that he was going to come down early, and well done to Washington Sundar for picking that up, firing it down. And Carroll, who's not really a specialist wicketkeeper all that much these days, takes it again. But I feel like most of my life now is just defending Liam Livingstone, because I understand him as a cricketer, but he just makes so many decisions that are not in the best interest of him staying at the crease.
I mean, it's just inevitable the way that he's played, and the number of shots that he's played have missed completely.
I wonder what his full shot percentage wouldn't have been something you would have had in your day, Bumble.
110%.
Let's find out. Gary Morgan will tell us what Liam Livingstone's false shot percentage was in that 24 ball innings.
Rashid is the new batter. England is 7 down in the 30th. 174 for 7.
England well short again, I'm afraid to say. And it's not been unusual to see Adil Rashid coming to the crease with the innings in absolute disarray. And he's doing it again today as Sundar is in. This is pushed him in on no run.
What was the score for 2? They were going nicely at 2.
81 for 2, was it?
They were 126 for 2.
No.
When Bantam was out. And that was a good ball as well, by the way, I would suggest. That was a regulation dismissal, pushed back to the bowler. Rashid again coming forward, and he wants a single, but Atkinson's got his back to him. He's not interested. End of the over, 30 gone, and England have got some soul searching to do. Of course they don't care. As long as they go on to win the Champions Trophy, they'll be all right, Jack. 174 for 7.
Washington Sundar there with a wicket and a wide off the same delivery, a wide down the leg side, and almost a surrender from Liam Livingstone. India have been on the game. It's a real method in the way that they batted and got to a very, very good total, using all the resources, all their batters, but the batters did the job. Some huge innings, and the way that they bowled, there's real variation, and that's again something that England will look at, is there variation in the attack.
Hardik Pandya is back. Atkinson facing up, first ball outside edge, flat-footed push at a ball that was angling in on off stump. He'll take a single to third where it's fielded. Kuldeep Yadav, 30% false shot percentage for Liam Livingstone in his 23 ball innings of 6.
Seems to flatter him, that stat. And it's worth saying that it's not like the ball's doing anything.
No,
it's a flat pitch and the ball's just coming on.
It's true.
And it's soft and there's dew.
Rashid had to get off the mark, and he won't to this delivery either from Hardik Pandya, which is bowled on a length outside off stump. 175 for 7.
Just the young and the experienced Indian batters knocked it around. Knock it around, play with the full face of the bat, use your feet, keep your head still, find the boundary.
What I find interesting, India are a great team, but they managed to go at strike rates of around 100 without taking undue risk. And then you look at the England innings, they're all going, bowled him on the pole, an inside edge, back down onto off stump. And Adil Rashid's innings has also come to a swift conclusion. Pandya with the breakthrough, and England now 2 wickets away from humbling defeat in Ahmedabad. 175 for 8.
This is a real walk in the park for India. It smiles all round. Hardik Pandya bangs one in. Adil Rashid gets on the pull. He gets an under edge. An off stump flies out of the ground. The zing bails are up in the air, and it's almost like a procession. It's great fun for India, cajoling and laughing and smiling. Not so for England. Real humiliation is this. 175 for 8 in the 31st over.
Ravi Shastri on TV commentary has said, from what I've heard, England have had just one net session this entire trip, if not any. If you're not prepared to do the hard yards, you're not going to improve. We can find out whether that's true or not.
Well, Chetan's just confirmed it as well. And I just had a friend also send me the same information. So,
Will McPherson from the Telegraph, and who's also our man in the camp, they haven't trained as a group before the second and third ODIs, but did train before Nagpur and before most of the T20s.
Oh, well, then they've done their work.
I mean, it's the... I don't know. It seems like a bit of a Route 1 kick a team when they're down kind of thing, to avenue to explore. What we know about this series is, you know, they are playing, they're spending a whole day flying, and they're playing again.
Forget all that. Just forget it. Look at the scorecard. 23, 34, 38, 24, 19. That's the top 5 batters. You've got to have a better method. You've got to build partnerships. It's dead simple. So simple. Knock the ball around. Good pitch. Knock it around. Be busy. Keep your wickets intact. Build partnerships. Dare I say it again. 30 overs, double the score. Keep your wickets intact. We're in 30 overs here. There's 8 out. 8.
Look through those wickets, and which of the batters were got out and which got themselves out?
Banton probably was got out. I'm not 100% sure he hit it, but okay.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Then you have, both the openers went out to huge attacking shots. To be fair, Duckett's one wasn't a particularly good ball, but I'm not sure why he was playing that shot. Root played over one that was straight. Brook defended one off the middle of his bat that went onto his stumps. Butler just sort of threw his bat at one that was quite wide. Yeah, no footwork there as well. And Livingston was on a mission to be dismissed.
And he was successful. The only successful England batter.
Every ball has got a wicket. You're just looking at the scorecard. 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. 175 for 8 in the 31st.
And all the Indian bowlers have taken a wicket. So, okay, what about comparison in terms of the bowlers? The variety and depth of the Indian attack compared to the English.
Well, I think that's important, that you look at the variety of the attack, particularly for 50-over cricket. A left-arm over is a real bonus. You've got a different angle. You've got wrist spin. You've got tall left-arm spin, driving the ball like Jadeja would do. He's not playing. He's resting in this game. And so you've got to look at variation. Also, that in that first 6 or 7 overs, even with brand new balls, slower deliveries. Change your pace up, change your pace down. So, a lot more thought, just a little bit more thought that goes in to how to disturb the opposition.
Mark Wood is the new batter, and it's Hardik Pandya continuing after the dismissal of Adil Rashid, a 5-ball duck, and Mark Wood successfully steers this ball away, but not for a run.
It's a more interesting attack, it's a more varied attack, it's more potent and everything. Having said all that, I'm not watching this going, oh, India's blowing England away here. It's good bowling, but I've seen them bowl a lot better than this and team score lots of runs against
I don't think India have needed to bowl.
They're clever.
They're
shrewd.
And there's a widest first slip in place for Mark Wood, who's prodding at this delivery from Pandya, fortunate not to get an outside edge. This reminds me of one of those games. There's such an uneven balance between the two sides that India just need to wait for England, it seems, to make the mistakes. They know they've got too big a score on the board. They know that England aren't going to chase it down. So they'll just bowl to their plans and they'll just wait. And they were right to do that, because it's happened that way. Last ball of Pandya's 4th over, and Mark Wood's on the drive. He's going to pick up 4 through extra cover. Front foot punch.
Beautiful shot. Picks up a 4. I remember, so I was chatting to Rahul Dravid about the Test series when they went over, and they had all these plans for Bazball. Do you remember they lost that first Test, and then Ben Duckett caused them issues in the second Test, and they kept having these conversations of, they can't keep playing these shots and getting away with it. We just have to trust But if we keep putting the ball in the right area, they're going to play the wrong shots. And England almost won 2 tests in that series. 2 or 3? Certainly 2.
They should have won 2. They should have won the 4th test.
Yeah.
They led by 170.
And I think they had a chance in the 2nd test then, maybe, as well, at one stage.
Yeah, I think it was...
Was it that when Ducker went crazy?
It should have been 2-2.
Yeah. So
going to the 5th.
And but that was the thing that they were really trying to get through, that Rohit Sharma was trying to get through, and Dravid and everyone involved was, they cannot keep getting away with these shots. And it feels like England believe that they can. I think there's enough evidence now to suggest that perhaps they can't.
Method. You'll hear me talk about method all the time. After 30 overs, India had lost 2 wickets. After 30 overs, England had lost 7.
They do call you Method Man.
They're dead right.
You like a bit of Wu-Tang Clan? 4 through in front of square on the leg side by Atkinson, who's batted really nicely. For 8 deliveries, he's hit 2 or 3 of the best shots that we've seen all innings from any batter, I would suggest. This is drilled to the boundary. He moves to 14.
Is that with rice or chips? Did you?
Wu-Tang Clan were a rap group that came out of what part of a suburb of, or a part of New York? Was it Staten Island? Outside edge of the bat of Atkinson. There's a dive at first slip. He didn't read this delivery, and flies to the boundary at 3rd. Atkinson moves to 18. 187 for 8. It was Staten Island.
What was?
Wu-Tang Clan.
That Wu-Tang Clan.
Method Man was one of many members of the Wu-Tang Clan. Genius. Old Dirty.
You're not a RZA or a Gizza fan?
On the sweep, a little top edgy, but it just dropped short of Axar Patel coming in from the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
There's one I don't know if I can say, so I won't.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Old Dirty.
I'd rather you didn't.
I won't say his name. But I'm pretty sure I've seen...
Ghostface Killer?
I've seen Bumble going around doing some Ghostface Killer lyrics before.
Absolutely, yeah. 188 for 8. Steps away, does Mark Wood, and carves this up and over cover. I don't think we're going to be around for long now. 4 more runs to score. His second boundary moves to 8. Score England 192 for 8.
Let me come in again. Keep wickets intact, build partnerships, be busy, knock the ball around, play proper cricket shots, use your feet, keep your head still, build partnerships.
Wow. The only time that happened, Bumble, was when Banton and Root were at the crease. For me.
And it looked nice, it looked calm.
And I agree with you. Steps away again, and that's a good take from Rahul. Has he taken the stumps as well? That's a fine bit of glove work if he has. There's a little question to the square leg umpire. I think that Wood might be okay.
I think Rohit appealed. I thought his foot was up. Rohit appealed, and KL said cancelled the appeal. So it'd be interesting to see if they'll still go up here now, because I think the umpire called for it anyway.
Well, if there's been any sort of appeal, the umpire will call.
We have a review for a stumping.
This is an umpire review, not a player review.
Side angle, please, for the stumping.
Umpire Chris Brown, who's not in the Wu-Tang Clan. Josh.
Thank you.
There is a singer called Chris Brown, isn't there?
That was the joke.
Foot is grounded
right.
popping crease.
His foot is behind the line.
Grounded.
Thank
you. Ready to make my decision for the big screen?
That was a smart bit of work, though, by KL Rahul.
Not sure what Rohit Sharma saw, or what I saw as well, because I thought there was more of a bobble there.
Washington Sundar continuing. Woods down the track, lofted drive, goes towards mid-wicket rather than long on. Patel comes in from the boundary's edge, fields on the bounce, and it's another run to the score. England 193 for 8, 3 boundaries coming from that Washington Sundar over. He's not quite been where we've seen in the past, has he? With bat or ball throughout the T20s and the ODIs. But it's just, that's the kind of tinkering you can do. You can deal with that little problem. England have got holes leaking all over the boat at the moment. I'm not sure which one to plug first.
Well, I think bringing him on now, they're just trying to get him a cheap wicket, aren't they? And unfortunately for them, it's gone the other way. He's probably in this team only needs to bowl 3 or 4 overs. They use him as the power play spinner. They know what he's good at. He's a much better red ball bowler than he is a white ball bowler.
There's your variations. You can bring him in. You need, ideally, you need 6 bowlers. And so then you need a balance, and so you need all-rounders.
Here's Hardik Pandya. And Mark Woods has just picked out the fielder, Shreyas Iyer. At deep point, has to move 5-6 metres to his right. Settles under the opportunity, takes it two-handed. Minimal celebration from India. They know they're 1 wicket away from the win. Mark Woods got to go for 9.
Job done by India. Start the car. Get ready. We're all done here. How many overs is it? 32? Just over 32. England have been bundled out. 1 wicket to go. Real disappointment. Saqib Mahmood bringing up the rear.
I was going to say Jofra Archer's going to have to wake up, but of course he's not playing today. The TV cameras picked up on him fast asleep.
He did wake up after that, though, I noticed.
Saying that, Brendan McCullum's usually got his eyes closed behind those sunnies, cap pulled down, feet on the balcony edge.
Oh, it's hard when you've been playing so much golf.
Well, I've never played golf, so I wouldn't know.
You've never played golf?
Never.
You've not played a single round of golf? Are you even allowed to work in cricket if you haven't played golf?
Well, don't tell anyone. I don't think anyone's listening now. They've all tuned off, I imagine, because this game is about done. But no, I have never, ever played a round of golf. Short delivery from Hardik Pandya. Saqib Mahmood swivels and pulls and takes a single and gets off strike. 193 for 9.
You're not a golfer either, are you, Bumble?
I am.
Are you? Do you play a lot of golf?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Why did you think he didn't? He's a cricket man.
He owned a boat. I can't imagine playing golf and owning a boat.
Really?
Yeah, it's too much.
How big was your boat?
Big enough. Yeah.
A super yacht, isn't it?
You and Roman. Atkinson's going to take 4 more. I tell you what, his hand-eye coordination is there, as is his timing and placement. Steers this to the left of the extra cover fielder and away for
What was
Belgrade.
that interview that the captain, Josh Butler, before it all started, that he couldn't wait to work with McCullum and bring a smile to... There's nought to smile about. There is nought to smile about.
You say that, there's a lot of Indian fans in the ground smiling.
Of course they are. And the team.
Is that what he meant?
This has been...
Steps away again, and this time goes a touch squarer. Chase on for Shreyas Iyer. I wonder whether he's got his foot on the boundary as he stopped this ball. We'll have a look upstairs to see. 200 is up for England. Scant consolation, no celebration. Atkinson is at 25 from 12. But India looking to wrap things up.
I'll tell you what this has been for India. It's been a middle practice. It's been middle practice.
They've said they don't care about losing this series, but they said they do care about entertaining. They haven't entertained.
I agree. It's just not entertaining. They've got to reboot. I think they've got to restart.
I have a horrible.
Might be hard before next week.
I have a horrible feeling that we're seeing the white ball team go back to a period in the wilderness. I can't see an obvious return back. It's not like you've got 4 or 5 gun players to come into this side with bags of 50 over experience or even white ball experience. Atkinson is going to take 6. He's stepped back. He likes stepping back, doesn't he? And he's pulled this straight over long on for 6. Moves into the 30s.
33 from 13. He could end up here as top scorer.
Well, he needs another 6 runs to be the top scorer in the innings, and he's faced fewer deliveries than 6 of the other batters. So he's seeing it all right, he's timing it all right, and he's hitting it pretty well. Last ball of Hardik's over, short, slower bouncer, and Gus Atkinson gives himself too much width, too much room. It's coming in at 102 kilometres an hour. That can't be right.
Very slow ball.
Well, that's really... He's got a bouncer from a delivery at 100 kilometres an hour.
That's a Rashid Khan delivery. So we were on with Goffey the other day, Bumble, and I said to Goffey something about Atkinson's batting, and I said, well, obviously he's a little bit better than you. You could see the red mist come up in Goffey's face, and of course that innings he failed. Should we text Goffey?
Do it. He withdrew himself from the group WhatsApp chat yesterday, didn't he? I don't blame him, by the way. There's a lot of coffee chat on there. Coffee, taxis, and not a lot else. And what do you want for lunch?
If you could choose one tail end batter, would you choose Atkinson or Goff?
Are you having a laugh?
Go on. Kuldeep Yadav back into the attack. He's picked up 1 wicket from his 7 overs, and Mahmood will take a single. 209 for 9. The camera focusing in on Shubman Gill. Let's not forget his innings earlier today. He scored 259 runs across the ODI series. He wasn't required in the T20 series that preceded this. Going back to the point I was just making, you know, when you talk about England not having gun players set to come in, on the reverse is Atkinson. He's going to take 4 more. Fielder up inside the circle at third. He's got the ball fine, and he's 37 not out. This is an India side with no Jasprit Bumrah, no Mohammad Shami, no Mohammad Siraj, no Jaiswal, and no Punt. I mean, all 5 of those players, you'd have to say, maybe not Siraj, possibly, dragged to mid-wicket, would get into the England side.
They're all top players. They are top players. They've got a good squad.
Good? They're not even in the squad, some of them.
No, I mean, the whole squad that they've got to choose from, they've got some super players.
Oh, good delivery from Kuldeep Yadav. I'd like to see that again. It was fired in. And Atkinson will become joint top scorer in the innings alongside Tom Banton. He moves to 38.
Yeah. So you said Hardik Pandya's ball was 102 kilometres an hour. That was 110. I don't think I've seen a wrist spinner bowl that fast since the old Shahid Afridi quicker balls.
Joe Root can fire one in at times, can't he? This is more regulation in terms of pace and on the pads and defended by Mahmood. 214 for 9. You know, we're discussing what England can do. Plays inside the line, possibly Mahmood. Either way, he's been past the outside edge. 214 for 9. End of over number 34. I think that might be us done. I'll wait for direction in my ears. We can. Bumble, thank you for your contribution, and you, Jarrod. I think it's very, very unlikely that we're going to be commentating on any more of this ODI. So we're going to throw back to Steve Harmison, Chetan Narula, and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Harmy's looking forward to having a chat to Bumble at the beginning of following on, so do hold on to the great man for another 10 minutes. Harmy's keen to exchange firm and frank views. I think mostly in agreement. 214 for 9. It's been a disappointing performance from England, to put it mildly. They've not been in any of the 3 contests, losing the first 2 games by 4 wickets apiece. Flattering scorelines. India have not been tested. They've been in their groove. They've been very, very impressive. An extraordinary level of depth in the playing group. Here's Akshar Patel. Will he be the man to finish it off? Left arm spin on the back foot, trying to force it through the offside is Gus Atkinson. He remains 38 not out of 18. Didn't time that one. It's gone straight back to the bowler. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Atkinson bowled by Akshar Patel. He stepped away. He gave himself some room. He tried to punch it through the offside, and he's been bowled by Akshar Patel. And England have been bowled out for 214 to lose the third and final match by 142 runs. Completes a clean sweep for the home side. as I said, thoroughly deserved. A little bit of defiant resistance from Gus Atkinson at the end, making 13 at a run a ball, but all far too little, far too late. Atkinson 6 fours and a 6, but Axar Patel finishes with 2 for 22, and as I say, England bowled out for 142. Saqib Mahmood unbeaten on 2 at the end, but as David Bumble Lloyd was saying a short while ago, you look at the top 5 England scores, and they all got in without going on and making the the substantial contribution that England needed. 23, 34, 38, 24 and 19. Josh Buttler came in at number 6 today. But Harmy, all very disappointing, all rather tame, and this magnificent cricketing arena, the Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad, is well, they're having a party, they're enjoying, they're celebrating, the home crowd, and so they should. But if England are building towards the Champions Trophy, they're building a bunker. They're building downhill, underground.
Yeah, the bricks are coming off. I mean, the wheels are coming off. And look, this trip has been 8 games, 7 in defeat. And Brendan McCullum takes over this white ball side. He wanted to play with smiles on their faces and wanted to play with freedom. I just think they've been out of their depth. I really do. I don't think England have played with any freedom, any entertainment. I just heard a few seconds ago, I think it was Jarrod that said England want to entertain, got to be in the game to entertain. They've got off to start in each of their games, and you cannot give wickets away here. This part of the world, you cannot give your wicket away and put pressure on the person that's coming next. You take responsibility, and in all 3 games now, the capitulation of this team and the limp way they've ended all 3 contests has been a marked difference between the side who is probably the very best side in the world in white ball cricket, especially in 50-over cricket. You're playing them in their own back garden. Give yourself a chance, and I don't think England in any one of these games has given themselves a chance. There's been a lot of noise about preparation, about training, about whatever. At the end of the day, for me, that's not even irrelevant. It's not even in the equation. For the simple fact is, if England had trained every single day, morning, noon and night, I still think they would have lost 3-0 against this side.
Right, well, if you have missed any of the action, then we'll do our very best to sum things up for you. England bowled out for 214, but let's take a wee break, and when you come back, we'll look back at all of the day's action, and it's all thanks to Village Hotels. Welcome to all of the action from the 3rd and final one-day international between India and England from the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. India have completed a comprehensive 3-0 clean sweep against tourists England, who of course they beat 4-1 in the T20s. So out of 8 games on the Indian subcontinent, England have won just 1, and India have come out deserved winners. Today it was all very one-sided. After winning the first 2 games by 4 wickets apiece, India have romped home by a massive 142 runs, dismissing England for just 214 in 34.2 overs. This after the home side made 356, an imposing total built on the back of a 7th ODI century from Shubman Gill. He made a brilliant 112 from 102 balls. There were runs as well for Virat Kohli, he made 52, Shreyas Iyer 78, and a lusty 40 from KL Rahul. 356, the best of England's bowlers comfortably. Adil Rashid with 4 for 64, bowled some brilliant ripping leg spinners, and Mark Wood, who contained, taking the new ball, striking early to get rid of Rohit Sharma for a single, but finishing with 2 for 45 from 9 overs. Everyone else was expensive and was unable to contain this rampant Indian middle order. England's reply was undermined by their own inability to build on starts. The top 5, Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Tom Banton, Joe Root and Harry Brook, made 23, 34, 38, 24 and 19, all making starts without going on to build anything substantial. And Gus Atkinson had a bit of fun at the end, finishing with 38 from 19 balls. But Akshar Patel took 2 for 22, 2 wickets as well for Arshdeep Singh, Harshit Rana, and a wicket for the brilliant Kuldeep Yadav. Very disappointing. And watching alongside Steve Harmison, and we'll be chatting to David Bumble Lloyd, who was also a little dismayed at what has been a disheartening tour, finishing on a very low note, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, finishing on a very, very no note, a whimper really. I think there was a lot of positivity when Brendan McCullum was named. When Brendan McCullum was named the white ball coach, there was a lot of anticipation of a little bit of a change from England's white ball mentality. I think because it was a little bit doom and gloom after the World Cup, or during the World Cup, then after the World Cup, few players had retired. There was a lot of big decisions made between Brendan McCullum and Rob Key coming into this series, thinking of 3 or 4 players who spent a lot of time in England's white ball side, 2 left arm options in Reece Topley and Sam Curran and Will Jacks, an off-spinning all-rounder. They were jettisoned, moved aside, more multi-format players, i.e. players who have played red ball cricket for Brendan McCullum. And I'm not saying that's what's gone wrong. It hasn't gone wrong. I think India are just a far superior team in this part of the world, in their own back garden, and them as a team. I just think England, they've got a plan A, and if plan A doesn't work, plan B is a recycled version of plan A, and if they get to plan C, most of the time, by the time they get to plan C, they're all out. I just think they've been out of their depth. I really do. I just think this team, we want to criticise because we are England and we are passionate about English cricket going forward. I just think we might have to take a step back and go, we're not quite good enough.
Well, Bumble, you're very good at seeing the positives and putting a smile on our faces. I have to say that Tom Banton was pleasing. In his first game for England in almost 5 years, only been in the country a little less than 48 hours, didn't have a net, didn't have a hit, and made 38 convincing runs from 41 balls, but otherwise very little apart from Adil Rashid. We know how good he is. Took 4 wickets to contain India, who I have to say were on course for 400 for much of the time in the middle overs, but Rashid took a couple of wickets at the end, 4 for 64 to keep them down to what turned out to be far from manageable 356. Bumble, you sounding a wee bit downbeat towards the end there, and with good reason.
Better, and they play better, and it's a super game, and you shake hands and look them in the eye and say, well played. That's not the case in this game. And England have been absolutely marmalised by India and its method. I think you can go into a Champions Trophy, which is what the build-up is in this series, to the Champions Trophy and reset. You've got to reset. You'll have heard me throughout commentary, there is a formula for this game, and every country with success will use the same formula. Build partnerships, knock the ball around, be busy at the crease, rotate the strike, keep partnerships intact, see where you are at 30 overs with wickets intact and double the score. England lost 7 again in that 30 overs. So if that's the way that we play, and listening to Steve and saying plan A, if that's plan A, it doesn't work. It's as simple as that. So they need a complete reset as to how to play 50 over cricket.
Yeah, Bumble, and I think when I talk about Plan B, which is recycled part of Plan A. Where does that come from? Does that, you put your coach's hat on? You've had many hats on in the game. Where does that come from? Because Brendan McCullum in the dressing room is not. He doesn't strike me as a coach that's going to sit down, go through the whiteboard, go through technical aspects of the game, go through video footage, go through analysis. He doesn't strike me as that sort of coach. So where does this come from? Because I'm quite concerned about these next 2 or 3 weeks when it comes to England. We don't know what's coming with the Champions Trophy because they're not going to be playing India in India. They're going to be playing different sides from around the world on probably flatter wickets in Pakistan. But the message has got to come from the coach. And Brendan McCullum doesn't strike me as somebody who will want to change that method.
Experience, Paul Collingwood, who at 2020 cricket has captained the side and won a World Cup. I think that the coaching staff as a whole can sit down and say, well, let's reset, let's see how we do play, or anybody plays 50-over cricket. It's not rocket science, it isn't. It's not 2020 cricket. You can't play that gung-ho 20 overs. I can quite understand that in 120 overs that we're going to go from 1 to 11 and blaze it away and get 160, 180. This is 50 overs. It's a long time. And there's a formula to it. There always has been. Keep your wickets intact, see where you are. It used to be, see where you are at 40 overs and then go big in the last 10. Now it seems to be 30 overs, double the score. You look at India in this game, 356 after 30 overs. They've been busy, knocked the ball around. I think they were 170, 180, 30 overs for two. So they've got 8 wickets for 20 overs to kick on and blaze away. That's the formula. Because if you're on a good pitch, if you're on a super pitch, that's where you're going to go. After 30 overs, they were 198 for 2, India. So they're on for 400. So England then took wickets, and so that brings it down, reduces it to 350 odd.
And to go on to that, Bumble, you bring Manners in on that. There was a quiet period as well. I mean, there was a period of about 5 or 6 overs where Mark Wood and Adil Rashid brought England back into the game. They were going well. And a good side, like what you're saying, Bumble, is they reevaluate where they are and then they go again. And I think during that time, Manners, when England were putting India under pressure, you were thinking, right, just a couple of wickets here, and all of a sudden England might be in the game of keeping them down to 320, because we were sitting thinking 400 at one point. And that's the frustrating thing about the way England have batted. I don't think England have bowled too badly on this trip so far. I just don't think the batters have used their brains enough when things have been very, very difficult, when the sort of pressure's been on.
There's definitely a formula to it. And England will look, I'm sort of looking back quite reflective and think, well, the attack is weak. We were a bowler light in this particular game. It was too much to ask for Livingston and Root to share 10 overs. Mark Wood, who's the gun bowler, only bowled 9, so there's a mistake there. He should have bowled 10. But it's a samey attack, and you look at India's attack, and there's variation. There's a left-arm over-opening bowler, there's wrist spin, there's a really good left-arm spinner in Axar Patel with Jadeja not playing, same sort of bowler, round the wicket, drive the ball in on a really good angle, so they've got variations. England haven't got that variation. And of course, England's best bowler is Adil Rashid, and he's an absolute gem, 4 for 60 odd today. And Mark Wood with the express pace, and of course Jofra Archer doesn't play, so you can improve the team. So I would look at method and look at variation.
Well, gents, as you know, we'll hear from both camps, and we'll also talk about England's approach to the tour, particularly in between matches. But first of all, let's hear from Shreyas Iyer, who made a brilliant 78 from 64 balls. Say again?
Yes, absolutely. The break I got in between, where I was working with the domestic team, and also I got some time to work on my technique as well. And especially the drop-in shots, which got me singles. It's not the pull and the cuts all the time. It's the balls which you play close to the body, and you get singles of the tough balls as well. So that was more satisfying to me.
And the team as well. It's not just about you. It seems like everyone's amongst runs now. Everyone's performing. Whether it's Rohit, whether it's Shubman, yourself, Gale, everyone, Virat as well. So that must be a really, really good environment in that dressing room.
Yes, absolutely. The dressing room is electrifying with a lot of energy, and I personally feel that each and every individual in the team is in great form, and I think it's a great boost for us to win this series and carry forward the momentum from here on to the Champions Trophy. And yeah, you could see it in all the 3 games, the way each and every individual stood up for the team, not individual performances, because everyone is looking marvelous, but at the same time, getting those crucial runs and crucial wickets at the right time was much important.
Sunil here. I think it's not just the batting and the bowling, your fielding was outstanding. That run out in that first game, you know, where you had that flat throw straight on top of the stumps, and that started the slide for England. So I think overall as a fielding unit, you've been excellent. All of you have been absolutely tremendous.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. I think we've worked a lot on that, and as a team, as a unit, we are trying to deliver and create that sort of breakthrough which team needs in imperative time, and that came in pretty well, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Hopefully I'll get the best fielder award this series.
Right, all set for Champions Trophy now?
Let's see as it comes. Today I'm just going to focus on the victory and the celebrations in the team.
And it's not an easy one to get into. There are everybody. I mean, it's Jasprit Bumrah is one of the few, when he's fit and in the team, whose place is not under challenge. But there is literally a challenger for every spot in the team. Rishabh Pant can't get in the team. You know, one of the best keeper batsmen in the world. I wonder how many teams around the other countries wouldn't have Rishabh Pant in their side. Bumble, let's talk then, as I mentioned, about England's approach. India have trained on every day they could. England haven't, and I don't necessarily want to make a big issue of it, but we have to talk about it because other people are making a big issue about it, and the fact that England only had, no official practices during the ODI series. Only Joe Root had a net with the batting coach Marcus Trescothick. Their feeling is that one-off net sessions between games isn't going to help. But it has attracted a great deal of interest, shall we call it?
They decide it's the method of play, and just listening to that interview there, a guy scores 112 and he's a powerful player and finds the boundary. What pleased him most, knocking the ball, playing it softly, getting a single, rotating the strike. It's not rocket science. That is the way to play 50-over cricket. You'll be busy at the crease. Fitness comes into it. Mental capacity. Knocking the ball around. Changing the strike. Rotate the strike. Find the boundary. They'll come naturally. And you get your big score. It's important. It's imperative. You keep wickets intact till there's that signal, whether it's 30, 35 or 40 overs. Right, now we kick on. But you need wickets. England are, off this game, in my view, England are always looking for the big shot, for the maximum. There's more to it than that. Knock the ball around, be busy.
Work hard. Yeah, exactly. But is that not something that... I know it's a mental thing. Of course it is. But it strikes me, Bumble, that if a team doesn't practice, perhaps they don't know how to practice or what to practice. Or, I mean, they've had travel day after each game, and then a day before. And even if it's an hour's middle practice, batting in partnerships and pushing the ball into gaps and defending it into spaces, as Harmy was saying, as good players don't use up dot balls. They work hard. They defend when they have to defend. They try to defend it into gaps and run hard. Can you not just spend an hour doing that, maybe?
Being like, because they've got plenty of coaches over there. I would assume that they would sit down in meetings and they'll have a whiteboard and they will discuss how we're going to approach different bowlers, particularly a wrist spinner. How are we going to play him? Can we play him from the hand? Are we going to be busy? How many do we want him to go for 10 overs? We can't have him going for 30. How are we going to get to 50 or 60? And so I'd expect that to be a sit-down meeting. Now, as I said, I'm quite relaxed if they've decided as a management team that we're actually not going to practice because we don't think mentally it's going to do the team any good. We can debate it, whether it's right or wrong. That's what they've decided. But the method of play has got to be 10 times better than what we're seeing at the minute, because they're losing. That method doesn't work.
Okay, we'll have a final match wrap and tour wrap in just a moment. But, Bumble, let's hear now from England captain Jos Buttler, who's speaking once again to our producer Scott Taylor.
Ultimately disappointing, results haven't been there. Obviously we've been thoroughly outplayed by India throughout the whole tour in the T20s and the ODIs, but I think we're on the right track in the way that we would want to play our cricket and the style and the fashion that we want to do. We just, similar things from me, just we have to be better at it.
What have you seen over the last 3 ODIs which makes you think you are on the right track to getting better and peaking at the Champions Trophy?
Yeah, I think there's been some moments where we've been good. The opening partnership's been really good from Duckett and Salt. Again today they put India under pressure, and again a sort of similar story. Can we just keep doing it for longer? And I think, like I say, watch Shubman Gill go on and get 100. That's what we need our individuals to be wanting to do as well.
Firstly, you spoke about Ben Duckett and Phil Salt there. How is Ben? He looked to be struggling there with like a groin or a hamstring. How is he?
He looks a little bit sore, doesn't he? I think he was struggling a little bit. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out over the next day or so how he's doing.
And because one of the positives on this tour has been that opening partnership, so how big a blow would it be to lose Ben Duckett ahead of the Champions Trophy if it is serious?
Yeah, they've been really gelling nicely as a partnership and complementing each other really well, so hopefully it's not too bad.
And just a word on Mark Wood. He took the new ball today. How much has that given you food for thought ahead of the Champions Trophy, as I say?
Yeah, I think he's obviously can bowl really fast, but he's got good skills as well, and obviously can swing the ball, and he looked really threatening today with the new ball. Obviously the wicket of Rohit Sharma as well, so and he's always a wholehearted performer, so really pleased with the way he bowled today.
And there's a lot of stats in the game, but one of the more crazier ones is that Adil Rashid's only played 3 games in the IPL. Just how good was he again today? And you've spoken in the past about him being your most important player, and I guess he showed that with the ball today.
Yeah, he's a brilliant bowler. He's certainly valued very highly amongst our dressing room, and really pleased with the way he's bowling. He's really enjoying his bowling, and getting better and better, I think. So he's got so many ways of styles of leg spin bowling, and 4 wickets today was crucial for us.
Just looking back at the last couple of weeks as a whole, you didn't take the gloves for this series. What have you learned as a captain, maybe, that you can take forward going to the Champions Trophy and beyond?
Yeah, I think I've enjoyed it. It's been good. It's freed me up to be next to the bowlers and thinking more about tactical things that just maybe a little bit more energy and thought into that, as opposed to obviously the added responsibility of keeping wicket as well. So yeah, it's been good, but ultimately we need to find ways to win games of cricket.
And what do you think your side have learned on a whole over the last 2 or 3 weeks?
I think just the style and stuff that we want to play and is going to give us the best chance of the results. As I said, we have to find ways to do it for better, do it for longer, like I say, individually and collectively, sort of making sure we learn how we can do that.
And ultimately, you've got a new coach under Brendan McCullum. What's it been like working with Baz over the last couple of weeks as well?
Yeah, it's been great. Even though we've obviously not had any results in this series, he's been great at keeping the dressing room on task and creating a good environment and all those kind of things. So, yes, obviously I've enjoyed working with him.
And how difficult is it to find that balance of you've got a defined way of playing and you want to entertain, but also you want to pick up results at the same time? So how hard has it been to stick to the process, albeit when you've been not picking up results?
Yeah, well, I think ultimately the way that we're talking about that we want to play is going to be the way that's going to give us the chance to get results. So, it's about executing that and doing that well, as opposed to sort of questioning, are we doing the right thing? Because I think you can see by the team we're up against, they're a fantastic side, and they're showing the way that, that way of playing and how to win games of cricket like that. So that's what we need to be doing.
Just finally, it seems to be the walking wounded there. There seems to be a lot of injuries. So how pleased are you with the adversity you side have shown? Because you've had a lot thrown at you over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we have. No, it's always a tough tour. You know, there's like I said, top team and fantastic in their own conditions. So it's always a tough tour. You know, a few of the guys are physically, a little, like you say, a little bit walking wounded, but got a few days now to refresh and sort of rest up and get ready for the Champions Trophy.
Just finally, what has made you confident over the last couple of weeks and what you've seen that you can compete and go far in the Champions Trophy?
Yeah, I think we've threatened and we've showed glimpses, and I think that's probably what gives you the hope that once we start to do it for longer, be more consistent, we've sort of scratching the surface of how good we can be as a team. We're nowhere near our potential yet, and if we can get close to that, I know we'll be a dangerous team.
Good luck in Pakistan.
Thank you.
England captain Jos Buttler. We have to remember that tournament play is very different to bilateral play, and it's hard once you fall behind against a brilliant team in their own conditions to get back into a position where you can fight and compete. England's first game in the Champions Trophy is against Australia, who will be without Josh Hazlewood and Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. They could well be beaten. I'm not sure if you're still with us, Bumble, but your thoughts there? It's a tough job, isn't it, on a tour like this for Jos Buttler to keep being positive, keep sounding, keeping a smile on his face.
Got to try and put a positive slant on things, and I'd always listen intently to an interview. There's one thing he said there, and he paid respect to India and saying they're a crack outfit. They showed us how to play. They showed us the method. But he also quickly went back to, we've got a system how we want to play. We're not far from it. Well, they're a million miles away from it. The starts are okay. I mean, Duckett 34, Salt 23, going back to the previous game. Salt 43, Duckett 32. Yeah, it starts. But the way forward, the way that pays the rent, is that one of the top 5 or 6 has to score a century, and the rest play around it. That's the way it is. It's the way it is around the world from every team. And this team, India, have got that quality to do it. So England need to look at that and learn from it and accept responsibility as a batting unit that one of the top 4 or 5, once you've got in, you don't get out. And I'm just looking again today, 34, 23, 38, 24, 19, job done. No big score.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And whenever this team gets beat, there's a lot of things thrown at them. Their attitude, lack of training, playing golf, all that stuff. And for me, that's all nonsense. It's all nonsense about what you do on the field. And Jos Buttler is saying there, the style, how we want to play. You've got to earn the right to have that style. And I don't think England have earned the right in these 3 games that I've seen on the ground. And it comes back to what Bumble's saying about method. You have to have a method on when you are on your A game and you're bossing the game and you've got the team by the throat, and all of a sudden you've got to have not your A game, which is when the opposition are on top, is how you come back from that, how you combat that, how you reevaluate where you are in the innings, and then you go again. What England have done in 3 games in a row now, and why I think England have been completely out of their depth in this part of the world against this side, is that when they've gone hard and just been blown out. It's like a tyre being blown out. And that, for me, is a massive, massive concern, because I worry where the change comes from, where the message comes from, and how you get to where Bumble's saying the method, where's that coming from? Because I've just listened to a captain there talk. I wouldn't say I've just heard somebody who possibly has won 3-0, but he was quite positive and upbeat about things his team have done right. In 3.5 minutes there, listening to Jos Buttler talking about things he's done right, he's lost the series 3-0 when never really been in it.
Bumble, just before you go, as I said, tournament cricket is very difficult, very different to bilateral cricket. England play Australia, South Africa and Afghanistan. They'll probably have to win 2 of those and win them quite well to reach the semi-finals. And then the saying goes, anything can happen in a one-off match. But can you see anybody preventing India from winning the Champions Trophy?
They'll be the red-hot favourites, and I think Afghanistan will be roundabout. Nobody will talk about them. So many teams have got injuries. From England's viewpoint, I will come back to that optimism, Neil, that you talked about right at the beginning. Change the method. Change the way that you play. Again, from what I've seen today, England are looking for the big shot, looking for the big six. It's not a T10 match. It's 50 overs, and you've got to play accordingly to that 50 overs. And I'm looking again at the scorecard at India, and the three of the top four, 52, 112, 78. They're going to boss the game. And it used to be, back in the day, get 250, you win the game. That's moved. It's 350. You need to get to 350. You'll do that by keeping wickets intact. It's a simple game.
And as you keep saying, 50 overs is a long time, and I think that modern cricketers who don't...
That's 100 deliveries. This is 300. 300. 50 over game. Play accordingly.
Yeah, and they play accordingly, but I'm not 100% convinced when what Bumble's saying about the style and the method and everything like that. Listening to Joss Butler, they've got one way of playing, and they ain't changing it. They're not changing their method at all, which is slightly concerning, because if you go back to the top England white ball team that blew everybody away, Roy and Bairstow at the top, they didn't give it away at the top for 34, 35. They went on and got hundreds. They didn't. You know, Root's there. We're missing middleman, and that man in the middle is huge for us. I think the Ben Stokes mentality, I think Ben Stokes' mentality is the one. He is the man who does change his method accordingly to the way they're playing in any given situation. I'm talking about the good England white ball team of the last sort of 5 or 6 years before that 2023 World Cup. Their top 1-2. They went on. When they got to 40, they got hundreds. Blew teams away. Even when Alex Hales was in there, we are getting far too many 30s, far too many 20s. And in this part of the world, where a lot of world events are going to be, whether it's 20 or 50 over competitions, the minute you lose one wicket against top quality spin, you lose 2, 3, and 4, like they have done in these 3-match series, by playing that expansive, wanting to hit everything out the ground method. I don't see this team changing their method at all, and that's why probably England will win a game by 150 runs by getting nearly 400, but probably losing more often than not by 150 runs and getting bowled out for 200, 220.
And the method is there for all to see, whether you're in the game professionally or you're a supporter of the game. The method is there for all to see. But the other thing is that the teams that England will come up against, they're clever. They've got good thought, they've got good leadership, they've got good bowlers. They're probably thinking they'll get themselves out. They will just get themselves out. If you put a defensive field back, they'll smack it up in the air, which we've seen again today. A couple of dismissals that were earned, but a number, they were shocking dismissals. Chasing a 350, and we got out of jail ever so slightly because it should have been 420, taking wickets with the excellent Rashid and Mark Wood. And again, we've not said too much that Mark Wood bowled 9 overs. Should bowl 10. He's got to bowl 10 overs. He's your kingpin bowler. He only bowled 10. So only bowled 9. So there's a mistake there. I know it's a long playing, broken record. Method will win the Champions Trophy. We've seen method from India. It wins.
Bumble, stick around and have a listen to Indian captain Rohit Sharma, who was speaking to television after the game.
Side like England, when you think of the Champions Trophy, what are the things which you as a captain want that improvement? I know you will say that you want to improve everywhere, but some of the marginal improvements where you want to tighten up.
I don't see there was anything wrong that we did in this series. There are some areas, but I'm not going to sit here and discuss about it, stand here and discuss about it. There are obviously regular chats that happens within the group. and the players are quite comfortable having those chats. And it's only to make sure that we as a team is moving forward. It's not about individual. This is not an individual sport. It is about the team, and whatever it takes for us to move forward. And all 11 of us, including the guys who are outside as well, wanting to do different things at different times. Those are the things that we regularly talk with the players, and then it's up to the players to accept that and go out there and just keep delivering. And we are there. It's our job to make sure that there is some consistency as well within the squad. We try and keep things very clear. Those are the things we can try and do. But in terms of the skills, I think a near perfect skills throughout the series. There's nothing that I can sit here and discuss. Obviously, I'll again say that because that is where a good team or a champion team looks forward to, of getting better every game, and we want to improve in every aspect of that. So I would look at that and move forward from there.
357 is what you achieved in the end, and it felt as if possibly there could be a bit more. Was that something which you felt, or were you happy with the score you got?
Very happy at the end. Look, when you start an innings, there is nothing particular target that we discuss about. We want to have that intent. We want to keep playing the shots that each guys can do, play. But again, having said that, there is a little bit of freedom that we want to have in the squad. To go out there and play the way we are supposed to play. A year and a half back, the World Cup was a perfect example of that. So we want to continue to do that. We want to continue to build on that. Obviously, we have not played a lot of ODI cricket after that, but again, what we did there is something that we want to continue to do again and again. There will be times where things will not fall into place, but that's okay.
Rohit Sharma, victorious captain, with a century and a dramatic return to form. Bumble, it's been an absolute joy and a pleasure. Final thoughts from you? You enjoy a good interview. What do you think of Rohit?
To the winning, it becomes a habit, and you move into a big tournament like the Champions Trophy and you feel good. There's a confidence in the team, and it's really important, very, very important. There's a confidence with the supporters and spectators. And so from England, just think back to Josh Butler's interview before it all started. We're looking to work with McCullum and get a smile back. There's nothing to smile about. But they can change it. They've got to come back to playing the formula that is what 50-over cricket is about. And there's no getting away from it. It is a formula. That's why a lot of people think it's quite boring. 50-over cricket is quite boring compared to 2020 and T10. There's a formula, and India have got it, how to win matches.
Thanks, Bumble. Brilliant to hear from you. Great to chat. Travel well, and we look forward to talking to you again soon. The one and only David Bumble Lloyd. A vital part of the commentary team and a superb member of the tour, Chetan Narula. Thoughts from you, Chets? You like Bumble, always he manages to see the positive. You always find something India can improve on. No, seriously, it's been a very polished performance.
Yes, absolutely. I think they had a lot of to-do check boxes in this series, coming into this series. I mean, India haven't played a lot of ODI cricket in 2024. They played 3 ODIs in Sri Lanka, lost that series 2-0. Coach Gautam Gambhir was under some pressure after having lost in Australia, having lost 3-0 to New Zealand at home. These are big events, ICC events, Champions Trophy. There's a tour to England coming up. There's a tour of South Africa coming up later this year. There's the T20 World Cup at home next year. Then, of course, you're building towards the 27 ODI World Cup. The preparation starts here. Yes, maybe Rohit Sharma will be around, won't be around. Virat Kohli will be around, won't be around. We don't know about Jasprit Bumrah again, Mohammad Shami. But there's a fresh crop of young players who are going to be building towards those two events. So Gautam Gambhir was under some pressure. Then there were other things to do. I mean, Rohit Sharma's form, Virat Kohli's form, What do you do about the top order? What do you do about the spinners? Shami, he was coming off a long layoff from the game thanks to injury. So he's built up his pace, his rhythm. And then you have Harshit Rana, who made a debut. Varun Chakravarti, who moved on from T20s towards ODI. So India had a long list of things to do. And I think they have checked every box. I personally think they have one too many spinners for the Champions Trophy. Maybe an extra pacer would help there, especially now that Jasprit Bumrah has been ruled out. But again, I think these are things that are dependent on the thinking of the team management, the captain, the coach. They definitely like Harshit Rana. They like their formula of 3 pacers and 3 spinners. And I would have liked to see Rishabh Pant get a hit, but again, you don't get everything. So I think India have checked most of their boxes. I do agree with Bumble and Harmy that India will be near favourites to start the Champions Trophy, but I don't want to jinx them. I'll just say that they will be in the semis along with New Zealand and probably South Africa along with one of Afghanistan, Australia and England. I think that group is very open.
They're not near favourites, they're runaway favourites.
I don't want to jinx them.
Harmy, the last word to you before we end this following on.
Yeah, I mean, just take up. You've listened to a man like Bumble who's transcended the sort of the eras of. He talked about earlier at lunchtime, talking about the sort of playing in the boycott era in the 70s and coaching in the 90s, umpiring, commentating for 25 years. It's not rocket science, is it? Really, it's not. 50-over cricket is not rocket science. You earn the right to perform. You do the simple things for long enough to give yourself the best chance. And for me, if you do it that way, you've got a chance of winning. If you do it the opposite way and you don't earn the right, and you go in crash bang wallop with no real method or plan B, like England have done here, you end up getting beat 3-0. It's been a great series. India, agreed, they are 100% favourite. You look at their bench strength. They've probably got 4 players who are not going to play in the first game of the Champions Trophy, which will get in any other of the 7 teams. That's why India, for me, are favourites. But, like every tournament, you can only get to the semi-final and one bit of brilliance. And there's a man sitting on my screen at this moment in time, Joss Butler, who's doing the media. If England can manage to get themselves to the semi-final, they've got match winners. But I think them semi-finals are a long, long way away for England.
We do hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's been a great pleasure bringing it to you. Harmy and I have loved our time back in India, along with Chetan Narula. From all of us, from Jon Norman and Jarrod Kimber and David Bumble Lloyd and everyone else who's been part of the team, thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching the pods and listening to the commentary. All brought to you courtesy of the assistance of Village Hotels.
Visit villagehotels.com.
Rohit Sharma's on his way.
England off to a great start, getting rid of the Indian captain.
Driven through the cover gap by Virat Kohli, and that was sweetly timed. His first boundary.
Beautiful whip shot. Absolutely classic Kohli.